So back on to the other two runners. Farah for Mog is now making the choice of whether to become the sea or remain mortal, and made the sensible choice of remaining mortal.
Yep. We can continue on.
And Choco dispatching the Iron Giant without too much trouble. The Iron Giant there sometimes likes to troll and not give you a kill site, even though he's on 0 HP, which is... we don't really understand why that happens. But you kind of just pray that he gives you the kill site. So Team Mog now going through what we call the maze. So there's these interconnected platforms which have a doorway at northeast, south, and west. So we run through the doors in a specific order to get to the end as fast as possible, killing the handful of enemies we have to along the way, and progress without too much trouble. This trial really isn't, once you know the path for the actual maze, this trial isn't too much trouble, fortunately.
Keep your wits about you, people.
I already feel the Nibelheim watch is standing.
Got a big day tomorrow. Then I stop him.
Sure it does.
Me too. Yeah.
Alright, so Mog now splitting the party a second time. So after you split the party the first time, you do 4 trials, and then these next 4 trials you split the party again, so you get to select a new split.
Didn't really notice at the time.
We select the same
same
split each time because we've
From the moment we arrived,
worked out the best set of characters that we can have to deal with all of the trials. So Mog now going through the exploding floor room. So again, this is just a case of killing the enemies as fast as we can, whilst trying not to get knocked down by these highlighted floor tiles.
You have little time. Make it quick.
And one optional thing you can do here, if the runners want to, is once we've cleared out the enemies, you can actually try to kill off one of your characters by intentionally standing on the floor tiles if you want to. Because any character that doesn't survive the to the final boss is one that we don't have to kill in that first phase of the final boss. So any opportunity we get to intentionally kill off a character towards the end of the trials, we take it. And once again, we're on the
I thought it would take you much
magic only room for Mog. Again, probably my least favorite room in this game, just because of my own personal tendency to be bad.
Are you up to the challenge?
This game basically, this room forbids you from using physical attacks, and there's somewhat of a tendency to want to hit the kill sites on the Rurs and Reavers, which you need to do to finish them off, otherwise they just endlessly respawn. Sometimes there's a tendency to want to hit those with physical attacks and to conserve MP. And if you do that, you have to reset the room, which is quite annoying. But no such issues for Pharaoh there. And looks like no such issues for Choco so far. So that's all good.
Got the one last one. Got some river here.
You are now
Foxy actually let off some attacks there, but he was fortunate that the Reaver was already downed. So he didn't get punished for that because he didn't hit anything. That was quite fortunate. That would have been rather painful to have to reset that room at that point. So Pharaoh's just completed this room, but now Foxy on Choco is running around this circular room, destroying these pillars. We destroy the first three, which makes these flames appear. We then destroy the fourth one once the flames are either side of that sigil. They rotate around the 4 different quadrants of the circle. Once the flames are around the sigil, we destroy the 4th pillar, and that will then unlock the final room. Or rather the next room, not the final room.
And I think a few more trials still left.
And Mog now doing the attack-only trials, so this is one that normally isn't too bad, but this room has got 3 Thunder Bomb enemies in, and they have a tendency to like to dance around and dodge your attacks. So what we hope to see is nice clean hits on the Thunder Bombs and no issues. The other interesting thing with this room is that there are these rotating circular platforms which are not well connected, so sometimes we'll have to wait for the pathway to line up for us to get to the exit. So this room's about running around trying to kill these enemies that are very good at dodging you, while simultaneously trying to work your way towards an exit, which is constantly shifting. So fun.
One thing to note is that, yes, the enemies have kill sites, but as party members, we actually do get kill sites set on ourselves here in these trials. So even though the enemies are level 2, they can still do quite a bit of damage to us if they hit us. But then we have the kill site above our head.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do use that to our advantage at some points. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes we want to kill off some of the excess characters. So if we can get a character with a kill site to get hit and die, then we can save having to do that on the final boss. Looks like both are through the attack trial. So shortly we'll be moving on to the 4 portals. So Mog entering the poison room. So we like to see this room cleared nice and quick so that the poison doesn't reduce the health of Kater too much.
You couldn't even defeat me in 1,000 years.
We're not too bothered whether the other characters drop to the poison.
This world teems with life. Trivial.
As long as Kater remains fairly healthy, then we're all good. Okay, so that's room 1 done for Mog, and room 1 currently being done for Choco.
Proceed onward. Behold what has befallen the realm you failed to defend.
So in this second room for Mog, we have to first of all kill these two Burst and Reavers before we can go to the boss room. So these first two rooms all have that setup where we have to kill a couple of enemies to get to the boss room. And then we start by charging up Blizzard to a Blizzara so that it's got a bigger AoE and does more damage. We wait for these.
Are you up to the challenge?
We wait for these cadets to stand up, or Dominion Legionaries rather, to stand up, and then we unleash that Blizzara, kill all of them, and then defeat the golem summon that spawns behind them.
You are now.
Okay, on to the third room. So again, as I mentioned, kill a few enemies to unlock the boss room. Fortunately, this next boss is very easy to kill. This is one of our few uses of the Triad attack in the game. So I haven't really called it out so far, but in each of the missions so far, the runners had the option of selecting what their special move was, either a Triad attack, which is a powerful attack that all three cadets perform together, or summoning Shiva. For obvious reasons, as we've mentioned many times, selecting Shiva is the better option. But in these trials, we don't have access to summons, so we use the Triad attack where it's useful. And now we've got Team Mog on Gilgamesh, which is the last boss before the final boss. So we're looking to hit these break sites, and then once we hit the first break site, he presents us with about 3 or 4 break sites in a row, so we can deal a lot of damage to him very fast, especially with Jack with an aura on, as Team Mog currently have. So should be dispatching Gilgamesh fairly soon. There we go, and there we go. That's Gilgamesh down for Mog, so just the final boss left to do for Team Mog now, and Choco not too far behind, just taking down Gilgamesh themselves. There we go, Fox hitting that break site, and Lightning Flash, which is one of Jack's best abilities, making quick work of Gilgamesh. Unfortunately losing Jack there, but not the end of the world. We have many other good options to do this with. And Gilgamesh down for Choco. Excellent. So now both will be making their way towards the final boss.
Victory is ours.
So on Foxy's screen, on Team Choco, we get teleported to this stairway. So we have to. The trial here is to run to the top before the timer runs out. We get given 10 minutes, which is more than enough time. But Sid, who is the main sort of antagonist in this game, he once we get to the top, he becomes a bit of a bad loser and decides to just kill everyone because we made it to the top.
I've lost interest.
Did cheat on us. Changing the rules.
Rem and Machina? What happened to you?
All right, so as with as Corel did for Team Tonberry, Pharaoh is now gonna try and hopefully line these characters up,
Both of you.
and unfortunately instantly gets the grab. So this is
I will draw straight.
not the attack you want to see because it only kills one of your cadets. But hopefully there we go, some sword swipes, and if we can get these off fairly nicely, this should be a fairly quick phase 1.
I forgot to tell you your result. You failed. You're unfit for Agito. It seems the life I bestowed
dodge.
upon you
Very nice.
There we go.
not.
So Pharaoh now moving into phase 2 of the final boss. So less than 5 minutes now, or around about 5 minutes for the second phase. And Foxy just moving into phase 1.
Suffering.
Ace. This is an interesting character to start with for the final phase, but absolutely no issues for Pharaoh. You have to do a little bit of careful timing there to time Ace's attack because it's got a fairly large delay on it because he throws his cards and you have to wait for it to land. So you have to almost predict the break site and hit it, but not causing Pharaoh any issues there on Mog.
Resist for what it's worth. Bow down.
No.
I will sound the nether to shake all. Abhorred by me.
And it looks like Team Choco is going to have 9 King or Cater. I wonder if we'll get 9. I know Foxy wanted 9 to start the final, the second phase of the final boss, just so he can do the jump strats. Oh, he got it nice. So this is although 9 is melee, his jump attack has iframes, so a well-timed jump, and we can jump straight through the enemy's attack and hit the break site just as it becomes available. So both runners are now working their way through their characters, hitting these break sites, and working towards defeating the final boss.
Is left on Mog side.
Yeah, it looks like it's about 4 now, I think. So maybe a couple of minutes left in this final boss.
We can do this.
Those without worth must perish. Time for your meaningless life to end. There is no way that I can lose.
Just sort of deuce dice for Foxy, so no deuce strats to kill this guy. Pharaoh is now on the final character Jack, so we'll be getting time fairly shortly for Mog, and it won't be much longer after for Choco. So it looks like there'll be 2 or 3 more hits on the boss from Jack for Mog. Okay, that's the kill set, so... And that's time for Mog.
I'm gonna end this now.
And looks like Foxy's just got right, just 2 characters left, so looks like Trey's going to be his final character. So we'll quickly see Foxy out to finish up his run, and then we'll be handing over to the VII Rebirth commentary team and runners. So this is now Trey, his final character, so should be maybe about 4 or 5 attacks from Trey to see this out. So it'll be coming up very shortly. That's the kill side, so time Team Choco go.
GG.
All right. Thank you very much to the Type 0 runners. We had Koinu93, we had Das Pharaoh, and we had Foxy Sorsado there. I've been Crimson Inferno 9. And yep, and we'll hand over to the Rebirth guys now. Good luck.
All right, thanks. I am VII, not to be confused with BigSid, and I'm really excited that we get to talk about the all 3 of these runners, because they knocked this out to like sub 6s for each one of them. It's a fantastic time seeing how they knock things down. Real quick here, Matrimony is trying to optimize taking down these Shinra troopers. Unfortunately, they can get moved in a weird way where you have to kind of overcomplicate the fight here.
Of course.
Yeah, hello. Hello, guys.
Hey,
I'm here. I'm here. I have a cold, and my body decided to screw me over yesterday, but, you know, we'll see. I'm here. Yeah, we have a part with Zach here in the beginning that's not, you know, in the original, so we can just ignore that and pretend that didn't happen. We have our 3 runners here. We have Woady on Choco, Matrimony on, no, it's the other way. What's the blue one? It's the Moogle. It's the Moogle. The mod.
Woady for Moogle. Yeah, I know. It's because Matrimony's on Choco, and it's like, wait, shouldn't it be like Matrimony on Moogle? Because it's just like a MM thing.
I don't get it, but yeah. No, I'm just dumb. That's all. And we got Matrimony on Choco here, and then BigSid on Tonberry. On Sid's screen, we have a new mechanic here, which he went into just real quick. That's the Folio. It's pretty slow to assign nodes. It's like a skill tree, but they are going to need some for certain things here and there. So they're going to avoid going into that as much as possible. But there are some really busted skills in there that are going to be picked up.
Because if you don't go in there, there's a bunch of pop-ups where it shows you that new modes are available, and if you go in there like exactly when you need it, you only get like 1 or 2 But if you keep going in there over and over again, you'll get that like slow animation. So there's some pretty cool ones, but they're too late, or they just waste a bunch of extra time with the pop-ups.
And
go ahead.
yeah, and then of course it takes points, and you get these points through leveling up and whatnot.
Yep.
And the whatnot being like these tomes you can get, but they're not going to pick up any tomes. They're too far out of the way.
If only. Woody's heading into the first couple of combats here. This is mainly a tutorial area, so they kind of give us a little bit more gas than we would have normally. But luckily, a lot of the enemies are pretty easy. We can just kind of triple slash our way through most things.
If you look at Matrimony's side, you'll see that he's kind of hopping around. They added this, field interaction stuff in this game, which like was in Remake. You can kind of jump around, and the runners are going to abuse this as much as they can to speed up here and there by jumping in certain ways. It's very it depends where you came from, the angle that you're holding and stuff. So if you do it wrong, you can lose a little bit of time. If you do it right, you can just jump really far, roll around. There's a little bit of movement tech that goes on, and it does matter.
It is, yeah, because it compared to like Remake, a lot of the areas are very linear and shoehorned, where you can only just kind of progress as the devs intended. But with this environmental movement, we can get around a lot of things and be able to skip a few different fights. Whereas in Remake, we would definitely have to take them. That's one of the nice advantages in Rebirth.
Yep, especially with moments where you're slowed down, like we say in Matrimony's screen, we're forced to follow Tifa. If he runs far enough to the side but not too far, Tifa will speed up until a certain point, like where he was just at. She will slow down, but then she'll speed up for the rest of it. And you can kind of warp her ahead by looking down, but there's not going to be too many segments where we have to like follow somebody in that regard.
Luckily, the babysitting or having to follow a character is very minimal, because it gets really annoying trying to get characters to move at full speed or not just completely stop, and then you're like, yay, could you go now?
As for combat, we have the same operator and Punisher, two different modes for Cloud, except they've been changed slightly. Punisher changed a lot. Instead of doing like a big old combo, it's like you do these slices back and forth, and if you release it or do the maximum number of slices, you'll do a cut through the enemy, a pass through that's a little bit stronger or more cut. Cut and keep is the same mechanic from Remake. You have these two values that will face off against each other, and the higher one wins. Cuts in odd numbers and keep is in even numbers. So you'll have 20, 40, 60, stuff like that. And then, so like, for example, with Cloud, these slices are just 30 cut, and then the pass through is 50, so it'll interrupt the enemy, basically. And of course, if you have the keep, then you can keep using your move without getting interrupted, kind of like some sort of hyper armor or poise.
Yeah. It's a very interesting thing. With easy, your standard attacks, generally speaking, your standard attacks are really the only ones that are interruptible by bosses. Pretty much anything else you can more or less get away with just kind of throwing out. It's not 100%, but that's more or less the general rule.
Yeah, the specific on this is that anything that is 40 keep will be pushed up to 60 keep. That's how it works. And the only way you can be interrupted with 60 keep is with a limit level attack. But for the enemies, this would only be cutscene attacks, like Giga Flare, for example.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because a lot of my knowledge is just general application rather than specific numbers, but I love numbers.
And I have the book, so I know the numbers. The big book that's in Japanese.
Yeah, that's my only.
Sadly, it's not as good as Remakes was, but it helped a little bit, I guess.
Some information directly from the devs is better than none, I guess. Gotta weight it somehow, right?
Yep, if we look at BigSid, we see that we're finally in the kind of open world map. This is the Grasslands area. There are going to be these different areas that we're separated into. And you can kind of go around, and there's different objectives you can do. We see that all of a sudden he switched to red, and red was next to the enemy. This is a new mechanic. This is called, the technical term for this is summon. not to be confused with actually summoning. If you hold R1, which is the guard button, and press the D-pad over to warp to them, you will, or to switch the character, you warp the character in, and if they are a character that can go aerial, they will be in the air, which is Cloud, Tifa, Yuffie. This game introduces a better aerial combat system. It's not the best, but you can at least kind of like follow enemies in the air. In Remake, it was you jump up straight up and you do like 3 hits and you fall straight down. It was awful.
You're not attacking, you're going back to the ground.
Yep. And there are of course aerial enemies you needed, and we have some aerial enemies and bosses that we have to fight in here too, so it's helpful in a way. You will be seeing it come into play.
Like you mentioned with that aerial warping thing, it can be a bit frustrating because some of the enemies you'll like warp into the air and they're just slightly off the ground, so it can make some combat a little bit awkward. But for the most part, like Rebirth has a lot of massive upgrades versus Remake. There's a lot of things as like a speedrunner you go, wow, this is kind of silly, but for the most part, like casually, it's a really good game. That's definitely
yep. And the reason BigSid was fleeing with Red there is because Red is the fastest fleer in most situations. Sometimes Tifa very dependent. You can just attack, cancel by rolling. So it's like square circle, and you just do this over and over. And I'm terrible at it.
I mean, I ended up buying like an Edge controller, so I had a button on the back so I could hit it with my middle finger. It's an expensive solution, but it does make that kind of stuff easier.
Don't remind me of controllers.
Yeah, that's the problem. As soon as they break, you're just like, wow, I'm glad I spent $200 on this.
I got stuff to solder, and I got like the new sticks. I just gotta learn to solder and put those in so that they stop drifting after 2 months. It's awful. It's too expensive.
Soldering on like a board is a bit harder, but like on wires, it's not too bad. Good luck with that.
And Woady and Matrimony are still in the tutorial area with Sephiroth. Sephiroth is very, very overpowered compared to Cloud. He comes with all the spells. He has Augas on them. He has Magnify on a couple of them. Magnify Thunder is what we'd use on normal. I don't know if they use Thunder on easy.
So in easy we use Thundera, Magnify. Some people use a little bit different routing, but it's usually Firega for the boss, Magnify Thundera for the enemies. We used to use Aera, but we pivoted back to Thundera because it hits a bit quicker, and then Eriga for the zoo.
That was me. I was like, there's also this weird delay when wind hits, very minor, and so the lightning is a bit better.
Wind and ice both spawn a object and then it explodes. Lightning hits immediately, and then fire hits on contact. So depending on your position, certain spells are faster. But in most every circumstance, you want to use lightning if you can kill something with it, because it's just the fastest no matter what.
Okay, I see the route that BigSid's doing. So before the next boss, he's trying to get to level 16, which they need a level in order to do. The next boss is okay at 15, but yeah, you definitely want to ideally be 16 to pick up one level, and you do have to kill some enemies real quickly. Depending on how you do it, there's different things you can kill, different ways to do it. But it does help because the amount of strength and magic you get is going to be kind of the same throughout the run, but there are certain breakpoints where you'll get a little bit more, because you usually get 4 in total between the two stats, and then you'll get 6 for the breakpoints. And obviously at a lower level, this is a higher percentage of your overall stats, so it's more important to have them early.
Yeah, it's pretty much, if we kill those 3 ogres before we go into the Chocobo Ranch, we're going to want to pick up the enemy skill Materia, which requires us to kill a few enemies, and that'll always push you to the next level. Mine, I'm a little bit more greedy, and I try to get it beforehand so I can pick up the tech boost on Tifa so that her Omni Strike gets an extra 5%, but it's completely unnecessary. But I'm mad, so I need the extra 5%.
That's okay. Yeah, and now we have a little minigame where we have to get to Pico. BigSid doing the big boy strat, which is you go straight forward. I don't do this in a run anymore. If you go, most people will hang near the left chocobo to see if he's going to turn around or not. And if he pecks the ground, you're good to go. If he doesn't, he might turn around, he might not. Yeah, but you can just go straight for it. There's a lot of different chocobo mini games. There's ways to cheese them. Like I remember the Cosmo when I came up with a crazy way to avoid the entire minecart thing, and it involves pressing triangle on all the rocks because the chocobo aggression doesn't build up for watching you when you do that. It was a crazy strat, and we never needed the chocobo, so it's kind of a good thing we didn't have to do that. It was hard.
I mean, it's the same thing like with the box smuggling in Nibelheim. I do it. I don't know if it's faster, but I find it's funny, so I just do it every run.
It's faster. It's faster. Yes.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Alright.
It is faster, but obviously, if you mess up, it's punishing.
Break the box.
If we see on Woody's screen, we have Materia Keeper. Essentially, this boss is weak to fire. They use Firaga by getting 2 ATB. This is 2 ATB to cast it instead of 1 from Remake, so it's been nerfed in that regard, but it's been pushed up to 60 keep, so that's a huge buff. It's also stronger as well. It's worth 2.5 aura spells, so overall, it's buffed.
Higher DPS,
but yeah, the cost is a bit more. And then here, go ahead.
I know the stagger value for like fire for raw and gas spells were the same in remake. Is it different with rebirth?
Here we are.
I believe the stagger values are the same on them. I'd have to actually check my spreadsheets. I can do it real quick.
Yeah, because that was another thing. Like we usually just spammed Fyra in remake because it's like same ATB cost, but it was just a damage difference. So unless we needed the damage, we wouldn't bother.
And now we have at the end here, the boss is trying to do Trine. You can actually do this in a couple ways. You can do the dual attack, or you can do counter fire, or you can do a special counter.
Yeah, you just tank the hit here, cast fire gun, go for the stagger.
Yeah.
What I've understood is the fastest way. The dual tech is something you want to use in like hard mode because you just have no way to survive the Trine because he fires too.
It's the fastest on normal, but as well, but only by 2 seconds. There's actually a swag strat. There's a hidden mechanic in that fight most people won't know about, and it's called Trine Counter, and it is a move that Sephiroth has. Most people don't know this, but if you press R1 and then you parry, you get a Trine Counter. It can only be used there in the game, and it's hidden. It's in the secret section of the Ultimania, but it still ends up being like 2 seconds slow. I try to make it out. It's like a swag strat that I would do if I had good ATB for Cloud to help out at the end to stagger the boss. But yeah. Whereas you can also counterfire it with Cloud, but it's a little bit quicker to do this hidden mechanic. Yeah, but overall, just the spell is faster. That's it.
Yeah, the problem with counterfire is you have to do an animation, and it stops us from being able to cast Fire Go with Sephiroth. So,
and you have to wait for the Trine to come down.
Yep. There's like a lot of things where there's like 2, 3, maybe even 4 different ways to deal with any given fight. You can take it however is comfortable, but it does make it a little bit easier for our newbies to learn. I'd say this is a pretty forgiving category once you get through the early game, because the early is a bit brutal.
Here's where we get our birds in shape for the races.
And then we have a thing, a BigSid screen. You see that he didn't actually board the chocobo. It's a little quick tech. If you quickly call the chocobo and then wait and press triangle, you can go into this mini game right away without having to actually get on the chocobo. It saves a good amount of time, and then you can quit out. There's these small little time saves here and there we're going to be seeing.
Yeah. Luckily, that one's pretty easy. All you have to do is talk to him while the whistle sound goes off. I've thrown it off a few times, getting a little bit too into my own head, but the other thing here is summoning the chocobo can be very obnoxious. What we're doing is like a break slide here. If you've ever played Zelda games, they do this a bit, but basically we hit the break animation and it takes priority over the swamp slowdown, so we can speed up our chocobo movement quite a bit here by just tapping the break at the right time.
Okay, so I checked the stagger values. They are technically different, but that's only because it's 2 ATB. So it is still the same amount, because 1 ATB and for Firaga was 28 stagger damage, and in this game it's 56, but it takes 2 ATB, so it's technically the same. Yeah.
I always wondered about that when running through hard mode, because one of the things is I run both this and New Game Plus Hard, which are probably like the more popular-ish categories, I guess. And they're the most diametrically opposed. The fights that are easy in this are hard in hard mode, and vice versa. Yep. It's a very interesting run, honestly.
Yep, and then we have a couple other modes. We have normal, which is so new game normal is technically the hardest. It's Very dangerous. You'll take a lot of damage. It takes a lot of practice. It's really difficult. There's not that many runners for it. And then there's dynamic difficulty. However, dynamic is pointless because it will only scale the enemies up if you are overleveled. So in a run, this does not happen.
Yeah, it would only... There is an applicable mode. New Game Plus Dynamic is functionally different from hard mode, mainly because the enemies aren't quite as stacked, and you still have access to items. So it is an interesting category in that respect. Snake!
A big screen. We have a big snake. We have Zolom. Zolom is here. It's an awesome fight. Essentially, to pressure this boss, you need to hit it with a certain amount of damage from ice. In like normal, this would take 2 of them. On here, it takes 1, I believe. And then the problem is you need ice to hit, and you have to hit the head. Well, once the head is spawned. I'm pretty sure easily you can just hit the body, right? It just hits it.
Coils, the head is the only thing that you can target. So as long as we get our hits off before coil, we're good to go. After coil hits, then it's a dice roll.
Phase 2, the boss will always open with the fire, and you can get him close to stagger and stagger him right afterwards and just take the hits to get some... you can just tank it here. On normal, you can tank it a little bit, a few hits, but then you'll have to heal or res. And you can use, and we use cross slash there. That would be the difference. And then you go into phase 3, and the boss is going to try to dive under the ground. And we're going to see our dual attacker, our Synchro Cyclone with Cloud and Tifa. And this is going to interrupt the boss and catch it before it can go down and pressure it. And so the boss cannot go underground, and they're going to clean up, and there'll be a split here. No. Moment.
No. Well, for them it would be, but not for us.
Right. I'm not splitting today.
You got me for a second. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Mine says Mythril Golem. I'd love to split, but...
Oh, they don't have one there. Okay. So we saw a little thing at BigSid screen. I don't know why he didn't do the whole thing. I guess he doesn't know. But you can ride the chocobo, and if you press R1 to dismount when you hit that gate, you'll actually slide into the cutscene. Instead of like doing the break slide, you'll actually try to dismount, and you'll slide into it, and you can skip the cutscene while still essentially dismounting. It's a little bit quicker, but I don't think these guys know about that.
Yeah, that's news to me.
Yeah, I knew about the chocobo thing, and they knew about it too, and I messed with it. I found out that you can just slide right into it by dismounting.
Makes sense.
But yeah, that dual tech, the Synchro Cyclone, there's all these different synergy abilities that they have, not to be confused with synergy ability, because that is different. The nomenclature is
synergy ability. Thanks, Square.
They literally call it the same thing. The nomenclature sucks, but we're gonna deal with it. You need to use ATB abilities. So obviously you hit things, you get ATB, you use an ability when you have an ATB. And then that'll give you a tick. Most abilities will. There are some special circumstances to where some of them won't. But most of them will give you what we call a pip. And normally it would take 3 pips from 2 characters to use an ability, but on easy it only takes 2. And then after that, it gets pushed up to more. I don't know if it goes to 5 on easy for the second use or not, but you're not going to see it used twice.
It's 2, 4, then 5 on easy. But yeah, if you're firing off a second one, something has gone catastrophically wrong, and I pray for your success at that point.
Yeah. And then refocus would be 1 more tick compared to the others, which I don't think we're going to see.
Refocus is so frustrating. But also with those pips, it's per ATB, so like Braver gives you 1, Fire Go would give you 2 pips. So any move that uses 2 ATB does actually get you 2. You don't get like cheated out of one of them. They were very thorough with some of the mechanics that they implemented in the game.
Yep, and in this game, we still have to learn abilities. There are different weapon abilities, and they come on different weapons. And you start with a couple that are 100%, but some of them you have to learn, like Focus Shot. If it's 1 ATB, it gives you 10%, and then if you hit the proficiency bonus, whatever the condition is, you get plus 30% on it.
Yep.
Right? I forget.
So like Focus Thrusts in Focus Shot is staggering an enemy. If you just fire it off and don't get anything, it's 10. If you do get a stagger, it's 40. We're actually going to be taking advantage of that coming up here on Root and Elena, where we're going to actually fire off a Focus Thrust in the second phase to stagger both of them so that we get an additional 60 instead of just 30. Certain conditions can be met twice on a single activation, which is super nice.
Yep, if you get multiple enemies with them, like for example, on normal, we learn it in the Grasslands, and you get like 2 moves at once, or sometimes Cloud is greedy and gets all 3, and it's like, okay, man, come on. But
yeah, when that happens, you're just like, yeah, let's go.
And if it's 2 ATB that cost, it's just double the proficiency kind of stuff. So it's quite fair in that regards. But we have for BigSid here, the Turks. There are going to be a few fights like this where we have 2 bosses together, and it's going to be Rude and Elena. At the beginning, they're going to do a 50 cut ability on Elena, which is the counter there, in order to pressure Elena, and then Rude is going to get mad and target the person who pressured her. And then if you were to tap him with a different character, then he would get pressured. But they're just going to focus on pushing down. He's going to focus on pushing down Elena here, and then push into phase 2. You want to be quick on this. You need to be quick on this, because if you're too slow, then she'll jump off the screen and throw a bunch of grenades down, and you have to wait it out. And then here we have a big ability. You're supposed to essentially use a synergy ability to stop them from using it. And he's moving Aerith out of the way so she doesn't pop them up, I guess. And stacking them both, and he's going to take down both at once. Tifa is very strong here because she has been buffed like crazy in some regards compared to Remake, and that's them down.
Oh yeah, her skill set is wild.
Her Omni Strike has been buffed like crazy because now it refunds 70% of the ATB, as opposed to Remake where it didn't. And it builds the stagger by 30% per hit. Right? Yeah. So, and it's strong. It's just overall strong. They just completely overtuned this ability. So you can, if you have a bunch of ATB and you have this on already, you can just keep Unbridled Omni, and you can just keep popping them with it and build a ton of stagger. And this is important because a stagger is a multiplier.
Yeah.
Yes. And most things in this game are multipliers. So obviously when they multiply into each other, you get a bunch of damage, and it's very broken.
Yeah, the reason it ends up being so important too is we did kind of glaze over this, but we grabbed enemy skill earlier, which normally you'd be like, well, why are you spending 30 seconds grabbing this materia? It comes with a free Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom is a really broken ability, especially for when you get it. It's 1 ATB for a wind-based attack that's ranged. The attack itself is kind of meh, but it gives you a bravery and faith boost, which I believe is 20% for bravery to physical and faith to magic. The only weird thing about it is the buffs are a little bit delayed, so sometimes we have to prioritize for that, but it could be a lot worse. Oh, interesting.
So
I didn't know you could slap the rock like that.
I didn't know that either. Now I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it lasts 30 seconds. It's actually if I recall 54 seconds out of the way. It is a lot worse than it seemed. Or it's a lot worse than you would think. But yeah, Sid said, it's 20% to your attack itself. It's not the strength of magic. Yeah. So it's the attack and the magic attack, which is a little more important if it would be to the base stats. And then it lasts for 30 seconds. This can be altered by some things later. And like you said, this delay can cause a problem. Sometimes if you use it when the boss is about to transition to the next phase, you actually won't get the buff sometimes, so you have to be careful.
Yeah. There's a couple of times where Sonic Boom can fail you, so you have to be careful where you fire it off. The reason that it's super big too is that Berserk that we mentioned. So all in all, it ends up giving Cloud roughly a 50%. And then when you're slamming down those Omni Strikes, things kind of get out of hand real quick. That's more or less where I was getting at.
Yep. So this is because of the damage formula, and the damage formula will take into account your attack and your magic attack first before any multipliers, and then it will take the multipliers on the player. So Berserk would be a 30% multiplier for Berserk 1. We're not going to see Berserk 2 in this run. That would be a 50%, but they don't need that on easy. Oh yeah, you can just smack that rock. That's so cool. That's awesome.
It was the roll that did it. I'll have to ask him how he does that. That'd be a nice time save, honestly.
He's not looking at the rock, so he doesn't get the square input, and so you press square and he does the attack. That's how.
Well, dagnabbit, that's really smart. That was one of the complaints I actually had with Remake, is that they gave you a couple of physical weapons with Barret, but then you couldn't break the rocks open with them. And I guess they thought of it here, but then they're like, yeah, we're going to take the physical weapons out anyway, because that might make Barrett a bit more interesting. Yep, salty about it. I'm a Barrett lover.
Out of not related to this game, but that reminds me when I was like routing for Jenova in Remake, I was like, oh my god, what if I use Barrett's physical weapon? You buy it there in Shinra HQ. And then I go into the battle, I'm like, oh, he's not here. That's right. For story reasons, he's not in the Jenova fight. So I was sad because his physical weapons are amazing. A certain one in particular.
Wrecking Ball hits like a truck, and I'm a big fan of Steel Pincer in hard mode, but it just doesn't pan out, unfortunately.
Point Blank has huge multipliers to it for 2 ATB and 3, but unfortunately you need the side quest.
Yeah.
So, yep. We see that Woady has gotten to the Grasslands as well. I don't know the movement that they all do. BigSid does like a different movement. I do a different movement from everyone else. I think Crystal Crown does the same movement as me now, but where you jump off kind of by the waterfall. Everyone here might do a different movement.
Yeah, I tried the waterfall once and then got lost, and I'm like, I'm gonna go back to the other one.
Yeah, it is faster, but this one in particular, it takes you to the elephants and you get like an extra tutorial. There are a bunch of tutorials in this game that we do have to quit out for some reason. Square does not know how to program a button in the option that says turn tutorials off. They don't know how to do it, so we are sad and we have to close them all every single time.
They don't exist in hard mode, so obviously they know how to set the flag. They just were like, yeah, no, you don't get a button. You're gonna have to beat the whole game to turn these off.
Yeah, in that regard, there are a lot of things in New Game Plus that are sped up. There's like forced slow movement throughout this game, and in New Game Plus it's not like that, so they did add some quality of life, and there's things where you can like fast travel around. In here you can't fast travel until after you play the little chocobo mini game here, and then you can finally fast travel to places you have been.
Yeah, it roughly cuts like an hour and a half off if you're interested in learning it. And like I said, hard mode, there are some difficult things, but like in New Game, I'd say Mythril Zolom is like the biggest wall early game. In hard mode, you just tag him with Blizzaga and tell him to get out of your way.
We have Mythril Golem here. Mythril Golem we have with Barrett and Red only, and you need to break the head in order to pressure the body. And then this boss resists physical direct damage, which would be Red until he's pressured, and then Red can chew him up. But I think they're just going to focus with just Barrett here. In Norma, we switch between them and tear him apart with Red.
Oh yeah, his physical damage is too low to really bother with it in easy. Just spamming Thunders ends up working out, unfortunately.
Yeah, for normal we pick up the Renegade Collar, but it loses 5 seconds, but it gains 3 seconds overall. It's like very, very minor in that regard.
It's a trade-off.
And
so
the boss,
right here, we're gonna actually Barrett, when he fires off these moves, we're gonna activate that keep and cut so that we can just tank that slam right there to help build limit. And also, so we don't just have to get out of the way of it. It's a really nice setup.
Yep, with 60 keep, you can just tank right through it, because again, that's a buff to easy, where anything that would be 40, which overcharge would be 40, that pushes you to 60. Although later you do get like the extra ability on the Gatling to where
unfortunate.
There's the split.
Oh yeah. So one of the issues there is whenever you tell the AI to do something in this game, they roll. And in a casual playthrough, that's pretty benign, really doesn't impact your play at all. In a speedrun, it's quite frustrating. And what happened there is I believe he told Barrett to fire in the hole.
7.
And then
8. 9. Ooh, that was a bad load. So I wanted to count there because this load is notorious. This load would be 4 seconds, upwards of 11 seconds. And that was a 9-second load, I think it was. That's pretty bad.
I never even noticed it. That explains why I'm like sitting there like, hello, did you soft lock?
Yeah. That load's just not optimized. A lot of these are optimized. There's about 20% variance to each load, which when they're really quick, it's not that bad, but some of these are really, really bad. That's one. There's one in Temple, which can be horrible as well with the 3 soldiers. Yeah. So we just hope we don't, if you lose time randomly on this split, it's because of that load, basically.
That would explain why I've been struggling so hard to get a good bottom swell time. Things like that I just didn't know about.
Where did that
so back to where I was. Whenever you tell a character that you're not actively controlling to do something, they'll roll. And then there's a very weird corner case where, like, say, if you're on Cloud and you say use cross slash, but the animation hasn't started yet, and you switch to Tifa to punch the enemy, he'll roll and fire off the cross slash after. So we
Actually,
have to.
that's the worst thing, where when you tell them if you queue it up the like cross
cancel it.
slash as yourself, and then you change character, he won't do it, and it's like, oh my god.
Yep, that's another variation of the same issue. So
That's a run
we have to
killer.
be. Yeah, it's killed quite a few runs for me. They killed one the other day where I told Crowd to cross slash, and he rolled over and hit Rude with it instead of Elena and Rude, and I'm like, what happened? I'm crashing out, but I don't know what happened.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the only downside with this game. A newer runner probably won't run into those issues, but yeah, you do have to baby this game a little bit more than Remake. That's probably like the one major difference is Remake's combat's a lot more fluid and it doesn't require as much micromanagement, but with Rebirth, you kinda
I
have to
remember
do one or
when
the other.
Integrate came out and everybody was complaining because the characters would roll before the shortcuts. That was not a thing on base
Oh,
Remake, and it
you
was
know-
integral to strats.
I'm looking back and it's really not that bad because it's like a 50-50 they roll. Now it's 100%, and sometimes it just cancels moves, and it's like, you know, what I wouldn't give. The thing is, like with Remake, especially in Hard 2, we love spamming Arcane Ward and just absolutely melting bosses with like.
Oh yes, I
tier
know
one,
what you're
tier two.
saying.
So the rolling sometimes will push them off the ward, and you're like, well, that was fun while it lasted. Time to start again.
Yep. So we have hit under Junon. This is underneath Junon, if you couldn't tell. And we're gonna have a little bit of slight downtime here where we have to go, and in order to progress we need to speak to 3 characters. Each character is going to go to a different spot. On normal we would take this time while we're waiting to buy the Alpha Dunk Bangle for no time loss at all, which is our first linked armor, but here they don't need to do that. And I'm just going to heal up. He's going to talk to Red first, then Tifa, then Barrett.
Many years.
I think it's like 2 lines for 2 for Red, 1 for Tifa, 3 for Barrett.
Yep.
Which is like completely useless information, but it just helps you know
Funnily
how
enough.
much mash.
Early on, we were really comparing this. I was like, oh, you know, if we have to, we can bench. And you have enough time to bench. But thankfully, we don't have to take any benches in this game. On Remake, I remember I was the only one who was able to do benchless runs in normal. But, like, thankfully in this game, we don't have to do it. It's at all, period.
Yeah. So benching gets you a full recovery, but it's like 10, 15 seconds or something to take one.
It is different per character because of their animation. Yep.
Oh. So like in New Game, you don't just get recovered each chapter because like New Game Plus, they just refill you each chapter. So you have to like time it out so that you can make it to a place where you like go and sleep for the night and it'll give you a refill. But
Yeah.
right now, we're gonna actually do a pretty interesting move right off rip here. Bottom scroll always opens with a double bite. So if we switch into Punisher stance and then cancel it with a guard, as long as it's not a perfect guard, which I'll get into later, we can basically get Cloud enough ATB here so that we can double Thunder to get this pressure going. And then we're just going to spam Omni Strikes until we run out of ATB for the most part.
Yep. And BigSid switched to Tifa with an R1 swap, and that teleported her into the air next to the boss, whereas normally Tifa actually has problems getting into the air. You have to use the smaller synergy abilities. And then we have a big old twister here, which gives a bunch of damage. It is always the same damage, so you can reliably get hit by this and not have have any issues. The boss is going to pop up, and they're going to Synchro Cyclone to get it out of the water. You just have to pressure it with anything, really. That, Thundara, etc. Whatever you need. And then stagger him and spam away.
Yeah, we fire off the limit there to push him out of the water now. And then we just follow up as needed. Omni Strike, Dive Kick, Thunder, whatever you need to kill him. It's a pretty cool strat.
Woody, just guys, I just want to point out we have Chadley here. We haven't talked to him. He's back in the game. Chadley is a little different here. You do like different things around the map, and you get points, and then you can turn these points in for like materia. Some of these are very, very good, and we are given a free one. And you do have 10 points, so even if you somehow mess up an import, you would be able to buy a second materia. But we just buy. Do you buy the fire and ice here on easy?
Yeah, we buy Fire and Ice, yeah.
Okay. Yep. So fire and ice, well, gives you fire and ice abilities, but it takes like 2400 AP to level it up. It takes a lot more, whatever. 800. I
Yeah, we
forget
just
the
use it
numbers.
as like a cheeky way to have access to fire and ice in certain materials and avoid buying one. We never really
Yep.
like take full, we don't put the level up materia on it to like take full advantage of it. I think we just kind of juggle it around to get the extra spells and save the
Yep.
600 gil that it would cost to buy a fire and an ice materia.
And I mean, they do take up slots, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Slipping away.
It would make juggling materia a little bit more obnoxious, but yeah, unfortunately this change to Chadley, I would say is good casually because it very much drives the casual player to explore the world and interact with things, and you get stuff for it. In terms of a speed run, it's an awful change because Chadley had a lot of cool stuff that was easily findable, or we could get it just by playing a specific way, which is kind of a downside.
Yeah, like First Strike from Remake, and First Strike here it loses like 7 minutes to get it. It's pretty bad.
Yep.
And that one's locked behind one of the battles
Yep.
in the VR.
You got to do world exploration, and then that unlocks battles, and it's like, no, I'm good, thank you. So with easy and I'm assuming normal, we kind of just have to tough it out and slap things with our sword until we get enough ATB.
Pretty much.
We also picked up the high caliber rifle here, which is basically going to be the best gun for Barrett for the rest of the game. There is one weapon in the final dungeon that you can get that is better than it for like 2 fights. That gives the Turbulent Spirit, which is like one of the best abilities. But then the high caliber rifle hits a breakpoint and just outpowers it, which I found kind of funny. I'm not sure if it's the same in normal, but it's more or less the same.
We don't bother with it because really, like because Barrett, even though Barrett has nice helpful things, he is still basically a support character in this game.
Mm-hmm. I definitely. It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but when Barrett's fully kitted out,
he's really good.
Oh yeah, when he's fully kitted out, I actually, for my RPG Limit Break speedrun of this I did in hard, I routed out the Barrett solo fight, and he's got more than enough to get through most of it without like any help. It's super cool.
Yeah. On BigSid screen here, we have the Dolphin minigame. It's been changed a bit. It's not like a CPR thing. We just go through, you hit these balls, and once you have enough, you get your speed level up. It is worth it to go all the way with this. They are not going to use the hard break turn at all because that does slow you down to use it. You're just going to try to use the normal turning to hit as much as you can here and get through this minigame. It is a little bit quicker to hit these and then go on the side of the boat here. Don't hit the ramp, hit the balls, and then go on the side of this boat over here. Well, I guess he's doing this way. That's fine.
Yeah, at some point it kind of hits a break point.
And
I'm
interestingly, right here, you do not have to hit this perfect. Once this circle hits like halfway, you can press it because there's perfect, great, and good, and you can do it on good. But it is, of course, risky to do it to go for those. I do have visual indicators, and you'll save 1 second for doing both of them. So
if you miss either of those, you're doing the whole race again now.
Yep,
so.
You have to redo the whole thing. It's not something you should be doing.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So with the date stuff, the only character we care about, we have a bunch of chances when we're in town to have dialogue with each character. The only character in Easy that we bother manipulating is Tifa. We get as much affection with her as possible, so she's in certain segments of the final boss fight, because your affection actually determines Barrett, Tifa, Red, and Yuffie's order. It's kind of similar to Remake, but better implemented.
Yeah, we'll get into it when we get there. Remake, it was only dealt with from what happened in the Whispers fight. Here, it's throughout the entirety of the game, so we do have to keep track of what we do. It is important. But this will be affected by different things that you say. Like in Junon here, you get the option to talk to Tifa, as that's the only one that's going to be required for that one. And you can say you can say one of 3 different things. They'll give you 4 points, 5, 6, or 6 points, depending on which one they like more. I don't know what they need for their route. For me, I don't care what I say to any character. It doesn't matter. But for them, they might care.
Yeah, for easy, we're just trying to manipulate Tifa, but for the most part, there's a couple of ways to fix it. Like, I make sure to match the beachwear so that even if I zone out and select the wrong option once or twice, it's more than enough points.
Yep.
The date itself, we don't care. The final date we're forced into because we can't get enough affection to fix our party, and it doesn't affect combat enough for us to even care. Fortunately, at that point, we shift to a certain combat style, and that party is the party that we're forced into is just fine for it, so we don't even have to change it.
Yeah, we can make do. We have the Junon segment here, the like upper area here, the city for BigSid. Play like the theme song and stuff. I remember routing this out. We're not quite there yet, but they're gonna have to choose 3 different. Is it 3? Yeah,
Troopers.
some. You gotta recruit
No,
some.
it's
troops.
5 of 10.
Is it? Yeah. Oh yeah, 5. Yeah. So you got to recruit some dudes, and there's a bunch of them in different areas, and of course timing out all the logical permutations, the ones that weren't stupid, was annoying. I got to hear this theme song like the first 2 minutes over and over and over again. It was fun.
I'm glad you did it because I would have just picked 5 if there hadn't been already a route.
Yep. There's actually, it's interesting because this affects the parade that comes up, which is going to be some unskippable cutscenes. The parade has 4 different formations, and the Bahamut one is the slowest. They all are different durations, and so there would technically be a faster route for these officers, but you get Bahamut, and so it's a net loss of like 8 seconds or something, so we don't do that.
Yeah. So it's like, depending on how fast which ones we like run to, it would be a little bit faster or shorter, but the problem is the march itself just ends up running longer, which is more or less a glorified cutscene. This is one of the only areas where hard does not allow you to skip it. So like, this is one of the few things where no matter what you're doing, you have to sit here and watch it. And honestly, hard has a few places where you have to watch something, and it ends up being a good bathroom break. Anyway, so...
Woady is on the Turks. And you can see, of course, made Rude mad, but it doesn't matter because, and I should note that we do pressure Elena first because she is easier to pressure. For Rude, why does that pressure? For Rude, he has to put up his windshield, and you have to hit him with a 50 cut ability to drop him to his knees, and then you hit him again with another one. So it would take essentially 2 abilities, for anything that would do 50 cut twice to get him. But Elena's the weak link here.
To be fair, pressure is right. We just also stagger too, so it's not necessarily wrong.
Attention all troopers.
Yeah.
Spare uniforms
In any fight Elena's in, she is going to be our target because she's just easier to knock over.
The ceremony will
Yeah, she's the weak link. Sorry, girl.
The interesting, I guess, or more kind of cute thing about the Turks is actually they follow the elemental order, and by that I mean like each one of them is weak to one specific element. Rude is wind, Elena is lightning, Sung is ice, and Reno is fire. Which is kind of an interesting, like, that they designed it that way, even though it flies in the face of the weakness chart, because for the most part, if it's human, it's weak to fire, if it's flying, it's weak to wind, if it's a machine, it's weak to lightning, and if it's a monster, it's weak to ice, usually. There are a few, like, ones that don't follow that. It's usually like unique variants that are like, yeah, no, I'm gonna throw a curveball here, and it's gonna be a giant dragon weak to lightning.
That was unfortunate on Matrimony's side. Rude tried to attack Cloud, but it was a linear attack, so Tifa ended up getting hit instead when he switched to her and got knocked down. Not a big deal, just minor time loss is all.
Some of these bosses can be a bit annoying. But yes, the Cyclone attack here is very good at pressuring enemies. You would pick different team... Go ahead.
I just want to say that Synchro Cyclone, along with most of these abilities, is a combination of power that's 1100 in total. Power is part of the damage formula. Different moves have different power. In this case, Synchro Cyclone is a little bit special where it doesn't do the damage based on both characters. It's only based off Cloud's magic. There are different abilities where it would usually split the damage between the two characters of where it comes from. But in this case, it's only Cloud and his magic. And then it gives the effect of infinite MP for a small duration to where so you can just blast enemies without consuming MP, but that's not going to be relevant for this run.
Oh, well, I guess that explains why we use it where we do, because Cloud usually has high magic. It's good to know. Yeah, it's really good at pressuring the enemies. A lot of the attacks have individual secondary effects, like Closetowar said with this one. It's infinite magic. There are other ones like Refocus, splits your ATB bar into thirds, which we use like in hard for a single fight, which is neat, but unfortunately with the other categories, it really just never comes up or it's not worth purchasing.
It's like you might want to, like, depending on your route for like normal, you might do it, but you do have to lose 20 seconds on Tifa's Folio in order to get it overall because you're getting like other nodes too. It's out of the way. I dropped it for Scarlet, but I used to use it on her. It does make a nice easy Scarlet, but
I could see
you have
that.
you have to be really, because you can activate it in phase 2, but you have to be really careful with it if you're not using it. But yeah, overall it is a net time loss.
So the other effects are also it buffs your limit level. So the limit functions differently than it did in Remake. Where Remake you could choose limit level 1 or limit level 2, and it would just make it harder to fill the limit bar and activate it. For this game, you are always set to limit level 1, and the only way to get to limit level 2 or 3 is by either equipping a special accessory item or using multiple of those team attacks to boost your level up. For the most part, it really just never comes up.
And then once you boosted it, it actually remains for the entirety of the battle.
Fortunately, yeah. That is, like, it would be a really heavy investment otherwise. And I think the other one, I remember what the other one is. It actually increases the duration of stagger. Unfortunately, it's completely useless because the increase to the enemy's like stagger duration is shorter than the time it takes to activate. So just
the
use
animation.
Stop. Yeah.
Yes, well, essentially, and it gets a 200 power bonus. So those moves are usually like 900 or 1100 power, and then they get 1300 power, which is a little bit more. But yeah, the animation technically is too long to be worth it, except for Avalanche 2-step, I think is the only one. That's a very quick animation, but like honestly, like it's just not worth it because like unless you were going to send 2 characters to use that and then you're DPSing with your third or something like that, like, very, very niche.
Yeah. It would require a specific strategy to optimize and use it.
Or if it's like a boss like Red Dragon and somehow you mess up the final phase and you need to catch it and lock it down for the duration or something.
Red Dragon, please no. My nightmares. Ah! That's one of the few bosses that's like, it either goes perfectly in easy or hard, or you're just not having a good day.
No, it's either gonna go good or bad. It's two extremes.
Yeah, that boss is an interesting one, and we'll talk about it when we get there.
If we're looking on Woody's screen, we see that he's fighting some enemies, and they avoided taking this encounter early. And you'll be like, well, why are they fighting this? Because you have to wait for Aerith to pull the lever here, and you can do this battle in the middle of this cutscene. Technically, it's faster to just wait and use it and flee, and you can flee all the way to the boss encounter during this, but they might need the AP, they might need the XP. Like on normal, it's required pretty much to take this.
Shot here is usually what happens. Personally, like, I just end the fight immediately and skip it because I learned focus shot in the plans because I do not like having to worry about learning skills. Fortunately, like focus thrust, focus shot, dive kick, and there's one other we learn. I can't think of it off the top of my head. There's like 4 skills we learn throughout the course of the game. Bonus round. Bonus round, so easy to learn, I forgot.
So we have bonus round right here. Bonus round is a little bit special. A lot of people would compare it to haste. It's not. It has its own kind of stats going on, its own stagger. It's really good for stagger. It's like an extra attack that's going on whenever you would shoot within like the 5th hit of Barrett's regular attack, the 15th, or the 10th, 15th, and then like the final hit. Or like if you do overcharge, it does a tick for each attack of that. And like the amigo shot, I forget what it's called in English. In Japanese, it's called amigo shot. I think friendly fire, it would do it too, is what it's called. But essentially, it's a magic-based attack as well. So it can be useful. I mean, it's doing magic-based attack. It's a little bit more damage, but essentially, it's just more damage and more stagger damage.
It's
good
also
HP.
ATB. Yeah, I was gonna say it's also ATB gain too, because the
Yeah.
big difference is like that extra bullet is also pinging ATB. So there's a lot of hard strats where like we want to apply.
Split.
Yeah. We want to apply a bonus round for the not only the extra damage but the extra ATB building.
Just real quick, we see Yuffie being here on BigSid's screen. This doesn't matter, but technically this is actually when she joins your party, even though she hasn't yet. The game recognizes it as, and it starts tracking EXP for her at this point. So if you were doing stuff for your spreadsheet and you need to know what she gets, this is when it starts tracking.
Focus.
And then, but yeah. And then we have Mythril Golem on matrimony side.
Only if you
Pushing into phase 2.
know you can do that.
That's a
Again,
really
bonus
aggressive
round.
Phase 1.
No one.
Interesting.
You have my word.
Yeah,
Bonus
bonus
round
round.
is incredibly good. In phase 2, the boss has this like spear thing, the sword arm thing, the spines on the back, and the head. The arm is to try to block you from hitting the head, but you can just power through it and get it, and then you get the spine down, and then
we get
that's
knocked
good
over?
enough for them to stagger it.
Ooh,
He's
nice.
good.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen that interaction before. So
And then we see that they pop Vengeance, which when red split.
that time I was paying
what-
attention.
When red gets hit and is blocking, he'll gain some Vengeance for his special ability. Everybody has their own special triangle abilities, right? For Tifa, it's her up downs. She does her whirl to go up into the air. For Barrett, it's overcharge. For him, it's Vengeance. That's also a bad load. So, actually, it was okay. Red's attacks will change. He attacks faster. He can change his triangle into the Siphon Fang, and it's different depending if you use it neutral or if you dodge first and use it. And it has a very specific use case on normal if you get into trouble, unlike Gina talk later. And his moves will change to where like his busted Sidewinder, which is like his starting ability, which is extremely strong, hits multiple times for 1 ATB. And it'll get like an extra hit at the end, and you can dodge cancel out of it. His other abilities will change slightly, which we're not going to see because we don't care. And he can gain a lot of hits and a lot of ATB by holding square and then releasing and then tapping it. And so you skip the kind of beginning animations of his first like attack sequence and to do a little bit more damage there and gain ATB faster.
Yeah. The Vengeance is part of his kit. The only problem is that setting it up so that you can get hit can be a little bit weird. Luckily in easy, you can more or less just switch over to Barrett there, and that actually, like, using Barrett's animations to not get knocked over by the attacks benefits us, because then it puts Red in a position where he'll most likely get hit, and the AI is very good at blocking.
BigSid here and under Junon has picked up the weapon. This is the Rune Blade. This is a magic-based weapon and going to be utilizing magic for a lot of the run. You know, we got enemies here, the sweepers, and they're weak to lightning. And then we got these officers here that you just group up and take them out. The Sonic Boom to get the Bravery and Faith, and then Berserk on top of that, and the Lightning. The Lightning does 2 times damage because the enemy is weak to it, but he has Berserk, so these actually multiply into each other as well.
Get a nice damage buff to the point where it's like just base spells are hitting hard enough.
And
the big...
Berserk... Go ahead.
Oh no, that's an interesting way to do that. Go all the way to the door. Yeah, I guess that makes sense if you're willing to. The big thing with Rune Blade is every weapon has skills that you can attach to it, which is kind of the opposite of Remake, where it's more like you could pay into the skill if you wanted to go into the Crystarium, I guess. That's like the simplest way for me to analogous it. That's not exactly what it's called, but...
Oh, right. Yeah. The Galaxy mode.
Yeah. So, like, with Remake, learning skills and powering up your weapons was a lot more convoluted. So, for the most part, I know new games would just turn on and off the, like, auto level at certain points to force certain buffs so we didn't have to bother with it. In Rebirth, we just automatically get skills, and every time we're in the Materia menu, we can additionally set skills to it. The weird thing here is we, like, add attack plus 20 instead of magic plus 20, because we still need to do some physical damage here. And a big part is holding square gives us the spin move. which in Remake would push enemies away. It actually pulls enemies in and makes combat so much easier in Rebirth. We're going to start in on Roche here. Go ahead.
Roche is essentially he's weak to fire and he's on a bike, so you just need to get ATB and use fire on him in order to push him into phase 2 and get some stagger. If you were to stagger him in phase 1 on accident, it's not a big deal. It loses like 5 seconds overall, though. At least on normal it would. But the reason is because we can keep that stagger bar going into phase 2 and stagger him pretty quick here. And then you don't have to deal with this crap in this phase. It was a lot like that in Remake. You would build up the stagger gauge so you don't have to deal with the later crap. And here, that was very quick, you see, just by taking the extra time in phase 1 to not have to deal with phase 2.
Yeah. We do the same thing in hard mode, but I hadn't fully learned the new route for that. Or, well, the intended route. A lot of the things is stagger management super important, and most of the time the enemy's HP bar will lock, especially in the early phases, and you just can't do any more damage. So staggering early just kind of puts you in a position where, yeah, you can build a bunch of ATB, but you're also really not doing anything other than staring at the enemy and going, oh, that was neat.
Yeah, so we do have HP gates at certain points on certain phases, and so you can't just destroy the enemy in phase 1, the boss. You do have to go through it, for better or worse. And then,
You think things are safer in town now?
I was going to talk about some of the differences in easy here. So on easy compared to normal, an important thing here, it's not relevant right now, but you take 40% damage compared to normal. So if you were to reverse this formula, that would mean on normal you take 2.5 times damage. So it's a huge
difference, yeah. Compared to normal, like, a lot of these things would just flat out be killing us. Like, jumping into the hurricane, I guess maybe you'd be able to take
we do that once. You can do it once, depending on your health. It'll do 880 damage, and if you're berserked, it does 1144, so you have to be careful if you're berserked. Folio. We have a Folio on BigSid screen, and you see why it's so slow. But there is a very important ability that's going to be picked up on the right side here. They don't really care about the ranged blade or the HP, but we're coming up to it. And they're not going to use Relentless Rush either, but they are going to use Melee Blade. This is insane. This ability should not be in the game, period. But it is.
Yeah, the way that it's implemented is, nope, this should not be here. We use this in easy, and we use it in hard too.
And normal, it's used in everything.
Yeah, in easy, you can just kind of throw it out, and pretty much nothing can interrupt it. In hard, we have to be a bit more shrewd, but it is still so strong, even in hard mode, that sometimes we just don't even use the ATB, we just spam it.
Yeah, the only thing that will really stop you is if you get stunned, like the actual paralyze effect. On easy, these debuffs only last like 2 seconds or something, whereas like on normal they're like 10 seconds, whatever. It's like a percentage nerf. And then of course we do have a couple of other changes to just get over, where the enemies have 70% HP and their stagger bar is 60%. So even if you did want to go from like normal to easy, you wouldn't be able to change these. You wouldn't be able to 1-for-1 the strats, because this percentage is not the same between the two bars. So they do have to have completely different stuff from what you would see in normal.
So Melee Blade gives us access to 2 extremely powerful moves, and I'll leave the numbers to you, CTW, so I don't mess this up. But the physical variant is Power Cleave. We're going to be spamming that a lot mid-late game, and actually pivoting into a physical build. Early and mid-game, Magic is a lot better, so we use Spellblade. Spellblade is a little bit better in some sense because it actually has a range to it. So it's a lot easier to spam it and not miss. Some of the bosses still are just ridiculously agile, so Spellblade will still whiff sometimes. But between the two of them, it is going to be our bread and butter for the remainder of the game. And I mean that wholeheartedly. There's times where we just won't be using ATB and we'll just be slinging Power Cleaves instead of
Power Cleave
else.
is... I didn't have my headphones on, but yeah, like Spellblade is a linear attack, and then you have based off Cloud's magic only, and Power Cleave is, of course, physical, a small little AoE based on Cloud's physical. I do want to talk about these enemies real quick. These scrutinize, they try to dodge you, but as long as you do attacks that hit multiple times, you'll be able to deal with them quite easily. And we see Spellblade coming out right here. He's just gonna destroy this whole line of enemies. Unless that thing dodges, then you hit it with Thunder. They can actually dodge Thunder as well, but it's rare.
The other thing too is if you actually throw out that Spellblade too early, the Scrutiny will be invincible. So that's also another thing.
And we didn't see it this time, but there's a bug where you can actually get another Scrutiny that spawns there for some reason. We have no idea. Just an extra enemy decides to spawn, and you think you're done with the fight, and you're not.
So BigSid is just optimizing positioning here so that we're as close to the exits while we're killing everything. And now we're going to start spamming Power Cleave, which is the other reason we put the attack plus 20 on. Because this is physical based. What a shock. Power Cleave.
Oh, that was annoying.
Oh,
and
yes.
we see that he can't use Power Cleave if Tifa's knocked down, and Tifa was knocked down.
Yeah, so whoever his teammate is, we actually can't activate the move until the teammate throws the little purple orb. Once the purple orb hits our weapon, we can actually just fully release the ability. And like Biggs is doing here, just switching to Tifa to polish it off, because Power Cleave is just not strong enough to clean those guys up in one hit. But
Yep, we have these two necrotic entities. They do a bunch of different attacks. There's ways to pressure them, but they don't really care. And honestly, as long as you don't see fire, but again, we have 60 keep because this is a 40 keep ability, so they don't even have to care about the fire cast. On normal, you see this and you're like, that's not fair. It's okay if it's like one because you hit him with a 50 cut ability and then they'll be pressuring, and then you could just tap him with like Tifa. But like if they both do fire, it's completely unfair. This chapter is horrible. It doesn't matter the difficulty, honestly. This chapter sucks. You can lose a ton of time for no reason.
Yeah, if the enemies get hoppy, if these little hoppy ones howl, they'll stun you for a short period, which, like we said, it's 2 seconds, but the problem is that Power Cleave is a charge move, so it is really awful to have that canceled. Luckily in easy, you can just be extremely ignorant of what the enemy is doing, and as long as you hit them before they hit you, it's usually not a problem.
Yep.
We are going to pick
and
up the Kaiser. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the same thing. Kaiser Knuckles, very strong.
Yeah, that's basically going to be Tifa's ultimate weapon for the entire game. We can talk about it a bit later. Dragon Claws are, like, possible to get, but unfortunately, Star Shower is just kind of slow, and you have to micromanage it. And I'm not really sure what the offset is, but Dragon Claws have 0 materia slots for most of the game, so that also makes it a little bit annoying as well.
The offset here would be that Dragon Claws are stronger than Kaiser Knuckles because of its abilities. Kaiser Knuckles has awful extra abilities where if you try to get anything, it's basically like magic attack and all this stuff, but it's her physical weapon, so you don't care about that. And Dragon Claws is stronger until endgame when Kaiser Knuckles does outscale it right at the end of the run. But to get Dragon Claws, you've got to, we'll get into it when we get there, but there can be problems if you attempt to get it. On easy, it wouldn't be fast. On normal, it's technically a faster route, but it's a really hard route.
Every time I get to that mini game, I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it today. So Jenova, this is a very hard fight. I'd say it's like the next difficult one. Throwing out a couple of power cleaves here, we can get some free damage in. And we actually hold off on Berserking and Sonic Booming until here so that we have exactly the right damage to min-max this phase.
There is a check there.
Yeah.
Yep.
We switched to Tifa there. You know what? You go. All right. So we switched to Tifa there because if a Power Cleave, Spell Cleave, any sort of team-up charge attack is being charged, and we switch to a different character, the game will never stagger an enemy. So you may see us spamming Power Cleave, swapping Power Cleave, swap, Power Cleave, swap later in the game, but you'll see it a lot on boss fights. We'll charge up a team up and then switch over. Pretty decent Jenova here. We're missed out on a little bit of damage there, but trying to optimize on that stagger can be very rough, honestly. That's the majority of the damage. Ideally, we get through all of Jenova.
Final phase here, there's a bunch of tentacles like in Remake, but you can just ignore them. They're pointless here. I guess they realized, the tentacles was pretty annoying. That's Jenova.
So the cursed part about this is sometimes the game bugs out when the tentacles spawn, and just take your targeting away from Jenova and target the tentacles. There's so many weird little things that like a casual player never experiences. And then
If
when
you want to fix it, there's a simple fix where you open the tack menu just by pressing X, and then you switch the target real quick what you're looking at, and then you close the tack menu. I do that if something gets out of control.
In easy, normally what I do is I just charge the power cleave and target the tentacle behind Jenova and just go, yep, this will work. Luckily, like it's one of those like ignorant privileges because we only need like 1, maybe 2 more power cleaves. But I'd see in normal, you definitely would want to fix that because the amount of damage and damage you can take is massively different.
Yeah, I want to talk about that tech with the switching. I remember that was an A&B stream when he was doing it, and we noticed it, and then we were like, wait a second, is Melee Blade even more busted? And it turns out yes, because you could just charge it, release it, and switch character, and then you don't stagger, but you need to make sure that the AI is not attacking the character you switch to when you do, because you might steal the stagger in accident, and that can cause problems.
Yeah, it can accidentally hand the limit to the wrong person, plus it also staggers in an inconvenient position. So that's part of the reason why BigSid just slid away with Tifa immediately. You switch the character and then just start mashing dodge roll to cancel whatever. The only time I've ever gotten boned in that fight is Barrett just decided to steal the stagger, and I'm like, what? Huh?
Yep. We have Costa del Sol here. Costa del Sol. You saw a little bit of scooter movement. We're going to see more of that later. There is slight tech involved with that, where if you do continue to hold up and you're holding sprint, the sprint that makes you go, but if you're holding up, you'll go faster too. However, it is very finicky and touchy, and it'll try to turn. So it does take some practice and skill to use the segues properly.
Segues, yeah. The segues are... either you find them funny and put the time in to make them work right, or you're just like, I just want to get out of this segment as quickly as possible. Please help.
Yep, there's like slight tech where BigSid dropped it off in a certain spot and then went into the cutscene because you have to follow Johnny and you would slow walk, but you can actually just ride the Segway, and when you do this, Johnny will just sprint to where you are exceptionally fast and catch up. The NPCs have a rubber band effect, so you don't have this issue where you get too far and you have to stop and look behind you or whatever. They'll just catch up to you.
We did the same thing too once we got through the boxes. Climbing up the cliffs there actually is a lot quicker because the animation is faster than the slow walk. That's kind of why Johnny also rubber banded around the stairs as well. There's a lot of little optimizations like that, like I mentioned earlier.
I was too sick. I didn't talk to the runners, but I wonder if any of them are going to do Run Wild. We have to do some mini games here.
I doubt it.
You have to do one of 2 different mini games here. You do either Queen's Blood card, which is card puzzles, so they're always the same every time, or you do the pop-up pirate game. The pirate game would give you like the time materia, but too bad it's really slow. So we do the cards.
Haste Delph, like the ATB investment is kind of middling. If there is one way to get haste easily, and it's kind of convoluted, but there's an item called item economizer, I think, or something, or a materia item economizer or something like that. And it actually lets you use an item for free every combat, but the problem is that you need to do like 30 points worth of side quests in Junon.
There's
But
also
go ahead.
here in Junon, you can buy Solaris as well from the shopkeeper that sells ethers. In Junon, you can buy ethers. It's and in here in Costa del Sol, it's the only place you can buy them for 500 a pop. Casually, that's important to know. But you can buy Solaris there, which gives you haste effect. It's like good. It is used on Dying and normal, and it's a good backup if some things get like dicey. It's just usually with your ATB, you want to be doing something for like damage or stagger, and like getting the extra ATB usually doesn't help. It's just
That's for sure.
Yeah,
and
you're
it's not
trading,
even needed.
in easy, trading 1 ATB that can be an offensive action is just not ideal. Because the thing is, like I said, we spam a lot of Power Cleave and Spellblade, and those build ATB. So having the haste to build ATB that's already maxed out because you're spamming Power Cleave is kind of like a moot point. Very circular. The big thing that you would want would either be slow on the bosses or stop, and unfortunately stop is the tier 3 spell. So it's just not realistic to make use of it.
Yeah, you can't even level boost or anything. Level boost is a materia that Kate is going to come with one. There's one in Junon as well, which I didn't know about casually. Someone told me when I was routing, and we do get that in normal. It's like a minute out of the way, but it does boost, well, the level of a materia that you link it to higher. But sadly, again, with haste, it would just get you slow, and that's not good enough. Stop, you can use it on bosses that aren't immune or something, and you can use it when they're staggered, for example, to extend a stagger.
Yeah, and there's also one easily obtainable AP up in the Mythril mines that you could theoretically grab. The problem is like having to juggle the AP up between materia to get that extra AP on something is just, it would cascade time loss.
And you need links.
Yeah. So there's a lot of mitigating factors. It would be cool if, but the only thing I've ever considered AP up for is actually to boost fire, to get to fire
we do get it on normal. We do get it on normal. It is needed. But
I would figure fire on Dyne would make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, Firaga, actually.
Ooh, that's all right. I've been over here thinking, man, I just want to get fire on Dyne.
Remember, it's really dangerous. We're under leveled and he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, because in easy we can just face tank most of what Dyne does and just get a limit out of it. But I'd imagine in normal your HP just depletes faster than you can even think about it.
So BigSid is not being a big boy. He's going to do the pictures mini game here instead of run wild. Little Sid, I'm going to refer to him from now on for the rest of this run. So there are these. You have a choice between two different mini games for both the girls, and you get a thing for a swimsuit. But here you get to take some pictures. There's what is it? 1, 2, 3. There's 4 of them, I believe.
Yeah, 4. It's 2, and then we turn in the first Segway.
Yep, and then they're going to do the Segway little mini game where the Segways are going to be scattered in different locations. Before you start it and after, they'll be in different locations, but it'll always be set once you begin this game. And so we're going to combine these two. The piano mini game is the other one you could do instead of Segways, but that loses a lot of time, and the best you're going to get is an elixir, and that's not needed. Yeah. And then instead of pictures, you do Run Wild, which is the Rocket League little mini game, which if you are exceptionally good and you can maintain an average of over 120 remaining on the time, which I can do, you won't lose any time. And if you get a 130 you're remaining on the clock, then you are saving time. But so far I'm the only one who's capable of doing this in runs, and but that's because I always do that mini game instead. I just like it. It's swag, and I'm the only one who does it.
So those in chat may remember that you actually get a caller out of placing first in the Run Wild, but the trick is actually you forced to take second in Run Wild. So you knock 2 out, and then you score on yourself.
Yep. So the opening is at the beginning. You take the ball and you kick it back towards yourself because black is annoying and they're coming for the ball. So you score the first goal on yourself, and then you start reacting. You take out black first, and then you take out blue. Yellow is kind of annoying. You can make it work, but sometimes that chocobo is just annoying, just staying in the goal camping, and then you take yourself out last. There's a lot of cool tech to it, the jumping power shot, and you can do it before the ball even lands, all kinds of stuff, but it takes a crap ton of practice to be that good. At it. And you get 2 ethers. And
2 ethers would be nice. I guess in normal the ethers would be very nice. In easy, luckily we
money to buy it.
Yeah.
Right here, real quick. Platinum earrings.
Platinum earring. I guess we kind of glossed over the items. We grabbed some power wrists earlier for a 5% physical buff. Aerith fortunately comes with an earring, so we've been juggling that around as needed, and we get a platinum earring here, which gives us a nice 10% instead. There is a plat earring here. A lot of us didn't even know about it casually, so there is no shame. Most of us were like, there's a platinum earring in Costa del Sol? Huh?
Well, it's funny that A and B is saying this because he was routing this, and he was on Valka. I'm like, why don't you have the plat earrings? And he didn't know that they were there.
Yep.
But yeah, it's the only place you can get them this early, and you can only get one, and it's a huge damage boost.
Yeah, especially in easy, like that extra 10%, and then obviously we're still stacking Berserk and Faith or Bravery from Sonic Boom. Usually it would be Faith that matters in this. So like Cloud's damage gets ridiculously high in the mid game, even though we're like mildly under leveled by like 3 to 5 levels for the majority of the game.
Oh, I should have mentioned the BigSid sticking to Aerith here. I always switch to Tifa. Technically, it's faster to just not bother, but it's like very minimal. Like Tifa lands quicker. She has less recovery frames when she jumps down from something, but like it's just pick your poison. I like using Tifa in this segment.
It depends on how I feel. Whenever I'm doing runs, I just kind of vibe the whole run of.
Yeah, it's like so minor that like if you care about that, man, we're gonna have to have a talk.
Yeah. There's other time loss that I have to be concerned with rather than that.
Yeah, but again, we do have to do this, whereas on New Game Plus, you don't have to do any of this, right? You could just pick up your swimsuits and go.
Yeah, so the big difference here, this is actually where we save a significant margin of time in New Game Plus. You can equip the swimsuits beforehand. The only downside is the swimsuits display the entire run. So if you want to burn 40 seconds, you can change them here or change into them here. It's more or less like the rough timing I came up with, but you can just come in here with the swimsuits. You just run down to the beach with Cloud, run down to the beach with the girls, done. No minigames, no nothing.
Yep. The swimsuit
nice.
you choose here is kind of irrelevant, but if you need relationship points to match, then you'll get more if Cloud's set matches either Aerith's or Tifa's. So 1 and 1 or 2 and 2 will match together.
Yeah, so it's like, I would say the conservative, quote-unquote, ones, like these two, and then Cloud's one with a shirt match, and then the more like actual swimwear ones match as well. Like I said, I usually make sure to match here just for an extra point to make sure Tifa is the top in relations. It's a very short thing where you just have to push down on Cloud to get the other one, but
Woady is fighting the Death Wheel. This thing is annoying to start with because you can't just pop it with like thunder or anything. You got to use like fire to hit it, and you got to just get ATB. You've got to hunt it down in the air essentially by holding square.
This is one of those fights where like I love the fact that New Game Plus just has first strike because we're just hold still.
Yeah, so your ATB roll for a natural roll would be between 0 and half a bar. And then we have on BigSid screen, I just want to point out there is an important thing you must do here. And I'm the only one who does like the goofy movement all the way, but if you go from point A to point B and you skip the cutscene, you will soft lock every single time. You have to wait a couple seconds. Yep, it's easily reproducible. You just go from A to B and you will get the soft lock, and you'll know you get it if you can open the pause menu when the screen is black, and you'll have to like load a checkpoint. No idea how this is missed in testing. This is extremely easy to find, but whatever.
I had a save here to practice this boss that would soft lock every time too. I was like, what?
You gotta really save before you go onto the beach, but you can do jank movement here with looking at the water and then turning back, and you'll actually get like run speed movement. It saves 8 seconds of movement and 2 seconds on the wait, because you don't have to wait for the cutscene there. It does. Someone, I think BigSid had questioned it, and I recorded it and timed it, and yeah, it's like a total of 8 to 10 seconds here that you can save. And then we have
this fight right here. Yay!
Yay.
Ideally, these guys group up. What BigSid is getting is the yay, it's a party.
Awful.
moment.
Yeah. Again, Spellblade is linear, so you want the enemies to line up, and you choose either the left side or your physical team on the right side with Tifa, which will give you power cleave. But Spellblade is better here because the enemies are weaker to the magic, and it's linear.
The extra range is, even in hard mode, we take the magic route. I mean, it's hard mode is basically hard coded to like.
The only problem,
good, but...
the only downside is you have 5 seconds of extra dialogue on this fight. This is a scripted fight. The first point, you do need to kind of do as much damage as you can real quick so that you can get the first trigger to start activating, where they'll take away a character. And then from then on, it's just scripted, waiting it out. And then, if you want to build a stagger gauge, depending on your strategy, if you want ATB, etc. And then the second character will be taken away. But again, the only downside to using magic for the encounter beforehand is you have 5 seconds of extra dialogue here, and it's not language dependent at all. I tested a couple of different. Well, I tested 2 languages, and it was the same. But if you really wanted to get through it, once you hit that first trigger, you can actually just wait, and then the boss will have a lot of HP later, and you don't want that.
Yeah, a lot of segments in this game are like straight up, it's a timer, or it's dialogue, or there's a flag. Unfortunately, as far as I know, there's... Go ahead.
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I was just looking at the splits to make sure we didn't pass Jenova.
No, we're on Gigatries, and Jenova's the next one.
Yep.
But somebody's keeping an eye on it, because I'm not. I mean, wait, what? But yeah.
It's just a multi-phase fight. You have the first part, and then you have the second part, which you can just blow through the boss. And then you can blow through this as well. Like, it's not a big deal. This is a super easy fight with Grasslands, regardless of difficulty. I don't know what he does on hard.
For hard, we just...
mechanic.
I don't know. I think we just tire him down with Thundigas to the point where we're just kind of like, yay.
What does he do for... What's the extra mechanics on it for hard? Because hard has extra mechanics for bosses. Do you know?
He's more or less a cutscene, just like he is in the other. So
okay.
Like, all I know is like even in hard mode, you can get through him so quick that like you're just waiting the timer out.
Yeah. So we have Yuffie here. We have different branches here, depending on how you want to handle it. Saying all rights is the fastest. You just basically blah blah, beat it, and then join us, and then
bottom rights. It's
a lot faster. All lefts would get you more less affection. All rights would get you I think it's 11 points of affection with her, depending on the order that you want. For me, I actually need red to beat Yuffie, and so I have to take all lefts, which does lose like 2 or 3 seconds. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, because she like runs away and then comes around the corner. It's like, are you sure you're me? So you get like an extra cutscene.
Yeah, so the only difference is you're getting different affection points depending on what you tell her. Yeah. There's a bunch of different branching paths there and permutations. And then we have our next chocobo. This is a different chocobo from Pico. This is the tropical one. You're just going to go from point A to B. That's it. Uneasy. On normal, we would take 2 hunts here, and that would get us enough points to get ATB boost, which we pick up later and not go all the way, but it does lose like a minute overall throughout when we consider everything throughout the entirety of the run. So it's like the next thing to drop if I were to go back to it. And we have a little bit of tech here. They're going to fast travel back to this zone right away because you were supposed to wait out the characters climbing Mount Corel here, but they'll start like halfway up the mountain if you just fast travel back here. That's a good time save.
Yeah, it's very slow walk. Basically, if we can do something to eliminate slow walking, we almost assuredly will. It's just so abysmally slow.
To avoid this, to avoid the walking here, you just go on the side here, and BigSid is going to climb up and around here, and then he's going to wait until Barrett is done saying, "Not you too, Tifa." He can actually wait a bit closer. There's a green spot on the ground that I use as a visual indicator.
I go all the way into the warning.
I go pretty far, but you have to be careful because sometimes I go too early, and then it will force you back, and it sucks. It's a horrible time loss.
You get a massively slow walk back. The game, I swear it like moves at the negative speed value almost. Like, what the heck? I didn't even know you could move this slow.
But this is Mount Corel. BigSid is just going to... I said I was going to say Little Sid. Well, whatever. He's just going to get into encounters and flee and climb up this mountain. That's it. They're not going to bother fighting. There's one encounter they will take because there's a climbing portion, and you can do some jank movement to actually get around them and make it work, but it takes 8 seconds to do all that, and like fighting the enemies and just climbing up it is, or just taking it is like 8 seconds to do the spell later or something like that. It's the same amount of time, so it's not worth doing, essentially.
One of the other little like things here too, you'll notice sometimes we're moving with Cloud, sometimes we're moving with Red. Red is objectively faster, but the problem is some of the areas like you would despawn or spawn into after combat are so narrow that sometimes Cloud won't spawn anywhere near red. He'll spawn way further back. So we just do the
Sid,
movement
how
with
could you mess
Cloud.
that up? They tried to teleport red and move it so that Cloud would skip the ending animation lag of Spellblade, but he wasn't far enough, and so he got it anyways, and he lost the time from swapping. Good job.
Yeah, the only like difficulty with that one is trying to spawn Cloud in close enough to the wall so that you're not running back. Honestly, it ends up being a little bit goofier because that Spellblade, like trying to do all that in the micro of a few, just a few seconds. Casually, it looks really easy, and then you start doing it, and you're like, oh, this is actually a little bit harder than you think it would be. But yeah, right here we use Cloud, because if we came up here with red, we could theoretically get further, but because of the bridge, Cloud would end up spawning way back.
Yeah, he can spawn down, and you just wasted your movement. There's all kinds of... These are, like, specific areas where it can happen, so you just need to know, essentially.
Minor optimizations.
The other two teams here with Choco and Mog, we see we got some Kaiser Knuckles. We've got this horrible chapter going. They're doing their best to handle these enemies. With Melee Blade, we've got...
Jenova.
Yep.
We're gonna use that same thing that we did earlier. Do a couple of power cleaves, sneak in a Berserk and a Sonic Boom. That'll give us that nice damage buff. There's Woady just does Sonic Boom, that's right, I forgot about that. Then we charge that last one, jump over to somebody else so it doesn't stagger the boss, and then we can save that for phase 2. Actually, there is an interesting thing here. We can double speed the cutscenes because of a more recent update. That's actually a stealth little tech that's a bit harder for some people. One of the things I do is I actually hold up the shortcut menu, and then when the shortcut menu disappears, I know I can fast forward right then. It's a nice little cheat to give yourself a visual cue that's pretty consistent.
BigSid is on Valkyrie. This boss starts with shooting you always, so you can get a crap ton of ATB, Sonic Boom, queue up a Spellblade. It's going to do either 2 Flame Jets and Fire Wheel, or 3 of them and then Fire Wheel. Pretty simple, just blast them through.
This is... Yeah, so Fire Wheel in some of the older strats was catastrophic failure. This is a newer version of this where we actually switch to Aerith to use her as bait and then throw down an Arcane Ward so Cloud has both Berserk and Faith. Because without using Aerith at bait, we can't get close enough.
And then we have Big Laser here, which normally would be a problem, but again, we have 6 to keep. And you can see that Cloud is in the red. If you are normal, you'd be dead every single time, of course.
You'd be dead from the first one.
Yep. You could take it if you didn't take any damage, but yeah. That's Valkyrie down.
You'd either be dead or on the other side of the arena. But yeah, luckily we can face tank the lasers.
I had a fancy strat early on, which thank God I was able to drop. But that laser can actually hit a box that has an MP shard, and it actually retroactively will give you it.
Oh, no.
And it gave me more MP, and thank God I got rid of that because that was really hard to do. And I would not want to lose a run to that.
That is the cheekiest thing. Yeah, because the other thing, too, is like sometimes those boxes just spawn in a weird way, and they just will move somewhere else. Or break in a cutscene.
So the boss would just shoot it for me, and because you couldn't get to it, it's outside the arena.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't have to deal with that.
That's tricky.
Split for Woody. Sorry, the passage over there.
Yeah, I got pulled into.
Sorry, I was talking about Valk, and then we have it coming up here on right there for matrimony.
That one's actually correct.
Sorry,
yeah, that's okay. That's gonna happen. Yeah, so that is Valk. Valk can be annoying, but basically he's weak to lightning and wind. You can use either one. You have Ward, the Arcane Ward, which will give you a double spell for less damage and less MP. So you do have to use a bit of MP on it. It does not have the bug that Remake had. Remake has a bug where if your repeated spell would put you at 0 MP, it does not go off. There must be like a decimal in there or something. But on this game, it does not have that bug. It just has other bugs.
Yeah, they both are like buggy in their own way. And fortunately, like 99.99% of this is just like, well, that's what you get for speedrunning the game.
So with Remake, we have just any percent here. because we don't have anything super busted. Remake does have really busted stuff, but around that time when there was a couple skips from, with one of them found chapter 13, we didn't care because nothing of value was lost. But when chapter 8 was skipped, we realized that there was a problem and we had to separate. And we were trying to talk about a glitchless category, but then we realized nobody had succeeded at doing a glitchless run of Remake, and we considered it impossible. We would always have stupid little glitches that were either very detrimental or whatever, and so we had to name it No Major Glitches because these glitches would happen, and you could do nothing about it to prevent them, and so glitchless would not be possible. And so we had to, it was actually serious enough to where we had to name it No Major Glitches. It was funny, but that sucks.
Speaking of glitches, the big killer is well, we were talking about it earlier where we just like swap off during the power cleave charges so that we don't stagger. There is a corner case where if you time the charge for that move, it'll force swap you to a party member. And it can be very frustrating because there's kind of a tell where the game will like do some weird stuff with the camera and you're like, oh. And the next time you go to charge a team-up attack, it just switches you to their partner. It's so weird. I don't understand how it works.
Information on this. This is the switch glitch. BigSid, hold on. We just got like a section with Yuffie as the leader here. It's gonna just have to break some things, and he's gonna have to do a bunch of grappling here. Like, not a big deal. He's gonna pick up a weapon here that's gonna give Windstorm. Very busted ability. It's an AoE. Wind ability based off Yuffie's physical damage or magic damage, depending on which one you do it. Yuffie can throw her shuriken and her moves will change for some of them. Like the Windstorm, when it's thrown, will give back some AP, but it's weaker and it doesn't give a pip for synergy abilities. And when it's in her hand, it'll be different and stronger and it'll be centralized around her. But that's what's in this chest here. It's a very, very good weapon, and it's strong physically. And if we can choose to have a very strong weapon, we're going to, because the weapons that you pick up come at certain weapon levels. They do level up over time based on your SP, which would be like
skill points, weapon points, whatever you want to call them, but it's based off like how many
your
levels. I want to say progression sometimes gives it to you, and then it's the books as well. But just
what the party EXP is from the progression from boss fights, which is the Folio stuff. These weapons that we get, you are kind of expected to be at a certain level, and so they end up being stronger base value wise. Let's say there's like certain materia and stats on them. Well, in the book it actually shows like level 1 through like 5 is actually all the same, and then it starts scaling from there. Oh, I didn't get the quick jump.
Yeah,
that's okay. So the weapons we pick up are just stronger than trying to level up the weapons we have.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where just like it gives us a huge power buff. That Cloud basically is going to have to pick up weapons every few chapters because it's just that impactful damage-wise. Luckily, most of the characters are so... Like, Barrett is not really impactful in combat. Aerith really doesn't have much better options because hers are mainly focused on like bonusing elemental damage rather than just raw stats. So everybody kind of just ends up having an ultimate weapon outside of like Cloud.
And then Tifa has the Kaiser early.
Yeah. Which luckily scales well with levels just flat out versus all of our other options.
I forgot what I was going to say earlier. Oh well. Before I talk about the Yuffie segment. Oh, the switch glitch. So the switch glitch. The switch glitch is from... I don't know if it's... Hold on. How do you switch characters? Do you use like up and down or left and right?
I use both. So it's like up, down, left, and right will both swap characters.
Okay, I only use left and right. I didn't know if maybe it's like from using left and right or what. But there is a buffer system where if you, I think it's like if you release and you press a button 1 frame afterwards, then it might cause it. There's an audio cue where you hear the switch, but it doesn't switch. Yeah. And so what happens is that, like Sid said here, the next time you would use the synergy ability, it'll switch to the character. So it puts that character out of position, it puts them in the air, and you don't get the move off. It's really bad. It's a horrible thing that can happen. It doesn't seem to persist between certain loading areas. It can persist between battles, it seems, but it seems to wear off eventually, this glitch. I don't know. I mean, we really don't know.
It's so specific. When I first mentioned it in the Discord, most people thought I was lying or like making something
I had it
up.
happen on Red Dragon all the time.
Yeah. It's just so and you can tell, like you said, there's an audio, and then there's also like a bit of a visual lag too, where you're just like, oh no, and you're like in denial. You're like, please, not like this.
Yeah. So we do have a little bit of downtime. I do want to read some numbers here. So what I said was the synergy abilities, which are really strong, which is like 1100 power. In reference to that, we have Melee Blade, which is physical with the AoE, which is 800 power, and like the little sword hitting is 440, so that's 840 power. That's almost as strong as a 2-character attack. And then we have Spell Blade, which is a 600 plus 100 plus 40, so that's 740. Sorry,
Good
660.
grief.
660, 140. So we have 800 power, so we have 800 and 840. So technically, you know, melee, our power cleave is stronger. But again, these abilities are almost matching, you know, just a few hundred points off. And like a limit, for example, like a level 1 limit is cross slash is 1700 power. Like those are really strong. About as twice as. Yeah, I mean, even if you were to compare it, we're looking at like a melee blade attack is about half as strong as a limit. That's crazy.
Yeah, especially with the context of like how much damage you have to take to fill a limit, or like I think it's stagger 3 enemies. So limits aren't hard to get if you know how to set it up in fights, but they're not easy to get either. So it's and then with this is all you just pick skill and then hold button. GG.
And usually leveling up a limit, if it doesn't give like extra hits, it's not as useful because. Of course, the damage cap is 9999 without, what is it, Genji gloves or something, whatever, it does break damage limit. Is that Genji?
Yeah, Genji.
Yeah. So, extra hits does help if you were to be hitting the cap. But yeah, we have a bomb. This bomb is not a problem on easy. Essentially, you wait for it to do either a flame breath or its fireball, and then you use Art of War on it, which is Yuffie's physical ability, and that will pressure it. And then if you were to keep attacking and you don't, or even just dodging, as long as you don't stop doing inputs, Yuffie will glow purple, and she'll do 70% extra damage on her abilities, and you get Supreme Art of War, which is an upgraded Art of War, a little bit stronger, a bit more keep, but again, they don't need that on easy. And you just get more damage by keeping up, by being aggressive with Yuffie. Yuffie is a very aggressive character. You just want to keep attacking. And we have a big bird. This is Gigatris. This thing has a wind shield on it. Well, it will in the next phase. But it's weak to fire, and we need to knock it out of the air. Hitting with Yuffie a bit will help. Same thing with Barret here. Get it out of the air.
With Yuffie and Tifa here is we're actually building a little bit of ATB because we can use a fire to blow up the hurricane in the next phase. And just knock it out of the air immediately. And luckily with the Omni Strikes here, we can just shred the HP and not have to worry.
Omni Strike extremely strong again. But we see this Twister. This Twister, the boss will try to hit with wind and hurt you all. But you have a moment beforehand to hit it with either something traveling through it. So fire or ice. Either one works. Lightning won't work. And you knock it out of the air. You get rid of its wind shield. It's still immune to wind attacks. But... just get out of the air and then stagger it. They don't even need to bother with anything on easy. Just blow it up, and this will be Gigatris for
dive kick dead.
Tonberry split.
Little bit early, but
that's fine.
I had faith that dive kick would kill. Apparently, it was misplaced.
Dive kick is a little bit stronger than Omni Strike, but you don't get the percentage gain, and you don't get the ATB refund.
ATB back, yeah.
So you kind of just need to know.
The thing with like what we're talking about with Omni Strike, to paint a picture of like how much ATB it refunds, if you have like your ATB filled to like 1 1/3, you can spam like 4 Omni Strikes or 5 Omni Strikes before you run out of ATB, and that's assuming you have one pre-stocked.
Yep,
if you
so
don't, it's wild.
It's 70%. On the Folio, there is a 5% refund, and then there is the Roche keychain that he gives you, which is 10%. So you can get max of 85% refund if you were to use all that stuff, but then you don't have like a power wrist on. For me, on normal, I use the speed keychain on Tifa for like until Super Nats.
I'd imagine the 5% goes a little bit less far in normal.
Yeah, I don't do that because that folio takes 20 seconds for Tifa. I dropped it. It makes things harder, but it's not worth it. It doesn't give you 20 seconds.
I'm so shocked that you make your run harder. That's not a Closetowar special at all. No, I'm doing this the hard way. It's a speed run.
Yeah. I kind of forgot about this run. I'll admit it because I played Expedition 33 and I just forgot about this game. I was gonna go fix my run because I died on Sephiroth. And I lost 3 minutes right at the end of the run. It was less than 30 seconds left in the run, and I lost. Yeah, that sucks. It happens.
I mean, yeah, you miss a counterfire or something like that, Sephiroth can just easily break you. Even in hard mode, he can break you pretty easy.
I just let it spiral out of control. That's all it was. You've got to remain in control on these boss fights. You have to, absolutely.
Yeah. If nothing else, like learning this, focusing in on the boss fights is paramount.
It's pretty much a boss-rise game compared to Remake. You don't have as many forced enemy encounters.
Yeah. The ability to like flee and having a lot less areas that are just straight up gated by switches towards ladders changes the way that the run is done in general, which can make it
annoying.
It takes a
hand game thing with the boxes.
Speaking of boxes, BigSid's down here on the minecart ride. I believe we have access to 9 big boxes. We're looking for a couple of 8. Yeah, there's a 9th one, but you have to switch the route. Yeah, you're right. So we're looking for either elixirs or X potions. Depending on
preferably.
Yeah. Personally, I'm big on the X potions because they're a little bit easier to menu, but you do get, I believe, 2 elixirs by this point. So if you're really like trying to get them out of your inventory, you can set those to one of Barrett's shortcuts.
So Roche drops an elixir and he gives you one. So yeah, you have the 2. X potions is a little quicker in the shortcut menu. For me, I put on red for the cave, but this would be a good point to go AFK, except these X potions save time, so we want them. Or you might get a bunch of turbo ethers and it sucks. I mean, they sell for 3k each, but we don't need the money. And we use like 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you're probably thinking, why don't you just mash triangle? You'll hit the wall. You actually have to wait a little bit after the triangle prompt pops up.
You have to wait for the circle to like close in on it. You can miss. And
that should be good enough.
That gives like 5 points towards the overall score for each of those, and each little box gives 1. And I forget the amount you need, but there's a certain amount where you'll get great or good, and you get 3 points of affection, if I recall, on UP. I'm gonna open my spreadsheet and check. The relationship stuff, again, throughout this whole thing matters. Yeah, you'll get 3 for Yuffie because we took this route, and if you do good, you get 4 for Barrett. If you do great, you get 6 points for Barrett. But they're not going to shoot any. All you have to do is just get the boxes and shoot 5 boxes, and that's all you need for a great. So they're not bothering to shoot any.
The other thing, too, is the little boxes straight up give you just crafting materials, and that's way too much of a pain to sell. You're better off selling like your HP up, or turbo ethers are another one that give you about 3k.
It's all useless. We don't care about that kind of stuff. The crafting, it's really slow. I mean, and all the good stuff is locked behind progression.
It's gated, so like you have to craft a bunch of garbage you literally don't want to get to the good stuff.
Your homecoming?
In terms of like casual playthrough, the crafting is pretty well implemented, but unfortunately, a lot of the like side content that they gave us are pretty much useless in terms of a speedrun, unfortunately.
Yeah, you end up because you can get like better armor and all this stuff. It is good casual, but again, we don't need it.
Yeah, fortunately, there's some vending machines that give you a discount as you go through the game, so we'll be able to get some discounted armor in Gingaga. I think we only buy 1 is what everybody here will do, but you can also pick up an extra 1 if you really, really want the materia slots. Because at the end of the day, the armor actually is pretty much moot and easy. You don't take enough damage for the armor to really be needed. It's just the extra materia slots we want, so we can get some lead slots and.
There's cool tech here. If you were to really be screwed over on like normal, you could hop on top of the dog's house here while Tifa is doing her movement and turn the camera so you can get the chest with the elixir. but that would be if you got like no X pods, no elixirs or anything, and because it loses 12 seconds though. So on normal, it would be the only time you'd consider it, only if you got absolutely screwed.
Yeah, because even in the worst case, like the spear wielders have like 3k HP, so a Giga Potion is more or less enough to kill anything.
I actually have their values. Let me find.
It's a little bit over 3, because I know a Giga Potion, just a raw Giga won't kill. You have to do a couple extra hits and easy.
So the archers. So the sorcerers have 2150. The archers have 3583, and the lancers are 4299. But again, that's on normal, and multiply that by 70% on easy. So yeah.
I was gonna say for a minute there, I was like, are they really that high? Yes. Ooh.
And now we have Gold Saucer. We see a little bit of rolling from BigSid because you would get some slow walking there, very minor time save, but it does save time. And we have a tutorial. This is forced here. You have to play the tutorial, and it doesn't matter afterwards if you win or lose. You just get a couple extra relationship points for red. Basically, you're going to do it, and then they're not going to bother to dodge. BigSid's just going to tank the hits after the tutorial. And then whoever wins, because you don't try to force a win, because sometimes Dio gets 2 to 3 turns in a row. I've seen 3. And so you don't bother.
I've seen 3 a few times.
Yeah, you just do it.
As long as if there's any situation where Dio in the second part punches you twice, he'll get to his limit before you do. So it's just whatever. 3 is nice because he gets to the limit much quicker. So this right here with the punch, land and punch, you can actually just block it, which I think is a little bit quicker than doing the dodge animation.
Very, very minor, but it's annoyingly hard for it to register and time that. It's weird. It's not even worth bothering.
Yeah, because his punch is so slow that if you've done any of the other mini games or even gotten slightly used to this, you have to sit there and just kind of wait to dodge the punches. You really have to very much delay the input to get it to go in right. It's so annoying.
And Dio takes the win. One of these has a quicker load afterwards. I can't remember which one it is. It's actually a couple seconds quicker. I don't remember.
I know.
I think it's if Dio wins. I don't know.
I was told that Dio's limit is longer, but nobody mentioned the loading.
No. The limit themselves are the same. It's the load that would be different. I timed it. I just don't remember which one's faster. Either way, it doesn't matter. You take what you get.
Yeah. I mean, blocking his... Especially if he does 3 punches, then you feel real bad for blocking. You're oh, I'm dumb.
So we see Woady got the little teleport to get out of the animation lag from Spellblade.
Yeah, that's a really cute minor optimization.
And these birds can be annoying. You hope when you go left that they don't go left. If they do, you're going to have to go right.
My PB, I had to reset on the birds because they split up. I was like, oh, great. I have no options.
If they split up, I go right. There's a rock you can hop on and just go around it. Guaranteed.
Oh,
but it's slower.
That's actually a cute little thing.
Yeah.
The world movement, if you jump over something or do those special interactions, it actually delays the start of combat. So there's a couple of places where you can sandbag and delay the start of combat, even though you can't actually get around the enemy. So it's one of those learner things you can.
When you're hopping on anything with circle, if you're kind of hopping back and forth, this is easily, you can mess with this and see enemy aggression will not build. They cannot engage you while you're in the middle of an interaction. It used to be used in Shinra Mansion, but we'll get there when we'll talk about it when we get there.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
My baby.
I love the early Roche. The super early Roche that's been found.
Oh yeah, that was Wolverine. He found that. It's so funny what the music does to it.
when I saw that, I was like, no, you can't be.
Yeah. But we got cool tech coming up later. For now, they just need Mog and Choco are just climbing Mount Corel. There's a couple fights here they gotta take, and then we have Gold Saucer. On the bottom side, there's going to be a little Zac supplement. Pretty much anytime you sleep until later in the game, you have to switch to Zac and do some stuff. Later, after like chapter 10 or whatever, the final one there, they just kind of stopped doing it.
Feel like
Thankfully.
Yeah, they
A New
take
Game Plus.
quite a few chapters. Yeah, you can just shut him off.
Yeah, you could shut it off. They realized the devs were like, man, people aren't gonna like this. Let's just turn it off.
I mean, yeah, as story vignettes, playing through the game, it's nice, but like on repeat playthroughs, it's like, cool, I'm gonna walk downstairs with a water basin and then skip the cutscene. Neat.
Actually, it's upstairs.
Peg you as a bookworm.
I kind of cornered myself there. I knew I was wrong, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna
This
have to
part-
commit to it and hope I didn't get called out. And
So
I got called out.
apart here, you actually have two options here. You can speak to Aerith and the books, or Aerith and the ribbon. The Aerith and books is faster though.
Yeah.
And
You
then
also gotta-
BigSid,
Go ahead.
yeah, BigSid positions here to where Zach opens the door, and Zach is left-handed, so he opens the door with his left hand.
Yeah,
It's like the movement isn't like as intricate as like Remake was. Remake, you had a lot of micromanagement to movement, but it still pops up here and there.
yeah, because a lot of the things like with Remake, when you're running away from combat, you wanted to be careful with how aggressive you were with the rolling. Because if you like accidentally slash or rolled an additional time after combat fleeing, you just throw away all the time you saved from the movement. This one, you're just gonna like, well, as long as I don't get too aggressive, it's fine.
Yeah, the only like real micromanagement is like when you're going to start the scooter game and you have to talk to the girl, the Jen, the annoying girl, right? That's all mad. You have to make sure you don't like go past her or she's gonna turn. Like they do have to make sure they're in front of characters when they speak. And then on matrimony side here, we got Valk. Just knock him into phase 2. Very clean, no issues. Just tank the laser here.
The funny thing is like hard mode, we just tag him with double Thundaga before the laser. In this one, we just go, yeah, that's a laser. I'll see you a laser and raise you a charged magic blade. I think it's just like, yeah, that's fine.
Yep, a focus thrust in there as well. Focus thrust, the focus abilities aren't that strong, and they build a little bit of stagger, but they build a lot more when an enemy is pressured.
Yeah. The nice thing there is like custom Valk is actually weak to both lightning and wind, but only gets pressured after a certain amount of lightnings hit. So you basically spam thunder there. So Sonic Boom is pretty decent in like easy if you
It's
you want to
damage, yeah.
Yeah. So once you get into the stagger, you can reapply it to make sure that your buffs don't run out. Normally I have Berserk, Sonic Boom, and then start spamming.
BigSid side, we see some rolling on the conveyor
Walkways.
because it does actually save time to roll forward. Very slight. On one of them, it's like 2 seconds, so it does matter.
I kind of hate that it's a thing, because otherwise I could like stop and take a drink instead of have to spam roll for it the whole time.
Yeah, that's my fault. You're welcome.
Well,
It's like, I wonder. But for the Gold Salsa, you just have to visit every single area, and then there's a couple mini games you can go into, but you can quit out right away. Fortunate, but unfortunate. I do like mini games in my RPGs a little bit, and if we had to do G-Bike, you would get a Whistle Wind Scarf, which gives you some ATB at the start of battle. Would be nice.
bruh.
But
The G-
it would
I-
take like 3 minutes.
Personally, I would really love the space metal for the 5%.
That gives
but,
like strength and
Yeah,
what
it's
is it?
5% for the base one on strength and magic, and then the elite, which you'd have to do later, is 10% to both.
Right.
But yeah,
The
Whistle Wind
rewards are
Scarf
good,
is.
but
Yeah, they all have a bunch of good rewards. The problem is like even with the combat scenario where it's like just kill things, plus you get experience out of it. You get like 5 points. And so you can't even buy anything useful.
oh yeah, the GP is just too low.
It's like if you could get both, buy something and the items, because I think Whistle Wind starts you at plus 500 ATB out of 15 per bar, I think.
1 moment, let me check here. I believe. Yes, 500 out of 1500.
So it's a nice
and
little
then
bump.
the preempt, if you were to get the little first strike when you see the red circles on enemies and you press square, that would give you between 450 to 750 on a roll. And start, when you start a battle, that gives you 0 to 750. So you can either be, I know it's such a huge range, either 0 ATB or you'll get upwards of half a bar, and it's so big. Each bar is 1500 points. If you are refocused, each bar will be 1000 points. And then the weapon, the like folio opening ATB, gives you 100 points. That's why Tifa's thing is so useless. It's 1/15 of a bar, so it's not even worth the 4 or 5. I think it's like 4 seconds to invest into it.
Yeah, considering she could get that off a couple of normal punches or an uppercut.
Yep.
Rough. So yeah, a lot of the movement here, since we don't have access to red, we use Tifa. Unfortunately, because the parry materia has been like folded into your normal combat movement, Tifa doesn't get to shmove and zoom like she does in Remake.
Yeah, it's crazy fast in Remake.
The fact that like in a Remake run, if you're doing it right, the model will like halfway clip through the floor like the entire time you're doing it. Oh, that was probably like one of my favorite parts of Remake, was just like, yep, I'm a floor shark. Let's go.
Yep. At least we get a little bit of movement out of it, at least, so we do have that tech, thankfully.
Yeah. It wasn't even that hard in Remake either. It was just a matter of hitting both triangle and circle at the same time.
The way to do the gold saucer here is
the movement.
It's pretty simple. You want to take as little inputs in the teleport and the area, and we need to end on event, because at the end of this is going to be the intercom come up and you're going to be locked out of teleporting for a few seconds. Depending on the movement you had to do beforehand, this may be longer or shorter. And now when you hit this red carpet, on the way back, you're going to be forced into like a slow jog, and it's enough time to when you get to the Moogle, you don't have to wait. So event should always be last when you do this, no matter how you do it. It's always important, though, when you're teleporting around to go to the right place. The teleport animation is long, and to remember which way to hold after you teleport, left or right.
Yeah, my notes literally like tell me how many inputs to get to the right warp. They tell me like which direction to go, and then which, like, some of them are like, okay, it's left, but it's actually you want to hold back left.
I'm surprised Woady didn't even bother to try that. So he got wrecked by the cockatrices there. He tried, thankfully he got teleported to the correct side. He tried to go, and those things, they move slow, and then they, boom, they're in your face. They move incredibly quick and scary, and they can get you into the encounter. And you can flee from it on the other side, but sometimes it doesn't work. And so Woady just opted to retry, and luckily it spawned him on the correct side as well.
Yeah. From what I've found is, like, if they're close to the fence, it's like a 50-50 at best. But if they're closer off to the right side, you're all right. One of the things is...
I just de-aggro them. It takes 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's fair. I usually go around them depending on...
I always get screwed.
Like properly. Yeah, they're rude. The cockatrices are named that for a reason.
Yeah,
Awful.
And we see that Woady has to deal with it a second time here. He's probably just going to dip into here and let the aggro run out and then go, and you're guaranteed to get through here once you do.
So yeah, if you
leave
when
it
you
de-aggro an enemy,
go ahead.
They'll just kind of go back to where they were.
They'll go to
and that's
spawn position. Yeah, when it's bright red like this, the enemies are actively aggroed. When it's dark red, you're like getting into a flee position, but the enemies will maintain aggro if you go back into the combat zone. And when the little icon, the red icon, is completely gone, they'll go back to their spawn positions or whatever position the game wants to put them in.
And now we have some little boxes coming up on Woody's side. I don't know if they need the ethers or not, but these rewards are set per box.
They're
so
nice.
They're going to be an ether on the right side here, and on the second segment there's going to be one on the left side. And there's like some extra mega potions and whatnot.
Mega potions are nice too.
Gold needle, but that's so rare where you get screwed over in temple to where you need the gold needle. I guess he doesn't need the ether.
I remember talking with Woady and mentioning that I use like a lot of fire, and Wodie's like, I don't use that much magic, so I doubt Woady will really be looking for ethers at all. I remember if his route's the same, he buys like 10 mega potions in Cosmo Canyon, and then that's it for the rest of the game. That's his healing.
Yep. There's a cool weapon here on BigSid's side, the Umbral Blade. That's what you would learn to give Berserk 2. It's funnily enough, recently I'd found out, well, when I was still running it, that Melee Blade actually gives you, so Power Cleave Spell Blade gives you proficiency when you kill an enemy in Prime mode. And so we actually would use Sandhogs to kill 3 of them with it, and you just get it all from one encounter, and it's real quick instead of the Thugs. It saves like 10 seconds or something overall, funnily enough. But we're not going to be seeing Berserk 2 in this run.
So
that's a normal thing.
Berserk 2 buffs that Berserk bonus damage to 50%, but it does also, Berserk will give us a 30% damage increase, and Berserk 2 gives us a 50%. It's called Prime Berserk in English, but you know, whatever it takes for you to understand it, because it is a upgraded Berserk.
And you of course take that same amount of damage, so it's a double-edged sword. And then we see Desert Rush on BigSid side. He's just gonna get the min points and get through this. And on Monk's side, we have the Gigatris, the bird that's gonna get knocked out of the air, stagger it, blow it up, push to phase 2.
Yeah, majority of it here is just throwing down the bonus round to help get that additional pressure, throw out a focus shot to get staggered, and then Omni Strike, uppercut, cancel with a slide, and keep going. Because the uppercut isn't nearly as strong as it was in Remake, but we still throw it in there every once in a while to get the remainder of our HP back.
Yeah, so you can like cancel the animation with, again, the slide, or you can do a block cancel, which is technically quicker, but you have to be on it. You can't mistime it. If you do, you're gonna get the animation. So it's very like super optimizing kind of thing, and I only do it if I really feel I need it.
Like you mistimed something, I gotcha. Yeah, there are a couple of scenarios where I wish I could Omni Strike just a little bit quicker.
And this will be the split for Mog.
Oh, yep. We also the box bash here. We basically just are chilling. You could get the Dragon Claw like we mentioned earlier, but we'll handle Gigatrace real quick before that.
Yeah, I'll talk about it.
Yeah, because that's a you thing. You came up with that, I think, which is wild to think.
BigSid just has to wait out the clock here. It's a good spot for a bathroom break once you get the minimum amount of points here. It's just you got some things you got to do to get these greens. It's not the Geiso, it's the S one. Silkus, I think. And you got to get 3 of them.
Yeah, Silk Greens. Silkus Greens.
Yeah, and then you just have to choose one of the 3 different things out of all the things you can do, which we'll talk about in a moment after Gigatris. Sonic Boom is not necessary here. It would still give you the Bravery and Faith, but this bird doesn't take wind damage, so wind is not great here. And this boss can do like Petrify. This is where you learn about it. Petrify will turn you to stone if you take a certain percentage of your HP, same with enemies. And if you're immune to it, instead it does like a certain amount of damage if you don't get turned to stone. That's why...
enough, we actually use stone on the bomb in hard mode to make that fight easier.
And...
it's going to be a little bit tight.
Something happened.
Electrifiers here. Yeah,
He's gonna do Dust Devil. He's gonna try to petrify the party here. I hope
if he throws the fire here, I think he's all right.
I got hit.
A little bit too long.
It's okay. Don't teleport in that. Okay.
I mean, we can force this out. We'll just need to get a little bit of extra. Oh, there we go. GG.
Split for them.
Yeah, Gigatrace, if you let him back up in phase 2, can be very, very hard to kill. I will admit I've had to struggle with it a few times.
That had to happen as well. Sometimes your window just isn't good enough to burst through him. You didn't get enough damage in phase 1 or something. And then on BigSid side, we have another one of the things here that he has opted, which is the thugs, which you kind of have to guide them very slowly into this area. And if you do it wrong, they start walking away, and it's awful. It's annoying. So you can't get too far ahead.
They're so slow. I take the money chest while I'm waiting.
Yeah, I do it too. 1,500 gil there.
Yep, it allows me to buy an extra subversion, and I even buy an extra empower in normal The way
It's like
Barrett
getting
just
the
has one.
elixir during Guado Salam skip in FF10, although I was the only one ballsy enough to do that back then.
Yeah. So we're
And
still
that's
looking for
bugs.
like 3 X potions minimum. There is like a spare X potion that you can get in Cosmo Canyon, but it literally takes 30 seconds to go get. There's one in the item room.
Is that in the room? Yeah.
Yeah, Bugenhagen gives you access. Even if you come in from the bottom, go pick it up and then leave, because you're forced into a slow walk.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
There's like a good megaphone down there too, but I think that's the megaphone with the summon, I think, for Kate.
I want to say that's right. I
so.
never double checked because like the golden megaphone's physical damage is just so.
We could talk about
high.
summons. So we do have Materia equipped. The summon Materias, like Ifrit, we come with some. We come with 3 of them: Shiva, Ifrit, Choco, Moogle. Choco, Moogle, and Shiva we use to give some extra magic attack, and because it raises your base like strength or magic, and Ifrit is for physical. We don't want to summon an accident. The summon bar will build up after a certain amount of time in battle, and then you can use it with ATB. However, summons suck because they are based off your level, and we are under leveled.
Yeah.
And the cutscenes, yes. I have summoned an accident before, and it sucks when you try to go do a limit. You've got to be careful.
The one
And then you
that
see
is
the characters dancing around. It's like, stop.
the biggest like heart killer is when you go to throw the limit at Sephi in Remake, and then you accidentally summon Ifrit, and you're just like, no.
That was Jenova for me. That happened a couple times.
Yeah, I could see that. I think I've thrown out like 3 or 4 summons, and that's even in like hard mode. Throwing summons out in hard is like doubly like, oh no.
Yeah, you're just a bit too quick on the trigger, and you're going fast and it happens. I didn't see how many X-Bots Woody got. I hope we got enough.
I saw at least 2 and an elixir, so I think Woady is good.
Okay, well, there's an elixir and
6
matrimony.
X potions? Never mind, Woady is fine. He doesn't even have to get the gigas if he doesn't want to. Wow. Oops, all potions. Something else I was going to bring up, which is a short aside. There's a couple of things that you don't need to pick up. Like when we were in Junon, there's actually those grenade troopers that we get for the march. There's actually a 1500 gil chest there as well. Not a really bad investment. There's also an HP up that's level 3 in the theater. But it takes 30 seconds to go get. But if you're really like down bad for extra HP and you're dying a lot, it's probably worth grabbing.
It takes 16 seconds. I have that in my spreadsheet.
Okay, you actually optimize the movement. That's
I looked at it early on. Little tech here on BigSid side. He's going to save a load because once this intercom starts, you have to wait for the person to talk. Yeah, you got to wait for him to talk, but if you save load, you skip that and can go into the thing. They don't have to do Choco practice, but we do need to do Choco racing. We want to see... Oh god, it's been a while, but we're going to equip the basic stuff. We get a Shinra helmet during some of the movement, the forced movement when following Esther. What's her name?
We got a
Esther,
couple
right?
of places. Yeah, Esther. We grab that for like a boost whenever we're on straightways or whatever. It's faster than the tropical.
And you don't lose any time to grab that Shinra helmet. And then you have the 2 other tropical pieces. Choco racing, you have drifting. Oh, I guess he doesn't do the initial drift there. It's a little bit quicker if you do it. There's 2 levels of drifting. You can do a small one and a big one.
I actually had a friend of mine, Z-Wing, that was really, really big into the Choco racing route this.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine that's the route they're following. Yeah.
I watched his, yeah. Essentially, you want to get the speed balloons, the blue ones, so you get the speed up to 10 early on. And then if you go off the ramps correctly, you can actually get 2 of the dash balloons, the yellow balloons, early on, if you do right. You can go through grass without slowing down if you use Pico's ability, the special ability, and once the red orb, the sphere closes in on you, then you can go through grass without issues. I want to see... What is it, like 118, 119? I don't remember the times on this. 218. I'll remember once we finish it.
Yeah.
The best thing is just don't bonk. But essentially, lap 1 is going to be getting blue balloons. Lap 2 is going to be getting red balloons to get your speed boost back up. If you have higher int, which we have something equipped, gives us a bit more int, you will get... it's I think that makes the ability last longer. But yeah, we have it routed to where lap 1 you do something, and then lap 2 and 3 you just do the same until the end.
Yeah, because you gotta get that initial speed boost up from picking up all the blue orbs. Just like any other racing game like Mario Kart where you have to have coins. It's pretty much the same thing. The only nice thing about this is you don't have to worry about snaking because it just doesn't work in this game.
And then on the final lap here is going to be a little bit different. He's going to try to time his boost so that you will slide into the speed boost and keep the ability going. If you are even a little bit off on the timing, you won't get it, but it only saves like a second, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
It's
a cute little time save just to like extend your speed boost just a little bit longer. Ooh,
He got it, so there we go. Or if you're like me, you go in between the balloons on accident because you're that amazing.
I love being so accurate that I can miss what I'm supposed to be trying to pick up. It's really cool.
221, so that's good enough. A supreme time would be 217. That's usually not going to happen in a run. 218, I've gotten 218 remaining in a run. 219, 220. You're kind of aiming around the 220 point. If you get anything less, amazing. But in order to do that, you have to do certain drifting on some of those corners, and it makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, you really have to want to actually play the racing game. 'Cause it's not,
And you have to not bonk.
Yeah.
Bonking is really bad.
It's really annoying at the very start there, too, because if the other chocobos catch up to you for whatever reason, they can just ruin your day.
If they hit you, you lose a speed level, which is very punishing.
Which kind of turns into a feedback loop because now you have one less speed boost. You're having trouble getting away from them, so you just eternally bonk as you're trying desperately to refill your speed boost. It's so frustrating.
BigSid just took a very safe way of doing it, and no punishment. And going for the faster stuff is only going to save you like 3 seconds, and that's very reasonable to do. Here, he moves along the left side instead of going towards the twister here because it saves 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's surprising what areas you can just drive a straight line from A to B and you're easy peasy.
Yeah, there was just one day where I think I just noticed it and I tried to figure out what was the best, and I saw that actually going this way saves a bit of time. We've all kind of looked into ways to do that. So the movement is a product of everybody working on different things and finding the most optimal.
Yeah, this game across the board is teamwork for sure. So we're gonna start out with Dine here. Luckily, we can just face tank his bullets, so we just kind of let it go. Get a bonus round in here so we can get some bonus damage. Get a sonic boom so we can do reasonable damage. Get hit with the paralyzed beam, which is awful. And then we should push this thing. Yeah, there we go.
That was cool, actually. Right before he got it.
Yeah, it's because we got the paralyzed wave, and he immediately started firing. Ideally, you want to charge your sonic boom or bonus round during the firebomb attack, because we actually want. Go ahead.
If you're near one of the junk things, he can't get you with point blank. So if you stick near the right one, but on easy they don't need to bother with it. On normal, it's a big problem if you get with that. It does a ton of damage. You can die. You can easily die in this fight if you're not careful.
Yeah, and in easy it does a laughable amount of damage. The only reason you're mad is because you got sucked into a cutscene.
Yeah, it's a cutscene attack.
Taking some extra damage here to top off our limit. If we get one of these attacks where he actually makes the tendrils appear below Barrett, we can instantly kill it with a fire in the hole. It's the only attack though, so gotta hope that it happens.
Yep, just tanking some more damage for the limit.
Nope. Some days you win, some days you lose. Some days you get paralysis for 5 seconds.
Well, you can shoot all the little things. I forget how this works for damage wise. In this game, there's actually a bit of a difference compared to Remake. In Remake, the individual parts had their own specific health bars. In this version, any damage you do to a part will translate to the main body. So you actually do get damage out of it. And they usually have less amount of defenses on their parts.
Yeah. In theory, almost every situation, you theoretically should be hitting a limb, but sometimes the limbs don't function properly, so we don't always do that.
Yeah, Palmer is a good example here. Sometimes you just can't hit the legs, which is going to
Yeah,
be coming up in a moment.
Ideally, you want to break the legs to get Palmer to flip upside down, which are weak to lightning. But because of the way, like, I think lightning tracks its target and it comes from above, it sometimes just hits the main body of Palmer instead of the legs. And this even happens when it's flipped upside down, so I don't even think it, like, flips X and Y
BigSid.
axis.
BigSid
So
doing a
weird.
bit of an older folio. There's a bit of a more upgraded one updated one where you can kind of go from the top. You don't get the MP on Aerith, but it's not needed. It's a little bit quicker. But that was just a recent change. But the folio there is to pick up more magic attack for Aerith for later and get Foxfire on Yuffie there.
Oh, good. We're doing
Just some later
here.
stuff. We have Palmer.
So
Palmer is going to be a bunch of magic attacks here. He will always start the same, and he'll flip over and be annoying and try to knock you around, but uneasy. They don't have to deal with it. And he just
unless
well,
you mistime something.
never mind.
We do want to build a couple of pips here so that we can use the Cyclone on both Tifa and Aerith, or Tifa and Cloud.
Yeah,
One of the things. Go ahead.
Spellbound Blast was picked up in that folio as well. It's like Spellblade essentially, just a little weaker, but a bigger AoE, and it's with Aerith and Tifa and Kate
It has
as well.
an interesting
Later.
side effect too, because it actually steals MP from the person she's partnering with. So what we did at the start there was actually a really neat thing where we did Spellblade with Cloud and then switched to Aerith, and because her Spellbound Blast is with Tifa, we could basically stagger both of them so we get them both fired up at the same time.
Get ready.
Yep.
Push split.
Upper
And down.
Yep.
That's Palmer.
GG. Yeah, so the phase 2 of Palmer is just a dice roll. So if you hit him with Cyclone, you should get Neener, which puts you in a position where you can stagger him immediately like that. Or sometimes the game just says, no, you're not allowed to have fun, and Palmer just does whatever.
He'll do Neener, but if you over damage, he won't. It's a damage threshold.
Ah, I see.
And Neener, once you hit him with 2 50-cut abilities, he'll get pressured. And then you can just stagger him if you want, or blow him up, depending on whatever you're doing. The buggy minigame there was one of the more recent patches, quote-unquote recent. But we used to have to do it, and then they added a thing to say you can just skip it. And that's a big time save. It's like 3 minutes or something, 3 minutes, 2:20, something like that.
Yeah. It's a very nice quality of life thing too, because you don't have to bother like trying to optimize that. And I think like motorcycle spawns would sometimes be an issue.
Yes. Well, it was cycle based. You'd either get one cycle or a second cycle, and you couldn't really control it. And you'd either just lose a bunch of time or not. That's it. So it sucked. Same thing with Palmer. Sometimes Palmer would just be annoying.
Sounds like, yeah, because like.
And then
go ahead.
You can go ahead. I was just gonna say that you have to be careful with your movement here, Zach. You need to make sure to trigger the cutscene. If you hug the left wall all the way, you won't trigger it, and you have to walk back.
Zach here, I've noticed something super obnoxious with that cutscene. He'll take out the piece of paper and then put it away.
I know, and then take it out.
Yeah, and then he takes it out to show him and then puts it back in his pocket, and I'm like, who designed this?
Yes. That one, it's just about the 3 quickest characters that you talk to. There are other characters, but that was something I looked at early on, and like the old lady is like the worst for timing, so who you talk to does matter. And then making sure to hit the trigger for the cutscene by not going too tight. And then we have our buggy, but there's a cutscene here. As long as you, well, cutscene quote unquote, as long as you don't drop your controller like Crystal Crown, you're not going to lose a bunch of time.
Brutal. I mean, I've done the same thing during the box bash. I've been like, all right, I got 30 seconds. I gotta take a piss. Then I come back and I'm like, I paused the game.
Yep.
I paused the game.
Yep. This game has a few good breaks throughout it. There's more breaks than a remake, and there's longer ones, so you do get enough. And they're spaced pretty well. Like the Junon elevator is like 1.5 minutes. You've got the cutscenes, which are the parade, which is almost 1 minute each, although you do have to be present in between them to skip the cutscene. And then you've got this, which is a good one. It's like another 1.5 minutes. You get the plane rides later. There's a lot of breaks.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a shower like you would with no CS or with cutscene Final Fantasy X, but it's very well balanced, I'd say, in terms of play to like break ratio, where you can get up to take a stretch.
Kate joins us, and you get to drive the buggy. BigSid off to a slow start on his race, and he's off. You grab some of the things. There's a way to do this where you won't be, you have good movement, and you won't grab any of the mats here. You get like that little 1 second tutorial, but it's very, very minor time save. But yeah,
I got to a point where I couldn't be bothered with the trying to skip it.
I learned it eventually. I learned it, but yeah, you can't.
Nice drift.
You can't tip the buggy all the way. It will auto right itself.
Yeah, this
you can
area
get air
right
on it
here.
though.
This buggy has some weird physics. Trying to drive through here is super obnoxious because, like, you want to aim for the least amount of garbage because the buggy just slows to a crawl. But, like, hitting that sweet spot is super obnoxious.
And early on it, you have to be careful. There's an encounter you can accidentally get, and if you get you're sad, and you're going to have to they have to use the key fob to call or get in the buggy or whatever it is, right? You got to get back in the buggy.
If you turn right immediately, you just get in a fight, you jump out of the buggy, you skip the fight, then you have to call it and climb into it. The only time you should see the getting into the buggy animation is in hard mode, because you can just warp over to the water and then get back in the buggy.
Yeah, that is the only time we're going to see the buggy, sadly. Just for that little bit of progression, as you do need it to get through the water. And then here, there is movement where they have to be careful. If you accidentally jump down when trying to go to this rope, you lose 30 seconds. If you jump off the rope, you lose 10 seconds. I've done both. It's fun. And then be careful not to get this encounter, so BigSid is going to be safe and just go on the rocks. Absolutely reasonable. If you go towards this tree here, you'll actually jump out of the water instead of climb up, so it's a little bit quicker, but he just goes straight here. There's an encounter you can take and flee from if you want, or you can just keep going around. There's a few different movement options here, but essentially they're going to follow the same path, which is the rope path, which is a little bit quicker. Navigating the jungle is something you have to learn.
It's actually funny that you ask about the summons. This is like the one area where you can accidentally get the cutscene for the summon on the way out. So, the first time you go next to a summon den, there's a pretty lengthy cutscene where Chadley's like, "Oh my god, it's a summon! You should investigate!"
It's 10 seconds, I think.
Yep, it's so awful. And there's one on the way out right next to the
it's the
airstrip.
Necrotic crystal. It sucks so much. I got that recently on one of my runs. I'm like, just wasn't paying attention, and you have to take a very wide turn to not get it, and it's awful.
The thing is like you're on the chocobo too here, because this is one of the few areas that gives you the chocobo for free.
Yeah.
But moving in here with the chocobo is just dreadfully hard.
Yeah, we'll go over it later. You'll see. A little bit of movement here with Cisne. We're trying to just keep going straight, and if you do this right, you're not going to get the slow walk after what's coming up. You kind of go over here, and yeah, you can go a little bit quicker. Cisne from Crisis Core, of course.
Yep.
I guess we could talk about Desert Rush now. We never talked about it, but there's all kinds of ways to do this. You have to get some power. Woady get the time box on accident. You push it out of the way to not get it, and then you just try to get 15k points by using all kinds of different attacks, however you want to do it. You progress through here once you have enough power boxes. There's one level of power, and he could progress further if he wished. So to get Desert Claws, you have to do this a certain way, and you have to, of course, do it fast. To get it, as opposed to waiting, loses. Let me see. It loses 1 second. I was able to optimize it to where it loses 1 second as opposed to just waiting.
I'm somehow not surprised.
Yeah. You do get 3k extra gil. You get the Dragon Claws, which gives Star Shower, which gives a 70%. Oh wait, I said 70% Artivore. I meant to say 30%. But anyways, Star Shower gives 70%. Artivore is 30%.
Artivore was 40? Was it debuffed in this? Or has it always been 30?
Yeah, it's 30. It's always been 30.
Oh, I
Yeah,
must just.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're yapping about is Art of War into the next move gives a 30% bonus damage to that, and Star Shower gives a 70%. Unfortunately, Star Shower is nigh unusable in Rebirth because of that rolling issue I was talking about. In Remake,
you just can't order the allies to do it.
So if you go Star Shower in this, Tifa will roll, Star Shower, which removes the buff. In Remake, even though we were talking about how rolling was an issue, worst case scenario, she would roll, Star Shower, and then Star Shower again. Or in Pard's instance, we would go Star Shower, Somersault.
And Star Shower does 9 hits, and so of course boosting like a Star Shower or boosting a limit does insane damage. And then you have naturally 60 keep, so it is enticing on normal, but there's a problem. And technically it would be faster overall, even though we do have Omni Strike, you can optimize between them. Dragon Claws has an ability which improves the I forget exactly what it's called, let me check here, but improves the Omni Strikes, all your triangle
Omni Strike,
abilities.
There's another.
Like
she has a
15%.
Folio skill that's like right next to Cyclone that does the same thing.
Enhanced Techniques is called, so it makes them 15% stronger. This is also a multiplier, so it multiplies into everything else. And so Dragon Claws technically is a bit faster overall on like normal, and the damage is higher earlier on, but it gets outscaled right at the end of the run. And I originally routed it, but it just was... there's a problem with Desert Rush where sometimes the boxes that burst out, the 200 boxes that burst out the big boxes, can go into the advanced segment, and you can't
They
get
just go to
there,
the moon.
and you're screwed because they go to another segment of the map that you can't get.
Yeah, this
it's,
is
surprise, a bit buggy.
This is one of the mini games where like it's hard, like you have just enough points, rather than there being like a decent like 1,000-point slush, which there should be because of how chaotic the boxes can fly. They just really just go because their people need them levels of
it's just a bit risky. It's all too risky. And then we didn't touch on it, but the third thing that they choose to do here, which Woady already did, is the liar game. You have to find which character is telling the truth, and they have specific lines. They have different lines to say essentially the same thing. So you just have to, like the middle dude, if he says a lot of crap, okay, it's him. And then you check the guy on the right, and the girl on the right that talks about the cactuar, but if she says stamp, then that's it. The guy on all the way right is test 0, and then if it's not them, you check the woman to the left of the middle dude, and if she's like, she gasped and got kicked out, and there's, oh my god, they have elixirs, that's it. And if it's not any of them, it's the guy on the left, because he has 2 lines of text for each thing, and we don't care. That's how we handle it. That's how I handle it.
Yeah, like the gimmick is you have to like figure out what there's 2 different factors to whatever they're saying that can be changed out for either a lie or the truth, and it's like bug 0 versus test 0, has stamp versus cactuar or something like that on the wall, elixirs versus potions, quiet versus loud, etc., etc.
And then
so
the
like
middle guy is like it's Gus versus Garth, and it has to be in stock.
Yeah, that's the one that always catches me, so I just straight up
it's
ignore the
harder.
middle one and do everything
I
else
kinda do
first.
I always do. I kind of learned it, but yeah, it's... And then if it's not them, it's the left guy, and that's it.
So right here, we could skip this fight with the frogs and the flower there, but we would have to go around the edge of the room, come over here, grab the crystal sword, and then go around the edge of the room to sneak out the door. So it's just more consistent to take the EXP and
you can actually go to I looked at this earlier, and you can go out the door, go back in, and then go get the crystal sword, and then do the same. It's more consistent, but it would be faster than taking the encounter. It's just obviously there's risk involved with that, regardless of how you do it. And they get the crystal sword, which is a decent weapon for attack and magic, and it has stats on it regarding it. On normal, I don't bother. I do a different strat.
You're a unicorn on some of the stuff that you do. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm the only one who doesn't do crystal sword when it comes to
the fact that you ruin blade through here just absolutely terrifies me. because to make it like a lot easier to understand, we used to switch back to Crystal Sword for the final boss fight because it has very good physical and magical damage. We ended up moving away from that, at least in easy, and started just using Bravery, Faith, and Berserk to make sure we were doing enough damage with spells. But this is a very good sword. The only downside is it doesn't have a lot of materia slots, and that could be fixed by the armor we purchased earlier.
Yeah, but they're going to be using this, trying to not get these enemies. These enemies, if you run near them, they'll actually try to run from you. So you can manipulate these enemies to move away from you early on. And then after a bit of time, they'll actually go for you. So you just got to learn how to deal with the enemies so you don't get caught by them. And then a little bit of attack there where he jumped into the water and then went up the ramp. There is an up warp here. It's called the Grand Horn up warp. And what can happen? I didn't see Woody's time. Oh, well. What can happen? Oh, it's just practice.
There's a practice, yeah.
If you enter a battle in a certain spot and then you run back out to where... Or if you go to where it's dark red and then you go to a battle and you enter it and retry, you might get moved from your position. And in this room, you get moved to the 2 different positions. You can upwarp to this area, or you can upwarp to the golden bangle, the golden color. Yeah, and then you get it that way. There's some finicky stuff here. But if you upwarp to this area, you skip a trigger with Kate when you jump into the water. And you could actually skip the little cutscene with Sephiroth and some good stuff. But when you get to the boss room, even though everything is updating, the trigger is not there and you cannot activate the boss. You cannot progress. So you have to get that Kate trigger. So sadly, we could have a good time save here, but the game is annoying in its triggers and stops us.
Yeah. I think they saw what we were doing to remake, and they're like, "Nope, that's too much fun. Can't have that." This game is pretty heavily like flag triggered, whatever you want to call it, and set up in such a way. Go ahead.
Like the hard trigger. If it didn't stop us, we could skip, essentially, the live stream stuff. Is what would happen. We would skip a big chunk, all of Chapter 9, essentially, from here.
So it's unfortunate. This game is pretty. I would probably still do the glitchless, but like it would be nice if both existed rather than it being like, nope.
You wouldn't have to deal with Scarlet. I mean, I'm just saying she's, Scarlet sucks. If she wasn't a thing, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Luckily in hard mode, like we have enough firepower to just nuke Scarlet before she even gets to the point where she can start being goofy. I ended up rerouting her the other day to fix the issues, but if her arms just decide to not break, I think I don't know what to think.
We got some enemies here. These enemies will get back up when you knock them down, unless you stagger them or set them on fire. So you've only got 2 options there. Or if they get up like 2 times, then they won't get up a 3rd time, something like that. So BigSid is landing a hit to where it will stagger them and kill them at the same time. And then we have Specimen here. Specimen will either do Barrier or Mana Ward at the start. And so they do want to use Power Cleave as much as possible. And then you can also knock off the spell by pressuring the boss. We've got a Deprot on there as well. This is one of the few fights where this is going to be used. It's going to lower their defense by a certain percentage. I forget, 15% or something like that.
Yeah, it's like a scuff way to imitate having Berserk. I use it a lot more so that I can avoid having to worry about the Berserk and a few other things. But for the most part, like in easy, D-Pro's pretty strong. In hard, debuffs are just useless for the most part. There's like 1 fight, I think, lost numbers, and that's about it. This should be pretty much wraps, though.
Yep. Power Cleave is super strong. There was enough damage on Cloud to get... You really should have Berserked first, but that's fine. Just because of the multiplier, but it's okay. Power Cleave with Kate Sith cleans it up really nicely. Again, with like Tifa and stuff, and that's Specimen down. The boss will jump around a lot unless he's pressured, and then he'll only do little jumps, but you could still whiff with your spells and stuff. If you were doing like ice on normal, we have to use ice, and sometimes they can whiff.
Yeah.
And then there's a very rare moon jump.
Oh yeah, I've seen him go to the moon too. That's what I end up doing is like I hit him with the 2 power cleaves at the start, and then I just wait for him to jump. And if he doesn't, then it's like okay, I can cast it now. But I
If you're a
know
little bit
exactly
too
what
quick,
you mean.
Like they do have to make sure on the second phase when he does like, or not the second. This I don't remember if they get the Mako infusion back up or not. I don't know if he does it twice, but you can time your power cleave to right when he uses infusion. You just smack it with him.
Yeah, that's what we do in easy. We knock him out of the infusion bonus. So he does do the Mako infusion, and that will either give a barrier, M barrier, or whatever the equivalent is. That'll just cut the physical or magical damage in half. So timing that power cleave will knock that bonus off. So we actually wait on purpose for the infusion and then hit after.
Hate Sith comes with Magnify and a level boost, so you can boost your spells up a level, and you have Magnify, which does less damage, but will hit 2 extra targets. And if these targets are next to each other, the AoE can hit each other with each spell, so it can be very big damage.
It's a little bit easier in like hard because you have the Ga spells, which have a much wider AoE, but you can still get away with multi-hits on like tier 1, tier 2 spells, but you gotta cluster things properly.
We have our green chocobo here, and a bunch of enemies. We're about to see Windstorm in action. Probably is trying to get a Spellblade and going. We have these shield dudes. They take reduced damage from the front, so you got to hit them from behind. Windstorm will pull them together in an AoE around Yuffie, and it's very strong. And we have a guy who's not cooperating. But the green chocobo there, the cutscene, to get into it, you have to be a little bit careful. If you're too quick, you'll get a soft lock. You'll either get into the point where you're on the chocobo and you can't move, or you get into the point where you have no chocobo, and that's it. So again, a problematic soft lock that we can avoid if we are careful.
Yeah, the weird soft lock getting the chocobo is super. That's one of those ones where I'm like, huh?
You just kind of wait for the cutscene to go out a bit, and then we do it.
It's basically just like, all right, okay, now I can skip. It's one of those ones where like you're behind and you're trying to shave seconds, and you just soft lock, and you're like, well, the run's dead anyway. Cool.
I've only had it in practice. I've never had it in a run. We have to go back through this reactor, the Gungaga reactor with Tifa, except it's flooded, so they have to use the grapples to kind of just go up, or jump down and then go up. And then there's the Tiger Fang's weapon here, but Chi attack or whatever it is not useful.
Chi trap is like theoretically useful because it's very good at pressuring enemies, but you just have better ways to pressure stuff. So that and its middling stats.
I tried to use that on like Iron Giant, and it's not great, you know.
That's probably like the one place I could even like consider.
But then you lose damage, so it's like, yeah, what do you do?
I know you stagger him, and then you have to spend a half hour killing him, or it's weird.
BigSid is going up here to pull a thing so he can gain access to this cable, which can actually reach the thing, but the devs realized that you could do that if you move it and then attack or roll, you can drop it and then you can move slightly and grab it and extend it much farther than you should, but it doesn't work here, sadly. However, it works on the one with Cloud for some reason. It's a really long one. It's like the cable won't reach, and it's the drop tech that I invented, but sadly it doesn't save time.
Every neat little thing that somebody figured out, and it's just like, have fun, because that'll just soft lock you.
Yep. We have a second group here. Again, it's going to be simple. Get some ATB for Yuffie, pull them in, and destroy them.
Yeah, the other thing too,
heading to the end with Tifa.
We also get to learn Windstorm out of this as well, because it's a proficiency bonus is hitting multiple enemies, and we're going to want to use that a bit later for some of the. There's like 1 or 2 clusters of enemies in the end game that it's very nice to have that Windstorm
Dinah's
access.
cleaned up for matrimony. We have Woady on Palmer. Phase 2.
Clicky.
Just going to tank right through the steamroll, pop him with the synchro.
Yeah, we're just poking extra damage here. We could use Tempest by like holding down Aerith's normal attack, but it's been absolutely gutted. compared to Remake Tempest. It's like okay when an enemy is staggered, and that's about it, unfortunately. Remake Tempest was so good.
And that is Palmer cleaned up.
Got it. Yeah,
And then we
instead
have
she gets
that side.
Yeah. Oh boy,
We have a fight.
Scarlet.
We have a fight. This boss has 2 phases, although phase 1 is broken into 2 phases, 1.5. You need to break the arms. And BigSid is unfortunately not getting any freebie hits, so he's going to have to use Tonberry to clean it up. Break the arms. Scarlet will come outside of the mech. And then you hit her a few times, and then she'll be pressured finally. Sadly, there's a bug where if you hit these arms during a certain animation, they won't break. And it sucks, and you lose a bunch of time. It happened to the Sid last year. And there's another bug where if you fill her pressure gauge, she doesn't actually get staggered, which hopefully we don't see. Because then there'll be a fight redo.
Hey there.
If you do too much damage or take too long, she'll put her arms back on and get the Mako Cannon arms instead. So the idea is to stagger her and get her down to the gate and then go into phase 2. Phase 2, she is almost immune to magic. It does basically nothing. And then we will rely on Tifa and Yuffie, depending on how you want to do it, to damage her down, which is physical. And you can just do this by spamming Omni Strike. Omni, Unbridled, Omni. He doesn't have enough for limit yet, but he's going to limit here now.
That should be good, yeah, as long as
And then Team Mog is about to clean up Palmer, so split.
Palmer? All right.
Yep.
They're both making me work hard. Oh.
And then that was Scarlet. Yep. Yeah. Same time. And then we have a bit of a cooldown after that fight with Scarlet. That is the boss rush kind of segment. We have chapter 8 into 9.
If Scarlet's arms didn't have that weird bug, it would be a much less obnoxious fight. But like you were mentioning, the Spellbound Blast just like sometimes hits the arms for like half the damage, and then at the other half the time it just hits the body because of the weird way the limbs work.
Yeah, so you can get some freebie hits to kind of speed up the fight a little bit. There's like 3 I think there's technically 4 unique bugs to Scarlet that only happen there, and it sucks. So every time you're there, you're kind of worrying, and then the encounters before it, you're kind of hoping that the little drones don't troll you with movement. In my PB, when I got the 3 one where you jump into the pipe, they just had a triangle delta formation on me right when I jumped down, so I went back up with grapple, went down, and well, they got me. I got the encounter. And then the second one, I had to wait like 7 seconds for the thing to move, because I knew if I took that step, I was going to get the encounter. That is a segment where you can absolutely just get trolled in chapter 9, for sure.
Yeah, those 2 sets of drones are just toxic. I end up, I probably shouldn't, but I just, you know what, I'm just going to kill these things, I'm going to get them out of the way, I'll take the extra experience, and just move on. But I'd imagine in like normal, you really don't have that luxury, because the enemy fights are like twice, if not 3 times as long. So yeah, like right here with Woady, you want to drive forward a little bit, because there's actually an enemy encounter if you just hard pull right there immediately. So we want to avoid that if possible. And by if possible, I mean just pull.
And yeah, to answer chat, the buggy is the one you get from Gold Saucer. Dio gives it to you.
Skip. We don't even need to skip Cosmo Canyon anymore, because we skip everything else. I love how Final Fantasy VII is to the point where it just skips the entirety of Rebirth.
Yeah. And here on BigSid's side, we have the live stream sequence much earlier. It's not in Medeal or anything, which means Medeal will probably be cut. But to be honest, Medeal was not necessary by any amount, in my opinion.
I get the feeling they'll rework it, because everything they've moved forward and it was actually like present in this game, they reworked, like with the second trip to Nibelheim. Like it doesn't have Materia Keeper, but it does have like 3 different bosses, like that didn't exist before, and 1 that was optional. So I get the feeling we'll still go to Medeal, but they'll have a rework around it. honestly, like I'm one of the people I enjoy the story of this, and it's a little bit it's different than the other one. I just always look at it as this doesn't overwrite or change the original story, but I can understand
it's
people
whatever.
not enjoying it. Yeah,
I mean, it's a remake. It's a different game. Who cares?
Yep.
They want the original. Play the original. That's it.
I'm down for the gameplay, honestly. As much as I cry about it, there are some things that could be tighter, but given the amount of things in this game, it's not surprising that some of them just don't work properly. With the amount of tools and things that the enemies can do and things you can do to enemies, it's not a shock. It's annoying, but not a shock.
Yep. So on the live stream segment here, there is tiny time save here where if you have 3 different things you have to interact with. If you interact with them in certain ways, the camera will move a certain way, and so there is a faster way to do it. It is the house first, the bridge, and then the well. And make sure that your thing is on there. Yes, it is faster to do it in this order. And then you have a little bit of a break. And you have to make sure that because the camera actually moves a tiny bit, that you are hovering directly over this well. It just happened to BigSid where it moved off, and so the triangle input wasn't going through. I've had this happen, and I wasn't paying attention to where right before the triangle input, when it finished holding the circle filling up, the camera just automatically moved off of it because it kind of shakes, you know?
Good grief. I'm learning all these optimizations. Now I'm even more enticed to push for sub 6.
The game has the tech, that's for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm the backup runner for this game, and all 3 of these runners cut 6 hours before this marathon. And not only cut 6, but cut 6 consistently with all of their practice runs. So this should be a very, very close run of all 3. Obviously, sometimes things happen, like Scarlet just decides to bug out because you accidentally hit on the wrong frame, but as long as
I'm
the
just
game
hoping
doesn't...
that BigSid soft locks, that's all. Then we'll have a close race. Hoping he soft locks. Or, you know, maybe there's a crash before Jenova. It's happened sometimes. That might happen.
I think time-wise, they're going to be close. I think the thing is, like, other games are a little bit more variable, so unfortunately it looks like Tonberry's just got a free, clear win, but even like last year, I was 30 minutes behind BigSid and Woady, and that's where, like, most of it tightened up the race was me wasting 30 minutes compared to them.
All right. BigSid, we're going to have some Choco movement, and you need to do this correctly. This thing will bonk all over if you don't do the movement right. So we might see drifting, we might not. We're going to see him hop down. He's going to make sure to go around these enemies. And he's going to go over a bridge. And if you do it right, you can drift to get over this bridge correctly. And then you can climb up, or you can actually drift around either way. Then he's going to turn. Try not to hit the middle of the stairs, which you can bonk on. You can do a drift all the way around this corner. He bonked. That's okay. I bonked too, and then go down. You can either go down, or you can jump on the rock and jump off. I jump on the rock. And then he's going to have to make sure to go really wide here to the left to not trigger the Chadley cutscene with the Kujata Crystal. Here in Costa del Sol, you have to be careful, otherwise you can trigger him. But this one is really a huge trigger zone. And then here, you can kind of ice skate by just drifting to the trigger. Not like you need to, because you have plenty of time. You could even grab the microphone here if you wanted to. It's just useless.
Yeah, bad stats.
It's the Moogle Mine.
Yeah.
It's a good ability, but you can't like, control it.
The fact that it just throws the like pressure things randomly, and it's like, that's cool, but enemies usually are sitting still when they're pressured, so design-wise, how did you expect this to function?
Yep, and now we see Sid. Sid is, of course, not playable here because obviously he needs to become playable in Part 3, same as Vincent, so you give people, the players, new characters to play. So I know plenty of people, you know, got mad. Oh my god, Red's not playable in Remake. Well, you'd only have him for a little bit. Same thing here. You'd only have Sid for a little bit. There's no point in making him playable here. Give them a new character for Part 3.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to implement it that way. Then they also have maybe some way to figure out how to replace the mage. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Though, like, the interesting thing is the wards are pretty unique, and she has a lot more. Radiant ward, which will, like, straight up just make you invincible while you're casting a spell on it, is a really nice buff. ATB and Arcane Ward make a return, and those are both very strong. They're just usually not worth using in easy, unfortunately.
We have the Tiny Bronco. There's what, 1, 2, 3 cutscenes with this, I believe. Yeah, where you don't do anything. You just wait. It's a nice little break. And then we have Cosmo Canyon here. This area lags like hell.
Yep.
I think
You end up
BigSid is
getting-
on a normal PS. I think Woody's the only one on a PS5 Pro. I don't know about matrimony. So frame rate will only dip down to like 58 for a PS5 Pro, but on PS5 it will definitely dip down some here. I haven't talked about the differences between the two consoles. So the loads are the same, and of course, basically, there is the 20% variance, which makes it impossible to tell. And pretty sure you're not going to save any time it loads. The only time you'd save is like through like maybe slight menuing being quicker because there's no lag. The menus in this game lag a bit. Some of the battles lag. Jenova, you can dip down to under 50 FPS and on console, stuff like that. So overall, it doesn't matter if you have PS5 Pro. It's very, very minor. It's not going to do anything to make a difference.
We also have the PC, but if you are interested, there is the load remover, so it basically factors out any hardware. The only hardware differences would be like real life or real time actually spent. So it would just be like, wow, I sit here for an extra 30 minutes. But if you're interested in running it, I very much would suggest that this is a pretty fun.
Yes,
category.
RTA, the console is faster because of how the SSD works with the PS5. Or if your game crashes, because I was given a key and I was like, okay, sure, I'll do a run of Rebirth. And this was before I upgraded my graphics card, and I was like in the middle of it, and then I went to like tab out to scroll my notes, and then bam, blue screen. That had never happened to me. I had never gotten a crash, but it was only during this game. But now that probably wouldn't happen if I bother.
Yeah, I picked this up on PC, and then I booted it up with the OBS, and I've only played it for like 15 minutes because I was trying to I was like, all right, screw it, I'll just YOLO a run, it's whatever. I just could not get it to run properly, and I'm like, this probably runs fine without OBS open.
Yeah, I mean, it would run fine for me now because I upgraded, but there are PC unique little glitches for time save. You can, of course, abuse the load remover a little bit to save. On some areas, when you retry, you'll be moved from your position, like we've talked about before, and you can save a little bit of time there. It's just on console, RTA-wise, it's slower, but with load remover, it'd be faster, IGT stuff. I had found, I just never told anyone about it because I don't care about PC version that really. And some of these encounters, Foxy had found out in under Junon, the one with the flame troopers, the 2 flamethrower dudes. You can enter it, and if you like retry and save load real quick or whatever, you can get back into the fight, and they won't activate, and you can just ignore them. So like again, and this I found this to be the case from other areas.
I wish it was that friggin' easy. Oh my gosh.
I found it to be the case in like the temple as well, but you have to do it a certain way, like a double save load, and it technically would be faster on PC, but RTA wise it's slower. So again, I never bothered to show anyone it because I don't care about PC version. Sorry guys.
I mean, the PC version was really just a nexus to have the glitch hunters really get access to the game, and then find out that this game is so heavily like coded that there's just no way to break it without the game breaking. It's very unfortunate state of affairs. BigSid also did a really neat movement coming into Cosmo Canyon here. Normally you have to take a very long, slow walk down the side of the mountain. But if you place Red in the right position as you're exiting combat, Cloud will spawn over there, and you can just jump down the side of that mountain and speed up getting into Cosmo Canyon much, much quicker. That's a... Wow, good. That Woady got a nice combat to get there, because the enemy was really tight.
I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Sure. So, Woady and Matrimony are both in the dungeon here. This Crystal Sword menu is one of the bigger menus. We're starting to get to the point where you have to juggle quite a few things because we're going to get forced into different parties over and over again. So getting these extra armors on the right character is super important. The Fortress armor here, I guess we grabbed from Kate Shee, but I usually get the extra armor you can buy from the vending machine here. And because of the way I do my route, I also grab Subversion and a few other things instead of picking them up off the ground. And then For Aerith, you could grab another piece of armor as well right before Specimen, but you can also just steal Yuffie's armor as well. Fortunately, like with Ketchi, everything gets pulled off of Ketchi after he leaves the party, or they leave the party, however you want to put it. So it really doesn't matter. We just need enough slots on Ketchi for the Shinra Mansion, and then that's it. We're going to be heading into Specimen again, and like we mentioned before, we want to make sure to hit Specimen after they drop the... Yeah. So Matrimony is trying to plug the thing in a little bit quicker and then cancel out the animation with the sword there, but is actually swinging a little bit too soon, so he's just dropping the plug instead of activating the animation. You can also do that with a roll as well. Looks like Matrimony is dedicating... Yeah. Unfortunately, the Chimera right there was just too close. Got lucky with the other one running right into the power cleave. Chimera should go down to a single power cleave, so that's the end of that. Ideally, we skip this fight, but it does give you some level ups, which isn't the worst thing in the world. In easy, we end up like 5 or more levels under leveled by the end of the game. So we really don't need the experience per the route, but it is nice to get it. And if it's the difference between watching enemies stand in a place for 5 seconds or just ending the combat, it doesn't really matter. Once again, like we said with these amalgams, the power cleave is going to do enough stagger with these regular spins so that we can stagger them before they die. Focus thrust does the same thing here. Once again, the beginning of Specimen here, we always want to get this Berserk. Unfortunate backup from Specimen. This is actually why we use Deprotect, because if it wasn't for using Deprotect, we'd want to make sure we have Berserk the entire time. But the Deprotect will help lower the damage enough, and then once we get rid of the buffs from Mako Ingestion with Power Cleave, the damage goes back up. Actually, if you go Berserk, like Sonic Boom and Deprotect, you can actually do too much damage and push Specimen into Phase 2 before the stagger bar would be full. And then you'd have a lot harder time in Phase 2 getting the stagger. Because ideally, a Blizzard on Blizzard from Ketchi and Cloud can stagger here.
If Red has like Vengeance, you could like Vengeance and spin, and you can fill up his gauge really quickly in Phase 2. For some reason, it feels quicker.
That's right, you use Red in here.
Oh, right, that's right, never mind. They don't have Red. Yeah, I'm a Red enjoyer. I'm the only one.
So the only reason like nobody else considers using Red is, like we mentioned before, Power Cleave and Spellblade are incredibly potent. In this situation with this party comp, the only way we can have access to Power Cleave is with Ketchi. So cutting him out of the party would complicate things quite a bit. And you'd have to be very you'd have to be very mindful of the way that you routed it if you put Red back in the party.
You have to get the golden collar early by jumping up as well. You don't do the upwarp. Where you pull the box and you jump up the box to get the golden color, you actually don't have to pull that, I found out eventually. You can go on the pipe and just jump right up there. It's funny if you're on the left side. But yeah.
Interesting.
For like normal, for example, the downside is you have like a larger menu if you use Kate Sith. It's all like very hard to quantify because people's menus are different and whatnot.
Yeah, and the struggle is with the menuing in this game. If you mess one up, you're going to be in there for a little bit longer.
Little tech here. BigSid is going to speak to Chadley. You can either save load, but then eventually it's found out where you can talk to Chadley and avoid the dialogue, and then follow Bugenhagen up the left side here. To not go as
I didn't even
slow.
think about climbing over the rocks like that. Oh, there's so many time lost to just stupid things.
Well, the runs do evolve over time. But normally there'd be a bunch of dialogue here, and you'd have to go really slow with slow walking. But again, talking to Chadley just gets rid of it because a conversation overlapped.
Yeah, in New Game, it's faster to just talk to Chadley. New Game Plus, we want to do a small menu here, at least in hard mode, so we save load when we do the menu, because we have to toggle our parties over. honestly, like in hard mode, I loathe Genotalk, and in new game, Genotalk I'd say is like one of the funnest bosses, honestly.
Genotalk
least-
for normal is really hard. It's a very
I
hard.
would
I mean, even
imagine.
casually, like it's a little bit overtuned.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult fight.
What do we do now?
I have this headcanon that like they decided to make this a Red Barret dungeon late in development, and they forgot to retune Genotalk to a 2-character party versus a 3-character party, which is why it's like that.
Not to mention he is technically flying, and you're using a dog.
Yeah, you have 2 characters that don't really fly, you know.
One of them
So
shoots a gun and is slow and gets the crap beat out of him. The other's a dog that can't deal with the flyer.
Yeah. Genotalk's hitbox is super cursed too, to where like you want to hit Genotalk from behind, or else your slashes with red tend to miss. It's super
God,
weird.
I hope. God, do you use Red's Limit here or no? For
In easy,
do you
yeah.
use? I don't remember. God, I hope
you-
it whiffs. I hope I see it whiff.
Dude,
can
I
happen.
get so if you fire off the limit and then switch to another character, there's a pretty decent chance Red will just limit the other side of the room. It is
Yeah.
so I'm like, ow.
I know how. I worked out eventually. It can happen even if you don't. It's because you're too close, and so the tracking gets messed up. So I roll back twice and then I do it, so he'll never miss.
Oh,
Yep.
Alright, I'll make
It took
sure
a while to
to
figure that out.
implement that in the future. Yeah, so even in hard we use a limit here. But ideally we get the limit early so that we can do it before Doom comes out, so we don't have to deal with the HP lock. And we can push him into Doom and then stagger from there, but it doesn't always work
Golden
out that
Collar
way.
was bought earlier in Cosmo Canyon, and here they bought a bunch of super knots. They're the upgraded power wrist. Again, you can buy platinum earrings as well at this point in chapter 10 if you wanted to, but the super knots give you 10% to your strength
Physical.
as opposed to the 5% from the power wrist. So it's just the upgraded version, and everybody's going to get equipped with these.
Yeah, it's pretty much our peak equipment for the rest of the game. I know my route specifically, I buy a plat for Yuffie, because we have to use Foxfire with her for a few different fights, mainly the final fight, but other
Here,
than that...
BigSid is going to clean this up with Barret. I guess he didn't do it quite right.
He's
But if you do
hard
this right,
committing to this, yeah.
if you do it right, Red will be over here at the end, and you won't get the slow walk, and it saves, it was like 2 seconds or 4 seconds, something like that. So you do have to do it correctly, but, yeah, you'll save a little bit of time if you do it right.
Yeah, even in hard, we go for that. Luckily, since we start with ATV, we could just run through it. There's actually a bunch of stuff on the side of the wall that you can jump over to during the slow walk. But that was definitely short enough that
Right
didn't
here,
matter.
there's an interesting little way to skip climbing up. You can actually just hop up this rock, and then hop up the other, and then pull this down. Woady has good drones. No issues there. That encounter is scary.
Yeah, the big issue is like you want to your best damage source is the spell blade, and the drones sometimes just go, yeah, that's not gonna hit me.
It's you want to use Yuffie's
Whirlwind, yeah,
yeah, ideally.
or Foxfire.
But sometimes they're not grouped.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is when you throw in Windstorm or whatever it is, that like you get 2 of them and you're like, where's the other one?
Here,
Great.
something I didn't find out for like a long time casually is there's a mystic collar here. There's all kinds of items here that you can pick up on Team Tonberry's side, but we're just interested in the way to progress, which is the little idol. And then you're going to have a Gi spot up top, and you're going to have to just let it come down by switching to Barret so he doesn't shoot it. And if he shoots it, it'll twist his spear around and just deflect bullets and waste some time. So you're going to just switch over. Or I guess he wants it. He's just.
Yeah,
gonna
we
do it
gotta
for
get the
HP.
ATV
Okay.
for throwing out the X potion. So we try to bait out the whirlwind or the spinning thing as soon as possible, so it ends, so that we can hit it with a potion. Then we Wodie's over here fighting Scarlet, doing it a little bit differently, trying to make sure we don't over damage. If you
BigSid
pop a
does a little bit
bravery,
different.
yeah, BigSid optimizes everything to the teeth, so you can never tell if he's going to be using standard or something he cooked up that saves a second.
So we did have an issue there where the arm didn't want to break for a little bit. Luckily, it broke eventually. It could have been worse.
It's pretty cursed, yeah. Sometimes they just won't break and she'll swap the arms out and you're like, yay! I love speedrunning!
It's really bad. The reason it's really bad is because you can't target her when she's going to the center and you can't do literally anything, and then you have to break 2 more arms, and these Mako cannons are pretty dangerous as well. Look at Aerith's HP. You see it's like under half. For example, on normal, you can't do the strategies that they do, because Aerith will die every time unless you really avoid with like her triangle warp and stuff. So like normal, for example, you can't do this kind of stuff. The final phase here would be the same. It's just, Omni spam. Yuffie can help out with her Art of War as well.
I mean, luckily with the keep too, like you can unbridled and then Omni and get punched at the same time, so you're building up a limit.
Yep.
The only
And
downside of a
Scarlet
limit
split.
is that it won't kill on the first hit. You have to wait for the final hit of the limit.
Did
But
you
it's
split for Woady?
Yeah, I got it. Yep.
Okay. And
I'm
then we have
paying
Scarlet
attention now.
again.
It only took like 3 hours.
Yeah. And we have Scarlet on T-Mog here. Matrimony.
Yep.
Looks like it's going fine. There's no issues here.
I think Matrimony is using something a little bit more similar to the way that I approach it. I ended up routing in Arcane Ward so I could just double Thundera the frickin' the arms, and then it gives me access to Arcane Ward later. It's probably not necessary, but I find anything that allows me to bully Scarlet is well worth it. Because I'm sick of being bullied. Unfortunately, it looks like Aerith got most of the limit from the stagger there, so we're going to be having a tank of quite a few hits. There we go. Nope. There we go.
We're fine.
There we go. Uh-oh.
No.
Calm down. It's fine.
It's not dead. There we go.
Okay. The pause buffering threw me off too. Yeah, you got to be careful with those, because there's some places that like aren't actually cutscenes, and if you try to skip too soon, you'll reset to a earlier point, and it's absolutely catastrophic doing that.
It's kind of like muscle memory. You can tell when you've got the wrong input, and you were like, "Wait a second," and you can fix it. It usually, I almost do it all the time, but I realize like something's wrong.
You absolutely have to learn to not mash, or you're going to suffer for it. It's just input, input, type inputs. Oh, is it faster to just go overhead like that? Huh. I'm learning all sorts of slight movement optimizations. Normally I jump down, yeah, and then take the fight and roll. But you get kicked out of combat really early, so it might be faster to just go the way BigSid did.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
Speaking of, we actually are getting to the point where we're going to use those X potions. These guys are weak to healing, so it'll be a 1-to-1. Basically, throwing an X potion will do max damage, and we can pick up a couple of Giga potions while Bugenhagen's yapping about vaguely about Red's dad. We can actually get a couple of those, and those do about 3k. In easy, the Giga Potion will more or less kill either the Lancer, the Archer, or the Summoner, or whatever it is. The Lancer has a little bit more than 3k in easy, so you'll have to hit it a little bit extra, but the Giga Potions bridge the gap, even if you have bad X Potion luck. Which is
so BigSid took this encounter. This encounter is actually technically optional, but you have to pull this chain, and in order to do it, you have to pull it. You get the encounter, you would have to start pulling it. You'll probably get the encounter, and then you have to retry, pull it farther, because it will remember the position of the chain, and then you get the encounter. You get the encounter like 3 or 4 times, but technically it's an optional fight. But obviously that's way slower than just killing the enemies.
Any of these encounters where you have to have something in Red's mouth are just infuriating to deal with, because it doesn't let you first strike while you have the stuff in his mouth, so it just makes it worse. A big thing here, too, is we got to be careful about these G sorcerers. If we don't kill them first, there'll be a little mist that spawns from killing a Lancer or an Archer. And for some reason, it seems to mess with the... sometimes it messes with the experience and AP gain.
Nope. Always. It's a bug in the game. If you kill a sorcerer first, or sorry, if you kill an enemy before the sorcerer, that enemy will not give you rewards. So
it's just
when we get the
100% it always happens? Oh, okay.
yes, so when you get the 2 sorcerers later in the village, you will always lose some EXP from one of the sorcerers and AP. You won't get the rewards. Yeah, it's a bug that they just never fixed.
Okay. I didn't know it was 100%.
So so if you were to kill the Lancer and the Archer and then the Sorcerer, you miss both the Lancer and Archer rewards.
Okay. Good to know.
I'm not sure if that matters for the route at all.
The only thing it really impacts is it throws off, depending on how you route equipping the fire, whether you have fire for Ketchi in the mansion or not, when you want to shortcut it. But it depends, because you want to go do Ketchi's shortcut and just that whole menu when you're save loading to get the elevator to come down. So ideally you have fire by there so that you can actually equip it, but it's like a minor inconvenience type thing. That's, I think, the only thing it really affects. It could affect a level later, but I doubt it.
It probably wouldn't matter that much.
Not an easy, no. But levels are it's a nice thing that we get.
Talk. We talked about him a bit earlier. We cannot just elixir him to kill him. He has resistance to fixed damage, which when you use a healing on an enemy, it has fixed damage when it's an item. So they would take 10% damage instead of 100%. And this boss will try to grab you, but you can dodge it easily enough. Or use a 4D keep.
Sidewinder, yeah. Luckily, he's always going to come out of the gate trying to hit you a few times. The only variance is how many hit the combo is. We got the full combo here, so Red has a full vengeance gauge, which will make this fight a lot easier. Meanwhile, we just kind of poke a little bit with Barret while we're waiting for that combo to resolve and throw out a Bravery to boost Red's damage here.
Phase 2, we have a bunch of little things that if you leave them alive, they're going to give you nasty debuffs and whatnot. But you can get a ton of them together by sidewinding at the start and then clean them up with Barret. And then the boss will always spawn going for Red at this point. He'll always do that first. And then you can...
think you got what you wanted.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I
Red
like to see.
is drunk, and we need him to go home.
He whiffed. Oh, yeah, that's what I love seeing when things burn. But you can clean it up by staggering him. Unfortunately, there's going to be some time waste because he's easily going to gate the boss. And the boss is going to go into the final phase, which casts Doom on you. You are on a timer to defeat him, which is way more time than you need. So ideally, you would actually stagger him right at the start after Doom or something like that.
Honestly,
would be ideal. And then
having
take him out,
that
or
full
just...
vengeance gauge came into play because it allows us to get more damage out of the sidewind here too. Yeah, my route also would deprotect in this situation, so I can make sure to kill.
Split.
There we go. Yeah, that's Red just sometimes gets a little drunk. It's okay. We don't need him for the next fight. He can walk it off.
If he's just too close to Ginatok when you queue up the blood fang, then he's gonna miss. He might miss. Not going to. It's like
fact,
50-50.
The way that Hard handles Red, instead of using Sidewind, we use his proportional damage, Reaper's Touch. So we equip him with HP MP swap most of the time and then just take it off.
Yeah.
So that entire fight, it's just Reaper's Touch, and we actually don't use Reaper's or Blood Fang. We give him the accessory that boosts him to the level 3 limit, so that we can use Cry of the Land or whatever it is, so that we don't get HP back. So that Reaper's Touch is still
right,
online.
because it absorbs HP when it hits.
Casually, it's helpful, but in terms of routing that, it is awful.
That's that kind of you kind of just need to know how to fight. It's like you're going to fight. You need to fight it, and you need to know how to do it.
You need to know how to perfect guard him too.
We have tech. If you save load as soon as you get out of the house, instead of slow walking to follow Biggs here, you will get to run. And then there's a trigger there after he comes to the fence. You need to make sure he starts going again, and then otherwise he's not going to follow you. But he'll keep rubber banding close to you, and you're going way faster than you should be here. There's supposed to be a bunch of dialogue talking and whatnot. And there's a trigger here for cutscene that won't trigger until you save load. And then you can trigger the cutscene. There's going to be a few save loads here. basically once Biggs kind of starts slowing down, there's like a pretty big window you have until you're under the middle of the tunnel here, coming up to save load. So right after about here, there's going to have to be another one because he's going to slow down, and you have to do it before the tunnel. Otherwise, he'll go to the tunnel and he'll just stay there. And so we do that in order to continue to run. And then there's going to be 2 more. There's going to be one after he grabs the poster coming up. Oh, he doesn't have like, I guess we could see it on the minimap. That's better than the compass. I prefer to have the minimap on as well, as opposed to the compass. And Biggs is going to hurry up and come up here. You can easily follow him by the exclamation on the minimap in the top right. And then run up for a bit. There's a really big window here for when you want to save load. And just do the final save load and then wait by these like yellow barriers here for him to go past us, because there's one final trigger that you can't be past him in order to trigger. You're going to see he's going to come flying very quickly, get past you, and then follow him. And you should get the dialogue when you hit this barrel, the blue barrel. And then you can run into the cutscene wherever you want here, and then skip it. And then that's all the save loads here. And this saves like a minute and a half or something like that. A minute and a half, I forget. Oh yeah, it's a minute, 15 seconds. And now we have a weapon here for BigSid. This is the ceremonial staff. This is going to be Aerith's greatest magic weapon. There's not many slots, but there'll be a menu here to get that on.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, until like end game of like hitting max weapon level, this is the best rod she has, straight up. Its damage really helps. The thing is,
Yep.
It's kind of weird. Cloud just ends up being stronger because he has access to Berserk. Otherwise, she would be the best caster in the game.
These enemies, if you swap to Aerith and immediately go into a Spellbound and then another one, they can tank through it. On normal, you have to dodge away. You can kill 2 of them at once, and then you can just nuke down the last guy. Coming up, I don't know if BigSid knows this or not. But the second encounter, if you approach it from, you go to the middle and then you cut over to the enemy, Aerith, and you R1 swap to Aerith, you will be in the correct spot to where you can handle the fight just like the first fight. I know a lot of times Aerith will be in the wrong spot if you just run towards the enemy and then you have to dodge to line up the 2. I'll see if he knows about this or not.
I honestly just ended up Spellbound on the first 2. And that usually puts you in a position where you have a bunch of ATB and there's only one guy left. But yeah, I guess that would be better because technically her damage.
I want to see what he does here, if he knows about this.
Hard left. Yep.
Okay, so he doesn't know about it. He has to do the dodge. It's not a big deal, but on like normal, that's enough to where if the Lancer attacks you at the start, you'll actually get screwed and you'll get petrified by the enemies. Their attack cause petrify. But yeah, if you go into the middle and then cut left, Aerith will teleport into the correct spot, so you don't have to do the dodge. It's absolutely necessary for normal because you don't have the keep, the 60 keep, to protect you from their attacks. Because sometimes they're just super aggressive right at the start, and the archer isn't an issue.
Oh, these are the friends I was talking about.
And then, of course, we are forced to listen to a bunch of stuff. This was not in the original or anything, just some extra exposition here that they throw in about the black materia. Because, of course, there's kind of some holes in the original FF7 story that were never really filled in plot-wise, and they're just throwing a bunch into here.
I remember when I got here in my casual playthrough, I was like, I was DMing with some of the other Limit Break staff, HSG and Ghoul, and I'm like, am I tripping, or was this a thing in the original game? Because did the Black Materia have a backstory? And they're like, nope. And I'm like, it's a good thing to cover. You know, honestly, it was like, why do we just randomly have a catastrophic end of world materia existing. That seems a little bit absurd. Ideally, yeah, it's filling plot holes, but depending on how you look at it, some people think it makes other plot holes.
Yep. And now we have a fight. We have
Yes.
2 sorcerers, an archer, a lancer. The idea is to hit these sorcerers. You can easily get them right away with a spellbound blast, and then clean up the other one. And then
In
just
my
go
experience,
with
like,
these.
if you don't use Spellbound Blast, the sorcerers dodge. I don't know what it is
Yes.
about this fight. It's so weird.
I don't know why they do it, but yeah, they'll dodge.
It's like because I was trying to weave the Spellblade, Spellbound Blast. I'm like, oh yeah, this will speed things up because I can get 2 team-up attacks out at once, easy peasy. And then the game's just like, no, I don't think I will.
If you don't mind losing some of the EXP, you can like start it on a Spellblade on the left guy. I think that's the I think it's the archer, yes. And then you'll do the spellbound on the sorcerer, and usually when you go to get the second one, or whatever, you'll end up killing the archer or something. But like you can weave in like X spots and stuff as well if you want, and then you can flee to the exit in the meantime. There's all kinds of ways to handle that fight. Just don't let it get out of control. That's it.
Yeah. I think Woady has like 6 X potions, so he can pretty much do whatever he wants once he gets down there. I don't think I've ever had that many X potions.
Which would you say?
I ask you this: who among you has looked
Yeah. I mean, again, a lot of these fights, even if they're just normal enemies, don't let it get out of control. That's it. You gotta remain in control.
Yeah, even if it takes you a second to decide what to do, pop up the tactical menu and think about it. Because if you start just doing things on gut instinct, it can spiral.
Painting and poetry are
Yeah.
my thing. My old man, he
Let's see where we at. We've got 2 Cosmo Cannon stuff. And then BigSid is heading out. A little bit of a break on this elevator, which is nice if you need it. Good for your hands too. The bonfire here, that's coming up on Woody's side. In order to progress, you do have to speak to 3 different characters and then Aerith. And this is where you can fill out your relationship points as you need it, depending on who you want to be first, second, third, fourth, etc. 1, 2, yeah, 4.
Yeah, because in easy, at least, I think some of them have, some of our runners have a slightly different affection route for me or cares. But it's usually Red Barret, Tifa, and then ideally you want to give Tifa the max option, but at this point you don't necessarily need it.
Did I sound?
Then Aerith doesn't matter because like her affection value never factors into anything besides the first round of Gold Saucer who gets the date, Tifa or Aerith. Well, actually you can get pretty much anybody, but with the way that we do affection, trip 1 to Gold Saucer is always going to be Tifa or Aerith.
I only wish that I
Yeah, there's not enough points for like Barret at that point in Red. The points that they get come like later, so you really can't get them earlier on, even though there's like less dialogue or whatever, I forget.
Yeah. Fun fact, the affection values, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, impact the order that the characters show up in the final boss fight. For hard mode, the optimal is the same as having 100%. So if you do want to run hard, you can either make sure that it goes in the right order, or if you have like a completed save file, that's all you have to use, because you'll get the characters in the right order. The cool part is there's a phase where you're supposed to break 2 parts, and then something gets like a barrier, and then the barrier drops when you break 2 parts. You can just somersault and do enough damage to the barrier to one-shot the enemy. It's hilarious. When I saw that, I was like, I love this category. Yes!
It's weird, but you can kind of do it here. We might see it. I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but depending on how you handle that, which we'll talk about whenever we get there, things can be a bit weird with that barrier. Like an insta break. When landing for the Tawny Bronco, they're going to speed up the cutscene and then skip it because there's a moment where you're like in a cutscene, but you're not totally in the cutscene yet. And with the fast forward feature, it's a bit quicker.
The game doesn't recognize it's in a cutscene until the camera change, and then you can skip it. It's weird.
And then there is a fast travel to go to the airport, which we are at, just to move us a little bit further, which is slightly more optimal to where we want to go.
Has Nanaki told you anything about
Yeah.
this parents yet?
It is interesting that the fast travel still ends up being used in New Game when you would think, oh, well, you don't have any of the warps. There's still a few that save quite a bit of time by, like, in Cosmo, or not Cosmo, but Costa del Sol, where we, like, cut down the dialogue going up the mountain by cutting it in half. It's a lot of really neat tricks. Versus New Game Plus, where you can just be like, I'm not walking anywhere.
Yep, and we're heading over to Nibelheim here, which we haven't been to since the beginning of the game. And we'll see that things are a bit weird here. Things are supposed to have been burned down, they're back. In order to progress, we're going to have to hit a couple of triggers. One is we have to talk with Aerith, and then we have to see a little cutscene in the inn with Zack. Well, Zack's like apparition or something, like a memory or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, the story-wise, like, Cloud seems to, like, have some vague memory of things that he had no idea of in the original PlayStation version of the game. So this is kind of where things go a little bit more off the rails when it's like one-for-one story. So it is an interesting change. There is a couple of neat things, like there's actually a chest right behind you here that's a mist mega potion. It's not really necessary, but there's a couple of fights where your whole party can get messed up, so having a mist mega potion can be nice to be
It's
able
good
to just
early
give it
on when you learn.
This is a place of
it's good in some of the upcoming areas, because there's a lot, especially in easy, there's a lot of boss fights where you just go, I don't care, and spam power cleave, and that can lose you a lot of HP real fast. So being able to throw out one mist mega, like, is super good to just recover without having to spam potions, so you can focus on movement. Especially a few of the places, it's like, there's a place where you can heal, and then the boss fight, and you want to heal as quickly as possible before the boss fight. So, like, there's the Golden Saucer one where you come out of Abzu and then go straight into the other fights with Reno Rude and Rufus. I find it's useful. And then there's also another one, where is it? In the temple, right? The last fight before Demon Wall, because you have to do all that cutscene skip movement. I find that those two places are really nice to just have that burst of HP and then move on, assuming things went wrong. You can get a couple of mist potions throughout the course of the game, but I think that's like the easiest one because you're right next to it. It's probably a bit slower because you actually have to slow walk, but...
Yep. So, Team Tonberry, we are splitting up our group here, and we are with Yuffie and Tifa, with Cloud, and then the other people are together. And that's going to be Barra, Aerith, and Kate, and we're going to have to do 2 separate segments here. This segment... we don't care about the crystal gloves though. Those are interesting. You can do some cool animation canceling for ATB gain, but it's not going to be used in this run. We don't use it. Coming up though, we have this chapter sucks. It's kind of like chapter 5, except in this case, it sucks because you might get encounters that you don't want to get. This one they're going to take for the movement. Just blaze through here with Tifa.
This chapter is like very similar to Remake. Because there's a lot of areas where you have a very narrow margin to skip, and like getting into any of these encounters is just slow.
And now we have, let's see what happens. This bat encounter
this
is
encounter
notorious.
Sucks. What?
No, he's good. He's good.
Nice.
The problem is, because this can happen also when you're here in the beginning of the game, is you get to the flee point and sometimes it doesn't flee because the enemy is locked onto Cloud and it's supposed to let you flee, but it doesn't. Maybe it's bugged, I don't know. And
yeah,
so
I always thought it was like
found
enemies. If like you initiate the combat when the enemies are too far towards the flee point, it pushes the flee point over the edge of the rock. At least that's. I think that's how it works in Remake, because I had a couple of couple of ones on the Broken Highway that did the same thing, where I was able to like skip a fight that I shouldn't have been able to, or things like that.
And then
It's weird.
if something goes wrong, you just use Yuffie and rowing them down or whatever it's called. What is it called again?
I think it's Windstorm.
Yes, Windstorm.
The problem is like you just don't have ATB, so you have to like throw it, spam it, and then Windstorm, and you got to hope that both of the wind flyers are right next to each other. Personally, I use like an arrow magnify route here with Cloud, but the problem is there's no way to get him ATB on the flying enemies quickly. So you're just kind of like, please don't screw me over. Oh, this is funny, by the way. You watch the load in; it's pretty hilarious.
Yep, you fall down. There's a pop-in effect for it. We'll go into the pop-in later. It'll be relevant. But you pretty much go along the left side. You could do it right side, but unfortunately the zoo actually went right towards him. And then the bat is not over his head here, so he's not going to get the encounter instantly. So 1 extra encounter, not that big a deal. It's still like 10 seconds lost.
Yeah. This area can be very feast or famine, because it's just basically dependent on, are the enemies going to be aggressive to you? Are they in the worst spot? Because like getting up here too, the grasshoppers can get in the way. They're pretty quick to kill, but they're just faster to not have to fight.
Picking up a weapon here, the Igneous Saber. This is the physical weapon for Cloud. It's going to be expected you're at a certain level, which we are definitely not, and so it's going to be much stronger. And we don't care about the blade beam or whatever it's called on it.
Hey, bro, who puts a magic-based attack on a physical weapon? I'm so mad at the devs for that.
I guess they just want you to learn it, but yeah, it's a physical weapon.
I think the idea is like they moved a different skill to something else that was probably like counter stance or something on Ingenious because they wanted you to learn it earlier or later, and then they put blade beam on it instead, and it's like, guys, this makes less sense.
So I have a dragon. I guess I said we were done. We're not done. This dragon can be troll. You can skip this. You don't want to fight this. This thing is awful to fight. It's stronger than a boss.
It's not you can, you must. You do not want to fight this dragon.
This thing is horrible. You go on the right side and then you run over to the left. Depending on his movement, you will need to stop here for 1 second or you will go. The dragon actually came out to the right side, so BigSid knew that he could go. If it came out straight forward, you would go into the little pocket a bit and you would wait 1 second and then you would continue on. And then you can skip this encounter every time. And there's actually, before you crawl in there, if you get in the fight and then retry, you'll be on the other side of the cave and you'll go down here and the gate is open and everything, but you will soft lock because the Yuffie elevator that is coming up is not active. It would be a nice time save, but unfortunately we cannot make do with it. There is a way to kind of make it work, but it only saves 1 second in total, so it's not worth bothering with. RTA wise.
What is it? I think you crawl back in the hole and then it triggers it properly.
Yes. You crawl back in the hole for a moment and get out. It's just not worth it.
It's so frustrating because like little things like that are low-hanging skips that we could use just kind of show that it's like they definitely didn't want you breaking this game in any way, and they wanted you playing it the way they wanted you playing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, so right there, instead of pulling that thing, you'd have the gate open and you just go through it, and this next elevator just would not be active, sadly.
Honestly, I think the remake glitch hunters were too good.
Yeah.
they made the devs mad by breaking the game in 16 pieces.
Yeah. The reason Lissid mentions that is that remake was in a pretty half-broken state when it was showed off in GDQ, and so it is feasible that the devs did know about it, whereas normally they wouldn't know this stuff.
Like recently, they just found a new method to like skip the sewer segment or skip straight to the sewer again, but you have to like clear a Chadley mission so that pushes you out of bounds into one of the walls, and then you can get the infinite staircase that way. And I'm just like, how do you guys come up with this?
This reminds me of those altars.
So we're headed into not a boss. Very much not a boss. The only way that this fight is a boss is if you forget to put the Ingenious Saber on.
In which case, you're not a genius.
Yeah. I have a practice save file, like, and I try to make sure to have to practice the menus by doing stuff like that. And there was one time where I'm like practicing, I'm like, why can't I kill the boss? And then I like, oh, yeah.
Yep, it is technically a boss. Tactically, but you're gonna see this boss will drop in like less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, the only other boss that you can mess up practicing is actually Palmer, because if you reset, you get to keep the EXP. So early on when I was practicing Palmer, I was like, why is the boss so easy? And Crystal's like, what are you talking about?
You gotta be very careful about making your files for practice. Don't have retry XP. But so this boss has an arm. Once you break it, it'll be pressured. However, you can do a bunch of damage to get it mad, and it'll start getting enraged. And then you could break the arm. Listen, Shadow, if you let it get this attack off, it's going to split up, and then the real body will have the bright colored like hair or whatever, and that's how you can tell the real one. But it's not going to get to that.
Yeah, the whole setup here is just to avoid having to wait, because if you stagger it too soon, you won't be able to kill it. And in this, like, you could stagger it with focus thrust, but you know, BigSid's just like, yeah, I'll just hit it with.
Normal, we set it up to where it's almost staggered, so once it starts getting mad, then we just stagger it. That's it, and then you kill it. Like, it doesn't really matter the difficulty. It's like Sid said, it's not really a boss.
Yep.
And
it's a boss for functioning as a split. Looks like Woady is in Gi though.
Yep. Team Mog is on Ginatok. We can see the Sid
don't
is
miss
rolling.
the limit this time.
This is how we roll around on the Sid side, Team Tonberry, with Kate Sith. They're coming up to everybody's favorite segment.
That movement is like super fun, but also mega cursed because it makes combat harder to initiate properly.
Yep.
We'll talk about.
And if you hit something, yep. And if you hit something, you end up bonking.
Oh yeah, the bonk animation is like, I think they intentionally made that awful just to make you mad.
Red hit. Okay, he didn't miss.
And we got early limit too, so we should be able to push out Doom, and then maybe even stagger as well.
Sidewinder. Yep.
Yep. There we go. Good fight.
So that's what happens when it doesn't whiff, when red cooperates. And here's the stagger, and it'll be cleaned up in just a few seconds. And there.
One of the other things that the runners are also doing is with Sidewinder, they're actually dodge rolling to cancel the end of it to start the next one a little bit sooner.
Yep. As long as you do it like after you land and let the hit go out, you can actually dodge out of the animation too early, so you got to be careful about it. And then we have, of course, Ginatok on Matrimony's side. He's catching up a bit here. Team Choco.
All right, that's a bit scuffed.
Okay, good. Okay, he got it. That was a little close.
Yeah. that was a slot machine right there.
Yep.
He may act nice, but who knows what he's planning. Stay alert.
The drain is not as bad. He does get a little bit of HP back, but it usually sets you up to get your limit early, which makes it nice.
There we go.
Got it.
So, down to Kate Sith's side. This area, you're basically getting some boxes and throwing some stuff. As Kate Sith, and there's a bonk.
Yeah, there's nice invisible walls all over the place. Yeah, but a lot of the characters, if you haven't noticed throughout the game, you kind of have to do a segment with every single character, and each character kind of has their own gimmick, for better or worse. They did try to like make each character kind of have an identity, and I think they ran out of ideas when they got to Ket Sith, because throwing boxes, it ain't it. Just ain't it, bruh.
So in that menu, BigSid was doing a bit of setup here, a breach, which is going to be necessary for the boss coming up, sadly, for just one part. You wouldn't need the subversion otherwise. But he equipped the golden megaphone, which he did have to go out of the way to get. It sucks, but you really do need this damage. It's not good without it. And you get the ability Moogle Knuckle, which gives a 40% bonus to stagger damage and does really good damage. Kate Sith is one of the best characters in the game. Casually, you may not like to hear that, but he is absolutely one of the best. He has insane iframes. If you're on the Moogle and you just tap to the side, you will iframe everything. And he can cast while attacking at the same time. He is absolutely one of the best.
Yeah, once you get the Moogle active, he's extremely powerful. The problem is like understanding how to get the Moogle set up and how to take full advantage of it. Because not only does he have the Moogle, but you actually have every character has that can go airborne has 2 different sets of shortcuts, one for ground and one for airborne. Ketchi also has one, but it actually is when you're on the Moogle. And you can actually bug it out so that you can maintain that that alternate set of inputs if you use like Spellbound Blast and pull him off the Moogle. So you can do some really interesting stuff with Ketchi.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's something I end up having to learn for hard because we
doing something weird here, and he tried to save too much time and he missed the lever. You got to make sure you hit the
lever, not the.
Yes, you got to hit the upper part.
And we missed again. Rough. Oh, no, wait.
No, he got it.
All right. It looked like it hit the wall rather than the lever.
Yeah.
My bad.
Pulling the box and setting it up through the gate is the alternate thing, which is a bit jank. But you have to be careful not to break the box, and you got to be careful not to miss. But if you do it that method, you do save like 4 seconds or something. But most people, it's too risky for them to bother with. And now we have a fight. We have an interesting room where they are going to kill these enemies and then look away from the thing that is rotating, because as long as you're not looking at it, it doesn't rotate. So you'll be like, why is he looking away? It's so it doesn't rotate. He's going to throw it into the thing. And I don't know if he's going to do the double throw or the little box. Okay, he's going to do the little. I always do a double, and then I do the little as well, just to be extra safe. Each cycle of this thing rotating is 20 seconds. But if you throw it right, as soon as it starts moving, you can get it through the little box, the little donut there. And you got it.
Yeah.
You just
honestly, you're making it sound a lot easier than it actually is. That whole area is kind of scuff. Ideally, you get the. Yeah, you do have to practice. Like the 1.5 is what I call it, because it's basically 1 cycle plus that little bit at the end, which is not intended. If you throw it too soon, it falls immediately through and just hits the floor. Sometimes you'll throw it and it will land at a weird angle and just block off the valve and straight up soft lock you.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
It's really, really annoying. But like you said, it saves a massive amount of time if done properly. But unfortunately, there is a factor of bad RNG. So you'll notice right here that we're holding on a Spellbound Blast, but nothing's happening. Ketchi's rolling will actually prevent Ketchi from starting combat. So you actually want to make sure you stop rolling and walk into combat with him. Otherwise...
It's a bit jank.
The team attacks won't be able to activate immediately, and you won't be able to attack immediately either. You can also just
on normal, this room is handled differently. There's a trigger there. If you activate it and you retry, the trigger disappears, the force trigger, so you could just go around. On easy, it's faster to take the encounter. On normal, it's faster to get rid of the trigger and go around it.
I've heard there's a cutscene skip or fight skip or something like that there, but I've never
it's
seen
on an earlier encounter as well, but it's faster in both difficulties to just take the fight anyways.
Yeah, hard kind of lines up with the same thing where it's like, well, we can just melt them easily, so...
Yep. And now we have a room coming up. This is the adjudicated room. This is the adjudicator skip. This is the third iteration of the skip that I made. And in order to do this, to skip this encounter, we're going to go to the left side. And we're going to jump on top of these pallets and be towards the back right side of the second set. Save and load. And then it's going to do the pop-in that we talked about earlier on the mountain, where it's going to pop us up through the floor, and you skip this entire segment with the fight, with the elevator. It's a miracle skip that somehow works.
It is.
And
yeah, the original way of skipping this was so toxic, and it would kill runs extremely easily.
We have Yin Yang here, which we'll talk about first. it'll be either yin or yang at first. Yin is the physical version, and yang is the magic, but you can handle the fight the same way regardless. You just stagger it, and then you got to make sure if it's yang that you would do what's
I
the
think
word
it's
here for
one of them's double mega Mugnux into Fyra, and then the other one is like Mugnuk into Fyra.
And on easy, you can just take the suicide attack if you want, or take it out.
I mean,
because you will actually survive.
Yeah. Even in hard, we bother giving reprieve just to not have to deal with this nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have it, then it would be the fastest way. Yang will try to just suicide on you and then go to 1 HP or whatever it is. Normal, that will kill you, so you can't let that happen. But it's really easy enough once you have a bit of practice to deal with yin yang. And then we have a little box throwing game. We have to throw 10 boxes. It is faster if you get through this. The rewards are always the same. Every other, the first box, third box, fifth box. Every other, the even ones give you like good rewards. You'll get like ether, high ether, elixir, that sort of stuff. It's always set, the rewards that we get from here. And if you're good at it, you'll have over 50 seconds remaining on the box throws.
Yeah, this is the same thing as the hopper game. Like, it requires some level of practice and precision. Personally, like, if you don't want to sit down and practice this, it's fine to take it slow, but just make sure that you hit your mark. Spamming boxes and missing is just going to waste you way more time than taking the extra second or two and lining it up. I know a lot of people.
50 left.
That was lining it up and like using the lights on the edge of the thing is a good way to get yourself a visual cue to make sure that your boxes always meet their mark.
Yep. So you just need to throw one segment ahead on the conveyor essentially, and that's all you really need.
Yeah, my life has been a lot easier since you pointed that out to me way back when. I was like, oh.
Yeah, and now we have the safe game, which is the same safe code from the first game, but we know it, so we can just do it. And you can do this real quick if you do it right, or real slow, depending if the game cooperates.
Yeah, sometimes I swear
over.
It takes extra inputs, and I'm just like, dude, I could not be moving this slower. The thing is like, if you mess it up, there's a very long animation where he tugs at it, so you want to make sure you get it right the first time.
Yeah, and you can kind of like move it over to lock it on the number it was on. There's all kinds of little text that you can do on it. But now we have a boss, which is going to be slow in comparison to the others because we have a slow team. This is the Forgotten Specimen, the lost numbers. When you're using physical damage to push him over a threshold, he'll be resistant to physical and vice versa for magic. So you're going to use magic first and then switch to physical damage in order to make him metamorph. And then he'll be in a moment of respite where he's weaker and pressured. And they're just going to stagger here, and it'll be enough to push into phase 2. On phase 2, we just opt to build the stagger in phase 1 and then push him in phase 2 for normal. If you let him metamorphose like 4 times, his body starts to break down and he can't really do it anymore, and he takes like different multipliers. There are different defensive multipliers depending on the state, so this boss is constantly changing. I think he's weakest during respite.
One of the other things we do here is we want to make sure that when we call in the Moogle, we land it on the enemy, because that actually gives us a pretty decent refund of the ATB as long as we hit the enemy.
Yep, 1 ATB with Kate, and then you can call the Moogle, refund it, and then get more ATB. The boss is always going to open the same. He's either going to put on shield or reflect. If it's shield, you don't need to breach. If it's reflect, you need to breach. And then he's going to jump away. And you can time this to pressure him after jumping and stagger him and get ready on the split.
Yep.
And we can see again, there we go. And we can see just the spamming of Spellbound Blast is like with Melee Blade. It's Aerith's version though, which is, we use it where we can on normal as well. Even though you can't keep their attacks, there's a few that you can. And that boss, most attacks you can keep through.
For fun though, if you guys actually like Comet, hard mode does use Comet on this fight.
Comet?
Yeah. We Arcane Ward Cometeor to get the damage through. We end up having to like cast Faith and D Shell. the lost numbers is a really weird one compared to the rest. Pretty funny
All
though.
right. And then we have a little cutscene with Vincent, which is actually forced, not optional in this game. It'll always default to Shinra. It doesn't matter what you choose. You can skip the cutscene regardless. And then we have a little slow walk. And on this corner, you have to be careful and kind of wiggle the stick a little bit. Otherwise, you can kind of get stuck going around this corner. And we have the battle with Galleon Beast. Vincent is going to transform into his limit, and we're going to have to fight him.
Yeah.
And
We should get going.
luckily
You
in
just need to
easy,
not
we
get caught.
can really just disrespect Galleon Beast. In any other difficulty, you need to take the counters here and take it slow. And hard for sure. We take one hit at a time. As long as you're not
a connection.
he
So-
threw out bullet batter is what happened.
He pressed the wrong button. Yep.
Yeah. It's very easy to accidentally use the wrong thing.
Here. Didn't seem worth coming
Not
back
sure if
for
bullet
now.
batter is part of BigSid strat or not, but
Come back to
2 power cleaves get you into pressure here, and then a couple of focus thrusts will do the rest.
It's
If you
all
really
right.
want to be cute
Let's
about
get
it, you can use like a fire with Cake She to push the stagger and keep Cloud's ATB a little bit higher so he can get sonic booms and stuff. But pretty much Galleon Beast is the only thing you really want is Galleon Beast to hold still long enough to tag him with the power cleaves and get you where you want to go. You just got to be careful to not hit too hard here, or else he'll jump to the other side of the room, grab the pillar, and start swinging. And we really don't want to see that. So this is what we're looking for. With Berserk up, Power Cleave should push. Yeah, there we go. That's unfortunate that she just decided to take a break. We're good to go, though.
That's okay. He backed it up real nice.
Yep. Luckily, this is one of those fights. Like there is a little bit of skill to it, but for the most part, it's wait until he's holding still long enough to tag him with Power Cleave. The fact that it has high enough keep to just kind of stand there and wait until he's vulnerable makes this fight a lot simpler. Every other category, you
Yeah.
have to either counter stance or counter fire to get through that fight.
Yeah, his depending on what he does, yeah, like Sid said, don't push too much damage in phase 1, otherwise you're going to get a pipe at the start, and you can't pressure him during the pipe throw. And if you do too much, he jumps on the wall, and you have to do enough damage. Now we have a little tech here going off to the side.
I can't believe that works.
Will actually trigger the Roche fight much quicker than going when you need to. Roche will attempt to dodge a bunch of attacks, and you can always start this up with 4 to 5 cleaves, depending on the way you're doing the strategy. And then you can perfect block or counter or
I was about to say you don't need to reset yet.
and you can keep through his abilities with focus thrust and boom, all kinds of ways to do this. Honestly, you can go in the air as long as you're using 50 cut abilities, you can control him. There's so many ways to do this, and usually personally I do this blindfolded because it's easier for me than actually looking for some reason.
For my limit break run, I was gonna offer Roche blindfolded, but in hard, there's just too many like tight inputs where like I want to buffer a specific attack, and if I hold square too soon, I get a different Punisher attack. So it wasn't possible to do it here.
So we saw a little bit of tech there where if you're in Punisher and then you use an ATB ability, a weapon ability with Cloud, and then you exit Punisher, so you op, you'll get the pass through instead. BigSid just wanted to go for a run there, it looks like. But you'll control him, and in phase 2 he doesn't have that dodging crap. He's always pressured, but he's still dangerous. If the fight goes on too long, he'll start using different moves. But yeah, for me personally, it's easier if I don't look at the fight, so I just look away.
Yeah. One of the cool things is like we were saying, using the spin move is a majority of the damage there. You can actually cancel it out a little bit early by releasing it and then repressing it. It's a nice little tech, but it's not something that's dreadfully obvious from just watching.
An important thing on Roche there, so I'm eating. When you're doing the cleaves, you can't just like do the whole thing. Like you can't. How do I say this? When you do a cleave, there's like a certain spot on the ground where if you're just, I'd have to play it to see. If you're playing and you keep holding it instead of press and then hold for cleave, Cloud would decide to go aerial, and it's really weird. It only happens on that fight. So you have to be very careful with the cleaves.
If he's slightly off the ground, or if you roll, Cloud will go into his aerial combo if you're holding square. And there's some instances where you have to be mindful of it. A big one that'll catch beginner runners and can even catch like seasoned runners. Sonic Boom actually makes you airborne for a little bit after you use it. So it's something that the runners have been avoiding the whole time. You can't like Sonic Boom and then go into Punisher stance. And
I'm glad it does that. I use it on a couple of fights. I used it on Valk in particular.
I could see it being useful in some instances.
It's really like, if it exists, we should find a use for it.
Yeah, if anything, like the way to avoid it is just Berserk Stab then Sonic Boom instead of the other way around. It is a nice little tech, but I'd never really found much of a use for it outside of setting up an Aerial Braver for the bonus damage. But unfortunately, you never really need the bonus damage from Aerial Braver, unfortunately.
Yep, so Braver, we never really talked about. It's just like the default move. You slam the enemy. It has a little bit of an AoE. It was buffed in this regard. It has a power level of 450 Vargal, and when you're in the air, it's a power level of 520. So some moves have different power values when they're in the air. The move with Sylph Gloves, for example, is stronger in the air, but it's still not good enough. Yeah, that one is a lot stronger in the air. There's all kinds of ways to like cancel animations as well, but most of the stuff is just, it exists and it's out of the way. Like we just don't care.
Yeah. They're interesting mechanics for a casual player to take advantage of. Unfortunately, not everything can be used in terms of a speed run. Because there was a point where I was like, should I just use Aerial Bravers on Roche to make my life easier? And the more I fiddled with it, the more I realized that it's like, you're just not going to get enough damage out of it, and you're slowing the fight down.
Yeah, you just want to like focus thrust or something, stagger.
Literally, yeah. If you're really that down bad for extra damage, you might as well just focus thrust for the stagger. Then hit him with Braver, it'll hit harder. Sometimes you just got to realize that the cute stuff is just not going to help.
We see that Team Og and Team Choco are climbing up the mountain. I didn't see if Matrimony got caught on anything. I don't think so.
I mean, this whole area is just dirt slow.
Same with Woody. See how the dragon is.
I think
He's
Woody got
his
caught by the
dragon over.
grasshoppers on the way up. I haven't seen Matrimony have to reset anything yet. Yeah, this whole area is like, you can skip every fight, but it depends on if the game allows you to skip every fight on the first try.
Good man. I see Matrimony takes my path up it. Yeah, if you get the Igneous and then you jump off and go to the right side, I just found it to be very slightly faster.
I've always tried to jump off and then I end up grabbing it, so I just like go all the way across on the hoppers, which you can do too. Just I'm like, all right, I'm gonna pivot the camera, hold upright, because honestly, getting up this and like not lagging in between jumps is super obnoxious. The jumping, climbing, wall portion, whatever you want to call it, the context sensitivity is goofy. All right, let's see if Matrimony hits the dragon skip on the first try.
Yep. And the BigSid down here with the tiny Bronco. We have the tiny Bronco to drive finally. It lost its wings. It got knocked out of the air. We have it at a different point than the original game. You don't have to fight Bomber first.
Yeah, the tiny Bronco here is kind of nice. The problem is that they slow you down during that whole drive through the like mountain gorge, and it takes forever. In hard mode, they let you go full speed, so you can...
Now, be careful, BigSid. 1, 2, 3. Okay. If you try to fast travel too early to the Golden Saucer, you will soft lock. And I've had it happen in a run, and you have to leave. You go to like the Dust Bowl or something, and then come back. This cutscene just won't play. I think it's like if you try to travel after 2 of the tutorials pop up, like you can get here too early or something like that.
It's happened to me 2 different occasions. Of course, the first time was I didn't realize I could just like hit the shoulder buttons to warp to the next point of interest. So I was manually moving it around the map like a big goofus. But yeah, I've had it happen even once with it. Like, if you wedge it in between the 2, it definitely can happen. And it's just like,
yeah, it's just easy to mindlessly do that stuff because it's like downtime and you're just not paying attention, and then you soft lock.
Yeah, we were actually like talking about that with the organizers before this. We were kind of like bemoaning all the little soft locks. One of the organizers is like, "Oh my god,
Yeah, Chris.
why are
like,
you?"
Do I need to be worried? Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe.
Told you anything? No. I had no idea they were planning an operation. I should have been
So at this point in the story for Team Tonberry, essentially there's going to be a battle going on with like Dio and Don Corneo from Remake, and to do this they're going to kind of pit some fighters against each other, and we're going to fight for Dio. But beforehand, we're just going to go sleep, do the final Zack segment, cutscene stuff, and then we're going to be doing the battle arena. Because we're here for the stone thing. What's it called?
The Keystone.
Keystone? Okay, yeah.
Give
I don't
me a
watch
second.
the cutscenes. I'm sorry. I
Well, I
skip
mean,
the cutscenes.
You remembered enough to call me out on the wash basin, like right here. Like, no, that's upstairs, not downstairs. Look, man. Does it need to? Is it really that serious? This cutscene right here is so easy to get confused on. You walk upstairs with the wash basin, then you're like thinking I'm gonna skip a cutscene. Then you're out here with Elmira, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I gotta run to the bike. Duh.
Yeah, you gotta hold like down left or whatever.
Yep. I always like end up running towards Elmira and then being like, oh no! Pivot the other direction. So we have been picking up like weapon skills throughout the majority of the game. A lot of the time it's just been add X amount of attack to something, more magic attack, more physical attack. The Ingenious Saber actually has a skill that increases limit build, I think by like 10% or something. It very much helps us get out the cross slashes more consistently and earlier.
What's it called? Limit stagger or something like that? It's called.
I think it's
here.
limit boost.
No.
Let me check my notes to see if it actually
Limit
is.
gauge stagger. So this is a multiplier. It's not additive. So when you stagger an enemy, you need 1,000 points of limit to have limit. When you stagger them, you get 400. This is a 10% multiplier onto that, so you get 440. So with 2 limit, 2 staggers, you get 880. I don't think it's any lower than 1,000 and easy. I think it's the same amount.
I think it's 1,000, yeah.
Yeah. I
So
think it's the same.
I mean, it makes so that you have to take less damage, which I mean, we're face tanking almost everything with power cleave anyway, so it ends up giving us a limit just a little bit sooner.
So, also on that subject, limit gain, of course, this is the way the formula works is it is based off damage before reduction. So if you block, or perfect block, which we never really talked about, there's a moment where you can block and you'll get a little bit more, you'll be immune to damage, but you'll still get the limit gain because this is before the reduction.
Yeah, because the game doesn't take that into account.
If you do it
whether
in
take
Punisher,
damage or not.
you get like Cloud or like attack, and they does all these furious swings, and it's more damage overall, but the animation is longer, and you don't want that. You want the regular Punisher to get that damage right away.
The perfect Punisher counter is kind of cursed because like it theoretically does more damage. Animation is longer, and if those attacks don't actually connect to the enemy, you don't get ATB out of it. So there's a lot of times where if you see perfect Punisher, we almost unilaterally do not want that in easy. I think there's like the final boss is the only place where we're kind of forced into using it because we spam.
It's really
reset
just
Punisher.
at that point you just don't care for
Yeah.
that. Woady
you
picked
kinda
it up
get
and
stuck.
used it there.
Yeah, I was grabbing that extra ether. I don't know if Woady picked it up because I was whining about it, but I was like, dude, why don't you just get the extra ether? It's right there. He's like, I don't need it. I'm like, but it's right there. Because I definitely like taking advantage of magic. From my experience with like hard mode in both this and remake, I find that magic can be very, very strong. And given the way that the devs like nerfed/buffed magic, it is very obvious. Like there's actually an extremely broken materia in remake. You can get it here, but you'll have to do like 6 or 7 side quests in Cosmo Canyon to get it. The Synergy materia. It'll allow a character to follow up with another magic casting to your ATB using move. But yeah, it's extremely broken in remake. But because of the way that the combat system works in this one, it's just not not quite as good. But if you want to have a fun time, throw down Synergy and Comet. Let's go.
Team Tonberry is just doing the Loveless play stuff. It's just a bunch of cutscenes in a row, essentially. A good break point for him. That's all. Funnily enough, one of my first runs of this, Rosa was not in the cutscene. And I was like, what's going on? I was too afraid to select her.
Sometimes she just doesn't appear.
And then we were fighting next to a floating staff. It was pretty funny. Sadly, I don't have that recorded anymore, but it was pretty funny.
I've had it happen to me once or twice. It's even funnier because
I would crash.
I was just like, well, I'm gonna roll with it. We'll see what happens. Because I've had it happen with I had it happen with Tifa, since you can set who is you're gonna be your date for hard mode. So I just had assumed it was a Tifa thing, but I guess it makes sense that all of the models would just not load sometimes. Just unilateral.
I only had it that once. It was funny, but yeah, no issues. We see Woady and Matrimony making their way through the mansion here. So that adjudicator skip, which will come up eventually again. The old way of doing it was, like, normally you're supposed to fight him, and when you pressure him, they become immune to either the physical or magical attack that you use to pressure them, the attack that got them to the point. And so you have to use the opposite, but they're annoying regardless, and you'd have to use, like, wind or something, I don't know, an arrow to pull them together.
Yeah. Honestly,
but
I think... Go ahead.
I ended up finding out that I had the idea where... what was it? I checked all the triggers, but essentially to jump up there's the ramp. Oof, Kate screwing Woody over.
Rough.
That is not his fault at all. Kate is just like that sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes the game just like flicks a little bit to the left. I have no idea why it does that, but it's yet another joy of speedrunning Rebirth.
And that missed.
We are in a rough state. That's unfortunate. Give Matrimony a chance here to catch up.
But yeah, so I found out that there was one spot in between a pillar where you can jump up to the platform. But the idea was actually you have the elevator and you can't progress. So it's like, oh, what if I take the boxes to this spot and dodge the enemies and throw the 2 boxes up there, and then when we're up there, throw all 3. And that was the original skip. And I went to bed while I laid down. I was like, wait a second, what if I save load? So I jump out of bed and I try it, and you were able to save load, which made it a lot less cursed, because if you were to get the encounter, the boxes would despawn if you had to retry, so it would break the skip. But then I found out that all you had to do was get up there in that little segment between the pillar and the ramp and jump up the correct spot and throw the box up, save load, throw it up, save load, throw it up, and then you go up. And that was the skip that was done for a long time. And then I lost 2 minutes on it once because the adjudicators kept going to where I needed them to go when I de-aggroed them. And I was so mad, so I decided to break it once and for all. That's where we are now, and so that skip is completely free. Some sort of miracle it works. It only works there. I tried it all over the place, but that's all we have.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that you found a better skip. I had the same exact old skip killer run, and then I was like, I wonder how this works. And then I went and looked at it, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yep.
That's free, huh?
And we stay on BigSid.
Yeah.
We just have some arena fights in this area. We have a bunch of lackeys. You could just pull them together, Windstorm, Cleave, or Arrow, Magnify, however you want to do it. Then we have these Cactuars that you have to wait. So the speed that you kill the third one is all that matters there when they come in. And you gotta stagger them before they get away. And then we have the Tonberry, which you can just keep through the Scourge with Melee Blade. You can even do this on normal. We do basically the same thing here too, just a little bit different. And then you limit to finish it. And then we have Apps. Apps John is back, no tail. Remake, you fight him twice, or her twice, and now you have the third fight. Once you've done enough damage, the boss becomes enraged. You want to hope that Apps does not jump away, because then you're going to whiff your power cleaves. And at this point, the boss has a yellow mark around the D-Prot and Bravery. This means that you cannot get rid of it, and it will be permanent. you can accidentally push the fight into phase 2
Yeah.
before enrage happens, so you want to make sure that you do this first. On normal, we would light him on fire and then stagger him in phase 1. On easy, they don't need to do that, they just push.
Yeah,
And then
we
they're
also
gonna
want to make
stagger.
sure we don't do too much damage to push him before the stagger right here. So a lot of this is just a setup to make sure we get the stagger.
Yep, the boss
it a
would
bit
charge
slow.
3 times. He'd charge at everybody here if you didn't do this. And that's it. That's apps down.
Which leads into a few more fights as well. This is one of the areas I was talking about. Mist Megas could be nice depending on how brutal the first few fights are.
Now we have a boss right away, and this is going to be Turks again. It's going to have the same mechanics where if you pressure 1, oh, he got screwed by grenade kick. That is actually the most common opener. She has like a couple things she can do: throw a grenade, shoot, or grenade kick, depending on her position. And grenade kick is the most common. However, if Rue decides to not do triple shockwave and attack you, you can just counter it. So there's all kinds of ways to do this. I do have a setup that I use that if you're quick enough, you'll always catch her no matter what. Before the grenade kick lands. The problem with grenade kick is it does cause the paralysis effect, and it has hit scan. This means once she throws it out, you're getting hit. Cloud almost died.
I am not confident that that is the route there.
So at this point, they're going to do a bunch of stuff and go crazy, but you can knock
We
them
should
out of
be-
it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Normally, the spell blade hits both of them there, so
Yep.
you shouldn't have to go grab Elena again. Should be able to clear Elena. The big thing I'm worried about is we're going into Rufus, and I don't think we get a full recovery in normal. I could be wrong, though.
Well, regardless of category, I think it's 30% or something. But
Okay,
this will be the
yeah.
Turks down. Essentially, you knock them out of their big team attack with some sort of synergy, and then you keep them together, and they are both pressured for a long time. So you have a big window to defeat them. You kind of want to defeat them together if possible.
Got to make sure
And
to
the
dodge
Rufus
that
here.
bad luck there, because that'll actually
Yep.
give us slow, which will completely nerf us.
If you're unlucky, you get it. He's going to counter a bunch of moves after a bit, depending on what happens, but essentially you need to wait for the 6 bullets and then hit him to pressure him. Or you can attempt when he's reloading to like Braver if you really had to, but this isn't handled the way it is in Remake. You see that he got pressured because he got hit by an ATB ability while he was using his own ability. That's also another way of dealing with it. On normal, we don't do that. On easy, they do it here, and then they push into phase 2 without having to stagger phase 1. And then in phase 2, the boss's doggo will join the fight, but as long as you target the dog, you can break the link. If you target Rufus with that, he'll counter you.
The
You stagger him
only
and you
thing-
just ignore the dog.
The only
That's
thing
Rufus
of note here is that if we stagger Rufus while I hit him with Braver during the reload animation, it's a system mechanic versus like an actual stagger, so we don't get any limit out of that. Which is a bit unfortunate, but, you know, the fact that we get to stagger Rufus instead of having to put up with all the other nonsense is important.
Yep. And you get the rewards for his pet anyways. What's it? Darkstar? Yeah. Regardless,
Yeah, you get the
so we don't
extra
even have
EXP and
to.
AP and stuff.
We don't have to kill the dog or anything. But yeah, Rufus is just like 6 shots on hard. It's 8 shots, and you can count your bullets or just look. You don't want to be too far. If you're too far, he'll reload early. I've had that happen. Yeah, that's it. And
Yeah.
there wasn't the weird bug where when you skip the Turks fight, you are in the outside hallway with Tifa and you can't do anything. That's weird. That can happen, but it didn't happen here, which is good.
News to me. That's the first time I've heard of that one, but also
If
very
you
funny.
skip, and if you try to do anything, it'll look like Tifa's throwing a potion, but she doesn't do anything. And AI Cloud is fighting the boss, and I've let it fight out, and Cloud will lose. I've let it go. But yeah,
The shock,
terrible
the
thing.
AI
It only
is not
happens.
that good.
Yeah, it only happens if you're too trigger happy on the
Skip.
cutscene skip. Yep.
Seems to be a common theme.
Yeah, I wonder where I heard that. So we have on Woody's screen, Mog, Forgotten Specimen. Again, you just switch between magic and physical to deal with whichever form is going off. That was shield, so was no need for breach. And pressure. 2 ATB F shot, which will do more than one, of course, and then kill him.
Yeah,
That's
we
it.
build ATB so easily, like most of us just fire off breach and not really think about it.
And split
Got
for Mog. And we have
Matrimony is
matrimony right behind.
entering phase 2. Yep. Same thing. He's got enough ATB so that he can just fire off breach and not really think about it. Barrett's ATB is a little bit low here, but we should be able to get the focus shot that we need to get stagger. Unless, oh no, yeah, he's doing the route that I think he's doing. Because we want to get that. But focus shot really doesn't do squat in terms of staggering enemies unless you have at least 2 bars.
So about that, 1 ATB bars is more than a 2 ATB bar, but it's less damage. You don't have to keep, and that's the split.
Got it.
But there's also the animation time. Like obviously 2 abilities is slower than 1, and that's like
especially since like pressure is a time sensitive thing. Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Some of these bosses, it's like 3-5 seconds. That's it for the window. You got to be on it.
Yeah, because we actually use refocus on Iron Giant or whatever, and use a 3-bar focus shot to get the stagger quick in like a reasonable time frame. I when I was routing the like solo VR challenges, I found like triple bar stuff on Barrett was actually quite strong.
Yeah,
But
Barrett.
Barrett,
he's like the only one who could take advantage of that.
yeah, the fact like Corsair's Compass can only be used on 2 characters, Barrett, and then if you want to use Storm, whatever. But that move is like so awful because you have to spend an ATB to activate Corsair's Compass, and then rebuild the ATB. It's just ugh. So frustrating. It's an interesting accessory that like every 5 different moves you get refocus, but refocus just doesn't last long enough.
We have Galleon Beast. Wow. Sid does the big old ocean drive. You just gotta drive forward. That's it. Making sure to not go too close to anything, otherwise the tiny Bronco slows down. So you just go along the outside a bit.
Dude, the worst
Galleon
part
Beast.
of like driving is that you have to hold R2.
Galleon Beast sometimes doesn't go for Cloud, and that will cause you to whiff, or have to hold Power Cleave or something, depending. Galleon Beast has a mechanic where if he hits you, he will connect into a series of attacks on phase 1, and on phase 2, he'll do it regardless, even if you counter. But that's Galleon Beast, pretty easy. Once he gets staggered, you chew him up. Again, this weapon is so strong for physical at this point in the game, as you are expected to be a certain level when we are not. And so the weapons are really what carry us, along with Melee Blade.
Yeah, so this activation for Roche here, normally what we would do is go around the mountains, and then the side of the fence would still have a trigger as well. We wouldn't actually go between the fence. But I'm assuming it's just a giant line that they drew on the map and didn't check to see if there were any areas where you could interact with it. I think it's one of the few places where they didn't really like super thoroughly check something. Well, I think it's a bit generous putting it that way.
Yeah, like the rest of the game, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. We see Roach getting staggered very quickly. Good job on Woady cleaning it all up. That'll go into phase 2, and he's just gonna destroy him.
Yeah.
Build up ATB before he pushes, get the Berserk back up again. Berserk is not technically a debuff in this game because debuffs last a much shorter amount and easy. To where in Remake, actually, Berserk isn't worth
Berserk
it because
would be
it gets
like
nerfed.
2 seconds. So frustrating.
Yeah, it's actually a debuff there, whereas on here it's not technically a debuff.
I think they just realized it was like an unintended oversight since Cloud can self-inflict it and tweaked it to do something slightly different. Because I don't think you can berserk your own party members still, which is in line with all the other like quote-unquote debuffs.
So we have Temple of the Ancients, obviously a very important plot point in the story on Team Tonberry here. Coming up, we have an encounter. We're going to do a skip. This is the officer skip. You can do this on easy, normal, etc. Normal, it's really tight, which you have to do. On easy, it's a lot easier. If you take too long in this fight, I think it's 20 seconds, then the left side and the right side enemies will come for it, and you will lose a massive amount of time. You have to fight a lot. It's worth retrying over and over and over until you get it, basically. But it's very easy to deal with here. He's going to cleave them, power cleave them. That's going to get the stagger on them all. Boom, and then limit the soldier there, and then clean up with Tifa. And we see that the skip goes just fine. It's very easy here. And so we don't have to fight the two-side encounters.
Yeah, it's pretty much free. If you're gonna throw in wind, you would just suck both the enemies in with wind and let the limit kill and move to the end with Tifa. But whatever it takes to make sure all 5 of those enemies are dead before that timer's reached doesn't really matter. Even New Game Plus, all categories can hit it as well. It's the main reason we can get away with like doing that is because those regular enemies are so easy to stagger. We spin them up, hit them with a power cleave, get 3 staggers, which gives us a free limit, and then we can get rid of the second class soldier, which are usually very hard to kill without something like a limit, or at least not instantly anyway.
They're very tanky.
You know, this is the point where we start running into a lot of enemies that kind of actually start making us have to work for killing them because like their HP or defense or whatever is so high. It's a much different ball game once we get into the end game here.
And there's a lot of forced fights as well, as opposed to the rest of the game.
This is very remake-esque, where it's like, no, thou must.
It does help a little bit too. It's a lot of BXP because we are underleveled. I think at Red Dragon we are like 5 or 6 levels underleveled.
Sounds about right.
Even with all these fights.
I mean, the thing is like the EXP we're getting here is much higher, so like each fight is more valuable anyway. So it helps us speed up the leveling a little bit. Part of the reason why we avoid the early fights, because obviously the EXP is going to go higher since the devs want you to level up progressively, not just like hit 99 at the beginning.
Yep, they're just gonna move through this temple. Actually, last time I rerouted the game, I finally cut the whistle and scarf. It takes 15 seconds out of the way, and it makes some fights suck, but I decided to finally cut it.
I might be thinking of the demo, but isn't there a whistlewind scarf somewhere on the map that's like pretty easy to get to?
I don't think so.
Because I
think that's
I
demo
remember
only.
there's one in the it's in the Junon demo is what I'm thinking of then. Because there's like one right behind that fenced area that you pass on the way to Junon.
Oh yeah, no, that's like a high potion on the full game and stuff. It's like nothing.
Since I ran hard, it's like there's no reason to open the chests because I either have it or I couldn't use it. So I gotta get used to that again. I think the only like chests that I know what they're in is like the high ethers for early game, the one in Junon and the one in the mines. And then there's the elixir in the temple here. That's like super easy to grab if you need it with Aerith.
Yep, there'll be a fight coming up with an officer, some dudes. Hopefully they get cleaved up properly. And I think BigSid might do the Punisher op cancel in order to suck him in. We'll see.
Probably. Because this second class soldier will usually swing at you like that, so this is a pretty consistent setup.
Yeah.
If you're also feeling froggy, you can throw wind out too. Nice.
Yep. It went according to plan. And then coming up, he's going to climb up, and you have to be careful. You don't want to jump around the back part here. Because again, we can use some hopping movement to get around here. And if you hop on that far side too much on a very certain spot, right here where he's walking, if you were to have gone back there, you would jump down. And everybody's done it. And then you
I stopped doing it after.
You learn how to do movement or do it differently or whatever, but everybody has done it, and it's really bad. You jump down and have to climb back up.
A lot of these segments, there's like little interactables with the slow walk. That's probably the most dangerous out of all of them because you can jump back down and then you have to do the walk of shame to get back up. And then you have to climb the vines, which is like the worst part of it because it's just
gonna do I think he's gonna do the windstorm. I think Woady does like cleaves on these, and I think BigSid will do the cool windstorm spam. If you do
Honestly-
windstorm and then you hold square, if you do windstorm, she throws her shuriken, and then you do the subsequent windstorm, so it'll be weaker. So what you want to do is windstorm, hold square to pull back the shuriken, and then windstorm, and you'll kill everything, even on normal, and just 2 of them. This is a really fun encounter.
Even with Wind Magnify, like I do not like using cleaves or arrow here. Windstorm just has a much wider AoE. It is just straight up.
So
there's no reason to use anything else.
Teleport, or just get her up there with her dash square, windstorm, and then he's just gonna do the spam. Okay, if you pull with holding square and then do windstorm, they'll all die after that.
I think I was like
So windstorm,
unintentionally doing
hold.
it that way.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Windstorm, hold square, and you'll get a ton of ATB and pull your shuriken back, and you get the stronger windstorm. And then you switch back to Barret and Tifa. We didn't explain, but there are different overworld parties. There's 3 of them that you can set up, and you can switch between them as you want, as long as you have all party members. You can go ahead and explain this fight.
Red Dragon here. We're going to want to set up with Berserk and Sonic Boom right off rip. Dragon can dance around quite a bit here. Really all we want to do is pop the head to push him into pressure, then throw out a Blizzard to get a ton of stagger here, and then we're going to keep slinging out power cleaves and get enough damage to hopefully push into the next phase while also making sure that the stagger bar is filled up here. We also want to make sure Cloud takes enough damage if possible so that when we let him stagger this next phase, he also gets a limit. So we can use a power cleave, a bunch of Omni Strikes, and a limit to clip through this last phase. Since we're highly reliant on physical, a limit's an extremely good option here. But that's not necessarily intended. If you let this go a little bit too long, the dragon will shoot a fire at the floor and explode, and it's going to shoot everybody back during the stagger. And it's just atrocious when it happens. You really are like in a very annoyed state. Looks like we missed out on the limit, but we can still do enough damage. It's just a little bit of set and forget. Good enough fight, though. As long as the dragon doesn't get back up, you did it right.
Did we wake you?
But yeah, the gimmick with that fight, the game doesn't really explain it, but if you hit the dragon in the head and break the head, it'll always push it into pressure. So ideally, we want the dragon to put its head down so that we can power cleave it. Luckily, we got the flamethrower move pretty early on, so we're good to go. There are
it usually doesn't go on Cloud either. I mean, on normal, for example, I've had Berserk 2 on, and he's used that and melts me in like 2 seconds, which can happen.
He chews through your HP in hard as well. It absolutely, at this point, even at max levels with like the proper equipment, you get lit up pretty easy.
Yeah, Red Dragon is pretty pretty dangerous compared to most bosses.
It's especially because there's the chest part of the Red Dragon, which does some weird things. And even if the Red Dragon is staggered, if you break the chest, it'll sometimes like break the logic, and it'll just get up and fly away. So
yep, it'll get it out of pressure. You got to be very careful.
It's so cursed.
It's like if you just hit it to do enough damage to make it real. And then, of course, if you haven't broken the chest, it's going to do the level 3 lava breath. If you break it, it'll do level 1. But the chest takes more damage than the other parts, has lower multipliers on defense.
In other words, it's really easy to break if you're not paying attention to your targeting, if it becomes targeted. There's a lot of like conditional things in this in Rebirth that you have to be aware of that can just ruin your day. That seems like it's complete RNG, but it turns out we're in control of most of it. It's just kind of weird implementation that leads to it. But like I said before, casually, this is a very good game. It's just mainly a lot of games don't really survive the scrutiny that is speedrunning. I guess is the best way to put it. And like we'd mentioned before, hard has a lot of quality of life things, allowing you to map warp around. Also, you can skip the play here as well. Not only just the cutscenes in between, but the time button press segments too. So if you're interested in a shorter category and are willing to get like a completed file, it's about 4.5 hours to 5 hours if you want to do a hard run versus the 6.5 hours of easy run. But I'd say this is still a very good game, despite the little weird interactions. Most players won't really have to worry about them. Oh,
Yeah,
also
well,
these are fake.
Yeah, well, they work, but if you just go straight diagonally, they never hit you.
Oh,
And
is
this
it the
thing-
diagonal movement that does it? Oh.
Well, it's just the timing. If you diagonal kind of over, you'll get the right timing. They absolutely will hit you if you don't do it right. And
I figured it was
this,
just
you want to
the,
make sure you go around it, otherwise you can't follow the box and you'll get hit. It's just a timing thing. They always spawn in at the same point on the cycle.
Yeah, it's nice because like Remake has the laser cycle where it's just like, well, do you want to reset for 25 hours? No, then
Oh yeah,
pick a
I
different
remember
game.
lasers now.
Yeah, a lot of these fights here, you're trying to optimize your position. Cloud can easily clear everything with a power cleave, but we're wanting to try and make sure we're as close to exit as possible in a lot of these fights. Some of them, it's a little bit greedy, like that room right there. The 2 enemies, it's like maybe an extra second to walk to them, but it's a good habit to get into. Try and make sure Cloud's in the right spot, if possible. We're getting close to the next forced party change, which is a Yuffie, Red, and Aerith as the party leader.
Yeah, we're going to be switching between them. Coming up, we'll have a maybe nasty load, maybe not. I can't remember if it's here or after the fight. I think it's after. These 3 soldiers will always be kind of aggressive. Maybe one might go for Tifa, so you have to be aware of that. But it looks like they behaved, and they're destroyed. This load here can be really nasty. It can be like 13 seconds if you're unlucky. But no unluckiness today for BigSid.
Yeah,
And
so
there's just a gimmick here.
The faith or life stream. As we absorb life stream, that'll allow us to fill these vases, whatever you want to call them, and they'll allow us to access new areas. But if we store up enough, we'll be able to get some permanent buffs as long as we have that amount of faith. Level 1 is faith itself, the magic buff, which is really the only one we're concerned about. Level 2 is faith plus regen. Level 3 is faith plus regen plus barrier and M barrier.
Shame on you, BigSid. He could have gotten a double hit on those 2 if he did it right. For shame.
Yeah, getting that angle like every run is a little bit annoying.
I hope he gets bullfrog blasted for it. Never mind.
Good.
He went for the frog.
I cannot
greedy.
fault him. In a marathon run, getting frog just feels bad. Yeah, so the frogs can frog you, which is just, it feels real bad. You can finish the fight without Aerith, but if Aerith or Cloud get frogged, like it basically nerfs your DPS massively. So ideally you want to make sure the frogs go down first, which is part of the reason why I use Arrow Magnify, so that I can cluster them in every fight that Cloud has them, so we can keep them from moving. So otherwise they're atrocious.
There is one fight where you might get hit instantly. The one with the 2 frogs and the panther, I've had it happen where I cleaved right at the start and I cleaved them, but they still hit me with the frog. And I think that was in my PB actually. It was awful.
Oh, even in hard mode, the funny part is if you spam Firaga fast enough, you can actually get frogged and cast the Firaga at the same time, which thankfully is the case. But yeah, I hate it.
The gimmick here is these different things, different enemies, different little rocks here. They give you a different amount of life stream force. The little rocks, for example, is what I used as a control value. That is 1. The frog and the panther up top give 6 each. The dragon down here would give an okay amount, but it takes too long to kill, and you can use it to flee over to here. Getting these rocks, this little blip, I forget how much these give. These all give a different amount, and so we want to have enough to where when we get to the next boss, it doesn't matter right now, we just need the bare minimum to get through. BigSid deciding to go for a swim.
Gotta get it clean. There's actually an elixir chest back there, but yeah, keeping that faith is gonna make our lives easier. The archdragons
we don't need it right now, but
yeah.
But you don't need it right now, but you're gonna want it for the boss. I don't know if you guys keep it for the dragon here or not. It like doesn't matter.
With Archdragon, at least the strat that I use is I Aurora with Yuffie, and then just Spellblade Thunder, and it's usually enough. Or you can Spellblade Soul Drain. I don't even really think about keeping Faith, honestly. Luckily,
Here's the encounter. Okay, he did not get frogged instantly. It's happened to me.
There's definitely been several runs where I've turned into a frog, and I've been like, all right, dive kick, go, burr, burr, burr. So we're back into abs here. Unfortunately, we got like a split coming up here, so abs, like we said before, we want to get enough stagger or pressure, whatever you want to call it here, so that we can just tap him in phase 2 and instantly pressure. Ideally that way, so we don't have to worry about anything, get that 60% damage bonus, and it's just pretty much GG. So a lot of this is a bit random depending on whether Absu wants to hold still or run away. We also want to take advantage of that thing we mentioned earlier. Power cleave, switch off, that way the stagger won't happen. We definitely don't want to stagger here because it'll prolong phase 1 and also hit the HP lock, so it's pretty awful. We don't want to do that if possible. Got the limit here, so this won't be too bad. Just get a Berserk and a Sonic Boom in, and that should be enough, but we'll throw some Omni Strikes just to make sure. Okay, nice, Abzu.
Matrimony also there.
Yeah, Matrimony is getting close. Just got to make sure to swap off here so we don't get the stagger. Tifa tried to force one out. That's a really good call on him moving away with Tifa like that to stop it. Once again, we're bullying Elena to get enough damage so that we can transition to the next phase as soon as possible. Get that Thunder in since she's weak to it.
And before we get to Rufus, I guess I have to pay attention. BigSid is going to be fighting the Iron Chad, the Iron Giant. This thing you cannot defeat. You'll get back up until you stagger. He has a much higher stagger bar. It's like 300 points or something. Not normal, and then 60% on easy. So essentially, after 30 seconds into the fight, he's going to sharpen, in which case he'll be pressured, and you can build a lot more stagger. So the idea is to just get a bunch of damage down. As low health as you want in phase 1, and then once he does sharpen, stagger him right away, knock the box down, and then you can just defeat him. And you only need that box to progress. You don't have to push the other box that's floating around here somewhere.
Yeah, the other box is
and bonus round is showing its work. It does a lot of stagger build.
Got to be careful in some difficulties too, because you can accidentally cancel sharpen depending on what attacks you use, and then you got to reset pretty much.
Yeah, if it's like 70 cut, I imagine.
Yeah, you can do it a lot in hard mode because we like pre-charge a Thundaga, since it's weak to lightning, but it's still enough to ruin your day.
Yep, we see Rufus here for Woady. You do a certain amount of hits, and then Rufus will actually be able to start trying to counter you, and he'll once you let up, he'll attempt to do his counter. Oh, Woady got hit.
We're gonna he's gonna reload on us. One of the big things too is we want to push the phase, and certain attacks on Rufus usually won't, so we have to make sure we hit a certain way, as well as hit certain thresholds to figure the phase transition. Because like if we keep doing the cleave or spin attack, that won't push the phase. At least usually won't. Sometimes it does in really weird circumstances.
Yep, again going for the doggo with the braver to get the collateral AoE. Going to stagger him.
Ooh, nice.
And counter that. Good counter.
Let's go. That was dope.
Swag finish and split.
Got it.
That was a nice counter. Yeah. Dark Star will always do that whirl attack thing there.
Like
at that point.
Jump, yeah.
So if you realize that, you can counter it easily. That was swag though. That was nice.
I usually waste my time juggling freaking Dark Stars, so I don't have to worry about it.
And we have it for Matrimony as well, right behind.
Get the Berserk in. Yeah, because the Berserk is the really important one since it only lasts for like 10 seconds. There we go. Nice.
And then on the bottom here, BigSid coming into the Rude and Reno fight. But first you have some enemies. If you cleave these together and you get rid of all the enemies here quick enough, you won't get the second wave of enemies.
Yeah.
But you have to be fast enough.
Arrow Magnify makes that a lot more consistent. Luckily, these guys hold still. And look at that Ultra attack. We just ignore it. I played the easy category so much that like my brain completely stopped when I came here to learn, and I was like, oh, how do I deal with this? Turns out you can cancel it with fire, but still, freaking.
Oh, on normal, I just counterfire it. You can block it. I counterfire it because of the ATB and damage. It's a little bit better overall.
Makes sense, yeah.
And then you just push. Reno is the weak link here because of his HP. And he's just going to tank through and stagger.
That's so gutsy. He just straight up ignores Reno.
That's fine. He's not going to stun at
we
that
end up
point.
doing the same thing in hard,
and
but it's still...
get ready to split.
Nice.
Tonberry.
GG.
That looked perfect enough. I don't think Reno's position was exactly correct in phase 1 or something, but yeah, very good. No issues. Reno, if he gets out of control, he'll start like dodging, and you have to attack him 3 times, and then he'll try to counter. If you dodge it, his counter, he'll be pressured, and then you can stack him very easily. And then right after that, we have this dragon thing that gets cleaned up, and you gotta wait for the points, the thing to spawn to suck it up, and then there's a few rocks there. It's routed out to just get exactly what you want along with Faith.
Oddly enough, in hard mode, we actually make sure to not get Faith because it actually causes damage range issues. Where you think you would want that Faith the most is where we're like, no, we don't want it. It's too much. It's really interesting.
And then you'll see that after the praying and after hitting, BigSid is dodging, rolling, because it's to skip a small animation that happens, where she kind of puts her hands back, and it's just a bit quicker to animation cancel after every action.
Yeah.
And then you do want to spin this as fast as possible. It will save you time if you spin it real quick. And then you got to make sure to skip the cutscene right afterwards. It's really hard to do it correctly. You usually lose like half a second trying to do it right, but you'll gain a little bit overall. And then, okay, there's no volume. I was going to say volume warning, but it's not on him, so it's okay.
Oh, yeah, the explosion. Yeah.
No. There's 2 ways to handle it. You can throw the shuriken and do the windstorm, or you can do the dodge square into windstorm. That's what I do.
Yeah, for some reason, the stagger sound almost always stacks there, and like all of the bugs trigger a stagger sound instead of just one sound, and
Yep.
it's a very violent explosion.
Now we got the blobs. These, they have a bunch of eyes. These things have reflect, and there's a few ways to deal with it. You can use a physical ATB ability, and they'll be pressured for just a moment, or you can throw a hazardous, and this poisons them and will pressure them and get rid of the reflect, and you can stagger them easily. And the reason we know this is because, actually, this is not mentioned anywhere in the game, but it is in the Ultimania. That's how I found out about it. And with this fight was a nightmare, and then it became not so nightmarish. It's still annoying sometimes, but it's a sleep you with the, or keep going for Aerith with the purple thing.
Fun fact, you can also break that reflect with whatever Aerith's final move is, the charge one, where it like buffs magic and then you use it and it shoots out little projectiles. That also will break the reflect there too. It actually made it so I could route a like no magic solo fight with her. The Hecatites is actually the easiest fight out of her whole solo fight segment.
And we have this with this big flying eyeball, the floating death. That thing is weak to lightning, thankfully. It's going to move the same way. It's going to attack from there, then it's going to go to the center. This eyes will teleport around, and you just got to be careful if it tries to put you to sleep. You can block it. It's not a big deal. But it dodged a bit, and it's done teleporting. That's good. And ideally, you want to hit both these enemies together with the Spellbound Blast. That's how you handle it. And funnily enough, there's a soft lock here. If you run into the fight from the side we do, and then you run backwards before, like if you run into like where this diamond is very slightly and run backwards, you'll trigger the fight, but not trigger the fight. You won't see the cutscene where it zooms in. And then if you kill from like the outside, the side there, you can kill the enemies. You will not see the little cutscene of it zooming in on them, but at that point you can't actually, the thing won't activate, and you are actually just soft locked. You're screwed. You can't do anything about it. I only noticed that once in a run where the camera got jank, and I was like, what if I do this? Interesting. Turns out it was useless, of course.
So sometimes if you get lucky here, Song will do this and he'll get tagged by the Spellbound Blast as well, but you can't always rely on it. Luckily, we got one hit. Which,
Yep, the
is
Turks
better than
here.
nothing.
Same mechanic, bully Elena. That's it. And they're going to attack together here. They will decide on a target after 1 second. So you want to switch to red and roll all the way, and then switch back to Aerith so they don't go for her because they can do Spark Strike, which will stun her. So you can't just tank through Spark Strike. And then you can just bully both because they're together. And that's the next Turks done.
Worst case scenario, if you do stay on Aerith too long and she gets Spark Strike, they'll zip to one side or the other, and you can switch to Yuffie at that point and group them back
So,
together with Storm.
we see the officer skip here for Woady. Same thing. Cleave him up. Power cleave him to Staggram. Get the boom. Charge in there with X slash so you're next to him, and then just beat up the other guy and you're done. And that's it. I was gonna say that with matrimony as I can do, same way to skip it. But yeah, Turks, they can be annoying. It's just like on, for example, normal. It's like you roll all the way with red, so they choose him as a target, and then you have to roll with Yuffie, otherwise she will jump into Spark Strike herself, and then you switch to Aerith. That's what I do. So there's no issues. Because if they get like separated once you pressure them, it's really annoying. You have to like windstorm or use red or something.
That's unfortunate. Matrimony didn't get the stagger on all three of the regular enemies. I had this happen a few runs ago, and I was absolutely
it can happen sometimes. Yes.
It depends on like how much of your like spin actually hits all three of them. Because if it only like tips one of them with one of the hit, the pressure or power cleave doesn't do enough to fully stagger. It just insta kills them instead, and it definitely throws you.
I messed this up on my PB as well, but it's a different setup. But I just kind of, when you go to do the power cleave because of the arrow, it can like delay for a moment, and then you have to account for this delay with your power cleave, because if you don't charge long enough, and you just let it go, and I did that in PB. And that's a big time loss if it happens.
The big time loss that really comes from it is like it'll catch you flat-footed because you're just not really expecting it, and then you're like, where's my limit? Oh wait, I need to reset.
Yeah.
Should I reset?
So for like it's good to have like a variation, for example. Like if there's a variation, if like there's no limit, because I have something like that as a setup. If there's no limit, I just because I pull them in anyways, and then I'll just do another power cleave, and then up downs with Tifa, and that'll be enough. And you don't get to move to the end and save those few seconds, but you don't have to redo the fight.
Luckily, like that 20 seconds you're talking about, it functionally, as long as you're aware of what's going on, is more than enough time to get away with bloody murder in that fight. There's quite a few runs where I've like really kind of butched it and still got the skip. You just have to be ready for it. And you're like, oh no, I don't have limit. All right, Wind, do your job.
Yep, just be ready, and that's it. And we see a bunch of for Tonberry, just story crap. They added these trials, quote unquote, which are not trials at all. It's just reliving past trauma. And then at the end of it, Aerith tries to give the power of friendship story, and then Cloud's like, shut up. And then they're like, okay, and they go. There you go. There's the spoilers.
So we are skipping a couple of the weapons. Like they're within stone's throw. The Slipstream Saber here is nice, but it's just not as good as anything else. Counter Stance really is not a big enough needle mover, especially when like power cleave can just be thrown out in complete ignorance of what the enemy's doing 99.9999% of the time. Tifa's Final Glove, Jormungandr gives some weird skill, and its stats are garbage. True Strike. True Strike is very good in the right setup. You usually use it. Yeah, it's basically like an Omni Strike adjacent. They more or less functionally the same, except without getting ATB, but True Strike just requires you to not do an animation. Like, True Strike really shines when you have an Omni Strike set up, and you have full ATB, so you can, like, True Strike Omni, that kind of thing, speed things up a little bit, but it's an over-optimization and easy.
It comes too late in the run, and it's on a weaker weapon. We already have our best physical weapon, so, and you'd have to, of course, then learn the ability, and it's just too late in the run to do that.
And then the last one that's important is, like, Aerith's is okay because the Noble Sacrifice. Reds is all right for the Reaper's Touch, but we don't have the opportunity or need to facilitate the Reaper's Touch with like HP MP swap, which you can easily pick up in Nibelheim. Once again, you have to learn Reaper's Touch. It's good, but you don't use red in enough fights. So the last one that would matter is actually the Battle Cry that you can get from the Broken Pillar right after Iron Giant. You can either grab it before Iron Giant or after. The unfortunate thing is, like, investing in ATB into Turbulent Spirit is neat, but really just ends up being reductive because you're just trying to stagger things with Barret. So you don't want to build his ATB, you just want to get it together and use it once and be done with it. And the other funny thing is, like, Battlecry is better than the High Caliber for, like, Iron Giant and Root and Reno and Root, and that is it. After that, you level up, and the High Caliber rifle ends up being stronger again.
Yeah,
So
and
that's why
again, he's not the damage dealer because we have melee blades, so no point.
So that's why, even though we've spent like the whole game grabbing weapons, all these the final or like ultimate weapons aren't really ultimate in that sense. More so the last ones that you can get.
Especially because they're kind of balanced on their stats, and balance is not what we're looking for. We're looking for all in on one side or the other, ideally. Yeah. So we're gonna see Woady handle these officers. He does. Okay, he is gonna do the windstorm. He used to do cleaves, but yeah, he did the wrong button on accident. That sucks. Just a cheeky art of war.
That range on Windstorm is so ridiculous.
Yep,
the enemies were like on the edge of the platform, and it just pulled them all in anyway. So, BigSid had a pretty decent dragon. Let's see how Woody's goes.
Yep, the dragon will always attack twice at the start, so you can get the double counter, kind of like with bottoms well. And then what he does from there is going to depend.
We're gonna
wait for him to drop.
Okay.
Yep. And the head does take more damage than the body, so it's good to attack that.
Yeah.
The deprot will lower the defense. This boss has very high multipliers on defense and magic defense, so you want that. And a very high health bow. I believe it has the highest health in the game, if I recall.
Yeah, and easy deprot's really good here. You just have to be careful that you don't get greedy. It's much like Gillian Beast. Just getting Sonic Boom set up and the deprot's good. You don't want to go in for that Berserk because it'll push too much damage, and then you'll come in this phase and he's going to be flying around and you can't stagger squat. And Sonic Boom is good because we're at like a fraction of stagger.
And of course, the higher the multiplier on the defense, the better it is because it's a 20% cut to the defense and magic defense. So, you know, the higher it is, the more powerful it is.
Focus Strike in there, which is going to kind of limit our damage.
Oh.
We should be good as long as we.
It's okay.
He just about flew off. That was.
Yeah. Whew. I would have just done like a Relentless Rush or something to catch it, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's very easy to forget that you have synergy abilities when you don't use them anymore.
Yeah. The big struggle is like it's very easy to accidentally throw in a Focus Strike because you're often trying to cancel moves.
Is also having issues. He might have to catch the boss.
Okay. This might do enough damage as long as he doesn't fly away.
He really needs to get in there.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, so like normally that cross slash when you Omni Strike properly, like the final hit does 9,000 like extremely easily.
Yeah, like you don't even need I don't even think you need Berserk. It's just a huge multiplier in the final hit.
Yeah, that final hit straight up does 9k. I wonder, honestly, if we had Genji Glove, how much damage it would actually do in easy from all the Omni Strikes and the other buffs. It would be kind of ridiculous. I'd imagine it hit for like 8.
Do these guys have Magnify Wind on here or no?
I use it. I don't know if they routed in. I'm not seeing a lot of it. So
yeah, I don't know if they have it in here. There's really nice ways to handle these fights with it.
Oh, yeah.
I did a lot of labbing on this. at some
This
point.
final
not too
dungeon
long
is
ago.
so much easier with Arrow Magnify. I 100% agree. Like, all it takes is a single ATB, and then you can pretty much group anything together into a power cleave, GG, done. And it eliminates any level of, like, RNG.
Ooh, unlucky. The thing did not do lacerate to come forward, so bad fight for matrimony there. Sometimes it doesn't do. It almost always does lacerate, but it didn't do it.
Yeah, I don't trust the drone, so I hook right, hit the drone and the shield guy, and then bring them together with Wind Magnify.
Yep.
The thing is
I
like,
do,
I've done... Go ahead.
Cleave, power cleave, the arrow, and then the power cleave, and then just go to the new Tifa, something like that. I forget. Luckily, I recorded. Did I? I think I recorded everything. Once I take breaks, I always kind of forget, so I always make sure to record even the little things.
No, yeah, I can 100% agree. Because, like, when I take breaks sometimes, I'll look at my notes and I'm like, what the fudge does that mean? Excuse me? What?
So we're back in, unfortunately, BigSid has to play Remake. We're in Reactor 1 again. 20 hours.
He's going back to the
resets.
train resets.
Yep, so Cloud story part is some weird crap with the reactor and then the pillar, and then that's like it. I mean, to be honest, those two areas are traumatic for me too in Remake. I don't blame it. You're stuck
pillar...
in Chapter 1 resets, and the pillar with the Hella Troopers. No, because I had made like a strat where you can blow the 2 Hella Troopers up with like fires right away, and of course the first time I do it in a run, it fails and I die and game over. That's it. I was like, okay,
worst...
I'm traumatized.
I mean, that area is even worse because, like, in this game, spells travel through environmental objects. In Remake, that's not the case. So fire spells can hit the wall, and you're just like, well, that was fun. Reset.
I've noticed this, but BigSid doesn't like doing this skip.
I honestly, like, it... In hard mode, we just kill the fight, because it's like, magnify, everything's dead.
I'm not sure if there's time in easy. Of course, obviously, we have the Grand Horn Upwarp tech, which we don't get to see because it's useless. However, the tech behind it and how it works can be used there to skip that fight. You go around the fight and you hit the force trigger, like in Shinra Manor, and then you reset the fight and the force trigger is gone, and then you can go around them and the dark circle will turn dark, and then you go back into the fight. It's red, you take the fight, you retry, and it'll warp you behind the door. And that's like the true point of no return in the run, because you can't get back through it. But you can...
Yeah, it technically soft locks you, but I don't think you can get back on the boat either at this point. So it's like, yeah, it's a soft lock within a soft lock, quote unquote.
It's like a reverse soft lock. Like, it doesn't prevent us from progressing, just moving backwards. And we might see it from Woady or Matrimony. But normal we do it, of course, because Dragon and Panther are annoying. We don't want to deal with it.
If it was just a Panther, I would definitely take the fight, but having to deal with an Archdragon is a different story, unfortunately. Those things are super obnoxious. Nice.
And
fight.
just some cleanup for the other two teams here, Mog and Woody making their way to Iron Giant. We have some poor story from BigSid here talking about the Cetra. And then we're going to have a couple of fights, which you have to wait for the dialogue to be done with. We're going to have a Panther and a Floating Death. And ideally, you want to hit them both together. The Floating Death, when pushed to half health, I think it is, or around there, it'll put on shield, so you have to use magic. You can, of course, kill it with Power Cleave if you do it beforehand. And you want to be careful of stop. They got hit by stop. You can block it, but if you're in the middle of stuff, you'll get hit. That was a bit rough, but he's through it.
Yeah, it could have been better. Honestly, yeah, I'm always trying to get rid of the flying dingus with double power.
And if you're going to menu, you need to open the menu before triggering this dialogue and slow walk, because you're completely locked out of the menu until you trigger the fight.
Or
wait for all the dialogue to be gone.
If you jump over environmental objects, it'll kick you out of the menu as well. So, I didn't even realize you could like open the menu and then walk into this until recently, and I'm like, oh, this makes my life so much better. Oh, good grief.
So you do your menuing as you walk down. We're going to have to fight a turtle. You don't have to fight the turtle earlier. It's just optional, but here we are required. I've tried all kinds of ways to skip this. Sadly, I couldn't get anything to work. But we have a turtle and a panther, and the turtle needs 2 fire spells or 1 fire to pressure it. and it'll keep buffing, do all kinds of buffs until you do this and pressure it, and it'll be shooting these like things off its back all over the arena. So the idea is to light it up and then stagger it, and then nuke it down.
This little the turtle is absolutely toxic because you have to 1v1 it with in Barrett's solo mode. I can co-sign that turtle is an absolute menace to society, especially here. Interesting.
Yep. So the idea is to try to hit these two. Well, he probably has fire and ice on Yuffie. Aerith is okay for her magic, I guess, but for me, I use Barret and Tifa. I do it physical.
Yeah, my route over here is Cloud, Yuffie, Tifa. So it's a little bit.
Yep.
I switch over to Barret actually for Demon Wall, so I can just use bullet bounce to kill the opposite wall. But yeah, the turtle here, we absolutely need to kill it on this first stagger, or life's gonna get a lot worse.
Yep, and on the left here, we're gonna have some tech where you can, instead of walking up here slowly, you can hop on these sides. I don't know why you went that far over, but it's fine. You can keep hopping around if you do this right, and it's easy enough to light up if you look at the minimap, because the camera's going to shift. If you pay attention to your minimap, you can go in a straight line, and you'll hop on these little side banisters here.
Yeah, you got to be careful,
all the way down.
Sometimes they can be a little bit funky and like letting you jump. The first few are like really cursed, and it's very easy to get like jump into the wall. So we're going to start here with Demon Wall, pop a Berserk, and then throw out a couple of Power Cleaves. Depending on how we route this, we can Sonic Boom immediately or hold on to it. I tend to wait a little bit because, like, we don't need the extra Sonic Boom bonus here. And then we can actually set up and just get another Berserk and spam some more Power Cleaves. Ideally, we could use some of the ATB we've accrued through Power Cleaves to get secure the kill. But it's just a little bit easier and safer to use Power Cleaves because the cave-in right here will knock you out of most anything else as long as you're not actively using ATB or Power Cleaving. Oh, good. The Focus Thrust decided to work properly today. Nice. Sometimes the Focus Thrust will slide right off and you'll miss like almost all of the stagger from it.
And get ready on the split.
Yep. So you can kind of do whatever. A lot of people... Oh, he just lets Barret kill? Interesting. Yeah, and normally you hold a Power Cleave and wait for the final throws to happen because it won't knock you out of it, and then you just release it. Bot tags him as he's...
and then he's going to climb on the left here right at the end because Aerith goes really slow right at the end. So it is faster to climb up and do those two hops. But yeah, Demon Wall, you do have to fight two of them. Once you have weakened the first one to it's gated, you can't actually finish it off until it does its throws, and you'll be fighting the other one. So you have to remember to get rid of the first one, otherwise it's going to start doing more cave-ins, and it can be a little bit annoying. Normal just gets you killed easily, so you usually Gigapot to heal. And then, of course, at the end, it's whatever.
Does normal get counterfire?
Yes.
Okay. I figured it would actually be useful.
We need it for a lot, but mainly Sephiroth for his Whisper Cannon.
Yeah, that makes sense, because there's really no good way to, like, roll around and Power Cleave through the wing quickly enough when you can just one-shot it with the counterfire.
And because we can't tank through Dragon's attacks, sometimes you have to counterfire the flame and stuff. Like, Red Dragon is a pain in the ass on normal.
Honestly, I completely, like, underestimated counterfire, but that is such a good move, and if you actually use it properly...
Yep, so we have the Iron Chad here for Woady on Team Mog. Unfortunately, a little bit too far away. Sometimes he tries to grab somebody and we'll go in the middle of nowhere. This is the one fight where I used to try to get a Spiderweb in Cosmo Canyon. I mean, it's okay to try. And he does basically nothing if you slow him until Sharpen. He'll do one attack and that's it. But I find that his attacks are pretty consistent without it, and once you get good enough at the fight, you can just you'll know when to counter and whatnot. But again, just trying to lower the HP and then stagger. Bonus round putting in work. That move again is amazing.
Yeah, it's the bonus bullets from bonus round are extremely good at pressuring enemies. It basically like takes Barret from a like memeable character to really functional, honestly. It's a huge step up in like actual damage and control and just contributing to the fight in general. Without it, he's kind of just not functional.
Yep. Both of them are done with Iron Giant.
Luckily, nobody messed around and got hit by Condemned, or it didn't come out at all.
Condemned does, I don't even know how the math works on it. Something, depending on how far away you is, it might do less, but it'll kill you on easy as well.
Yep.
Absolutely. You'll see quad 9 damage. You can try to get around it. If you're on Barret and you're far away, you're better off just swapping character and hope Barret dodges it. I find otherwise, if you try to dodge that manually, it like never works, man. Even though when you dodge, you have a 0.1 second. Well, I guess it depends on the character. I think Barret's dodge is less than that, but
iframes.
Yeah, you have different iframes. Perfect guard is depending if you have the perfect defense or not. Wow, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. It's been that long.
Yeah, I've been told like the trick is to warp your characters
or
over.
Yep. So an interesting thing is, if you warp a character and you're in the air and you do a neutral dodge, you'll go straight to the ground. And when you do this neutral dodge, you have iframes throughout the entire thing. If you were 1,000 feet in the air, you would be iframed for all 1,000 feet. You got frogged. Or Woady.
To be like that.
The breath there will frog you. The frogs themselves will frog you. It's like can be a nightmare. He's gonna get the second wave of enemies.
Well, seems like both of them got froggy.
Both of them.
You know.
Yeah, if you don't use Magnify Arrow, you can have problems.
Yeah, it's this fight particularly is part of the reason why I swear by it, because it makes it a lot easier to get the phase skip. And it also reaches out and pulls the frogs in and keeps them from being able to continue or finish an action.
Mm-hmm. Again, the big Team Turks combo can just be tanked through with Melee Blade. That move's not that strong. No way.
Yep. Just, just fair and balanced. You just get like a full ATB, hit harder than any of your ATB moves, and it's pretty much uninterruptible.
And it gives it to 2 characters.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it can be boosted. Like I did say how it's based off like Cloud or synergies or the main character stats, but if you have somebody with a synergy plus 10% for damage, for example, it does boost the damage of the character using it, even though it's just the partner. That's like the only way to do it. Get ready for the split here. For
and gotta dive.
And boom.
There we go.
Down on Team Tonberry, we are going to see a bunch of save loads. Everybody's going to try to talk. We're going to save load through it so that we can keep walking at a normal, slow pace as opposed to a snail's pace instead.
Yeah, for better or worse, this is like the only segment where we have to like spam save loads. And we get like a slight speed boost like in the middle of it.
And split for Mog. Or not that, the other one.
I gotcha. Luckily, Mog is disabled, so I can't mess it up.
it's because I see the pink and I think the poof on the Moogle. That's why.
Fair. So that does mean we're in the final four, so we have one single fight and then the final boss. Like we've kind of been alluding to the whole game, depending on our dialogue options, we get affections with each characters. The only characters that we can control the order of is, like I said before, Barret, Tifa, Red, Yuffie. If you have 100%, there's like a very long explanation of it. But basically, like every character has either slot 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then Aerith and Ket-Shi show up at the same spot no matter what. And the other 4 will be slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4, depending on either their affection value. If it's less than 100, it will go for the first, second, third, fourth. Or if it's 100%, it defaults to what's in the menu, which would always be Barret first, Tifa second, Red third, Yuffie fourth.
Yep, there is a default order for redundancy purposes, I guess. Volume warning. I don't have the volume on it, so I don't know, but that was probably very loud for people.
It's unfortunate, but yeah. With hard mode, we need a slightly different order, and luckily the 100% works out perfect for us. In easy, we want to get Tifa in slot 1, and then everything else kind of works out just naturally. We get the characters in the right order that we want.
Coming on Team Tonberry, we have a fight that totally needs to be here. Totally not annoying as heck. The Whispers, the White Whispers, this fight is awful. You can lose a minute here on normal, for sure. I don't know how bad it is on easy, but probably just as bad. They throw down a curse, which will make your physical deck... Is it the physical? I don't remember the order here. Yeah,
it gives you bravery and gives you like D-Faith or something for the first ward. So you want to leave it there. In hard mode, I just spam fire and fire gun. This is a lot more reasonable. I just hope that I get multi-hits.
You can choose to stagger the middle one if you want, because it's going to be pressured during it. But once you have just 2 remaining, one of them will try to do Fated Tempest, the one that was doing the ward, which goes under and then comes up with the Twister. And
my favorite hitbox with Cloud, where he just slip and slides across the room.
And looks like BigSid got an extremely horrible fight. Who could have imagined?
As expected, honestly.
You always expect to lose time here.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you get a gold split, and then you're like, well, I'm going to lose time here every run unless this is it.
They resist everything, and an annoying thing, not so relevant here, but your party members outside the party, outside of Cloud, they get separated here. And whatever health they had at the end of it, they're going to enter Jenova at that health. So if they're almost dead, you're in a bad spot. The only way to deal with that, with the global healing, would be to take the bench, and that's really far out of the way. You can't even use the item menu for it. You can use, there's an item menu, and there's the real item menu and the camp menu, where you open the menu, and you can go down to items, and you can use them from there. But you can't even do that. It doesn't let you.
It's, this is the same thing as at the top of Shinra Tower after Jenova. You can take the bench there to full heal everybody, because since you have to do the Arsenal fight, you can't really heal Barret and Aerith. And if you take the bench up there, it'll refill their HP, but you really don't want to have to do that.
Yep.
Same thing here.
Yeah, Matrimony's having some issues.
Yeah, these Hecatites sometimes can give you
Matrimony.
That's a bit dangerous, though.
What? He did bio. The enemy has Reflect. He needs to use a Hazardous. We're seeing Alien Ward, baby!
I didn't think I'd see it, but we have seen it! Luckily, the Reflect automatically comes down eventually, but if you take too long, it'll go right back up, which is...
Yeah. Just throw Hazardous, bro. Come on.
Bro, did we forget?
You have so many Hazardous throughout the run, because you get them in chapter 5.
You get like 4 or 5 of them.
You get way more. You get like over 10. It's crazy. Everything there. All those Vargets, everything gives you them. Like, I don't know if he...
You're killing me, Matrimony, man.
I think he is the newer runner. I don't think he knows about it. But yeah, again, just throw a Hazardous material.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the game knows that these enemies are obnoxious and gives you a mastered subversion in this area.
Oh yeah, the one on the other side. Sadly,
right in here, there's actually a mastered subversion. Yeah, it's too late because you need the breach for lost numbers. So.
Yep. Yeah. Either way, unfortunate fight. So we have BigSid. He's on Jenova. This fight again would depend on your party order. In relation-wise, this would be Cloud, and then the first person, and then the fourth. So the first is going to be Tifa, and then in this case, you'll have Red. For me, I go with Yuffie, but yeah, you can do enough damage to the shield to where you don't even need to breach it. Because if you gate her before she brings up the arm with the barrier, you touch her and the barrier is gone. And then you have to just wait it out.
Never thought of going for an aerial braver there for the extra damage. I guess that would push phase without any risk or damage rolls. The one thing I'm interested in is normally my route fires off Blood Fang immediately, but I'm assuming we're saving that for the Barret phase so that we can just 1-2 it like you do in other difficulties. Once again, we're going to want to be hitting these power cleaves and then swapping so we don't stagger. Oh, that's actually really good stagger management. Did not require as many as normal.
Yeah. It's kind of very minor, but like if you accidentally gate her too on the push, you can't damage her for a little bit. This fight's a bit wonky, but these parts here with the duets here, they're always going to be the same characters: Tifa, Kate, Barret, Red. If you sleep her on accident, which should never be a thing, but I've done it on accident in practice when messing with things, she will be slept for the entire 40 seconds because you cannot. In order to get rid of sleep, you have to do damage to a main body, and none of this damage actually damages Jenova. It just hits the body. This part. This is like the one exception to the rule of the enemy parts.
Limbs that actually function properly. Got it. Yeah, normally I throw like a deep protect here just to make it a little bit easier, but I could see how Fire in the Hole in Bloodfang is just faster in general. There's no reason to waste time on a deep route.
Yep, and then after the duos, we're going to have the party here, which is going to be Cloud, your third party member, and Kate. So it'll be Cloud, Yuffie, and Kate in this case. And Kate gives you power cleave, so...
Yeah, with the stagger so close, we can just power cleave through this. Really, like, no matter what, you're going to need multiple power cleaves, so it really doesn't matter. Or you can fire off a limit, too, that works if things go properly.
Jenova down. And we're going to go right into Sephiroth. Phase 1 is going to be Cloud and Zack, and you can always counter these attacks at the start. It'll always be the same. And on easy, they have to stagger, right?
We basically have to, yeah. I think there's
the
might be some cheat
is,
stuff.
I think the stagger bar is too low because that stagger multiplier. On normal, we barely are able to push without staggering. So I would think that that extra 10, the 60% or whatever,
yeah,
that would be too much.
I'd imagine it might be possible if we came in here with like full ATB, but the fact that we just have to counter the entire flurry, it kind of puts us in a position where we really have no option. The cool thing is like, we may be going into this next phase with full ATB, but in reality, even if we burnt through all of this ATB, it would give us 2 bars here every single time. So
Yep. You always get 2 bars on the second battle here, luckily. And there's all kinds of ways to do this. You could do a Tripolowski right at the start. That's what I do. And then you dodge the animation here, which is a 0.1 second window on the dodge, but you'll always get it because if you're mashing out during the cutscene. For easy here, he's just gonna do double Blizzard, and he's getting some limit.
Yeah, you can fire off those Blizzaras much sooner and just take the wing slap, but that makes sense to get pushed into the Hurricane there, because you'll get a full recovery the next time you're using Cloud, and using a full power limit here will give us the amount of damage that we need to make Zack's phase a bit quicker.
Yep. I'm gonna climb up. Just little cutscenes here. They don't even get sped up unlike the others.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's not too bad. The speed up does save a bunch of time in this fight.
It's like 10 minutes or something. I don't remember.
It's
a
ton.
Yeah. It's gonna X-slash right away and just burn through this phase. And this is going to lead into the Bahamut phase. Sephiroth's going to go to the other party and bring out a... What is it called? Bahamut Risen, I think.
I know, yeah.
No, not Risen. That's the other game.
Yeah.
That's the other game.
We'll find out in a second.
Yeah, it's the Whisper Bahamut.
Because Whisper Bahamut was the previous game. This one's like...
No. Bahamut Risen is FF16. But yeah, so we have...
Bahamut Arisen Whisper, so we're like halfway there.
He will try to do Giga Flare after like 30 seconds in the battle or something. And so the idea here is just to have bonus round and quickly build up that stagger. It's a very low stagger bar. And then nuke him down with Tifa. And then the wings will come out and be vulnerable. And so we can destroy a wing, and then he's going to try to be healing up Bahamut during this. And the faster you do this, the less health that Bahamut will have. And that's a wing down. Push Bahamut again. And then take out the other wing.
Oh, I see. This is a bravery list. Got it. Yeah, because I normally just buy an extra M power so that Barrett has bravery here and I don't have to juggle it between characters.
Mm-hmm. And now we have a Zack segment. Zack does not have the same attacks as he would at the beginning of the game. They're kind of irrelevant there, honestly. But here, it's going to be Zack against Seth. There's all kinds of different moves he has, a lot of different attacks. They all do different things. Meteor is good for stagger. We're going to see the High Braver, which is unique to his ability, which is charge. If he gets a couple of charges off. He'll be in
Charge
level 2,
3,
and
yeah.
his moves are stronger. And charge 3, he'll have stronger moves, and he gets a unique ability there. He also has spells like Blizzara and Bravery, stuff like that. But they're just going to break the chest here to pressure. And then charge up. We'll keep attacking. And I guess on easy, he's just going to do some change slashes. And then the high braver. High braver, if you do it and then you wait, you get another input to do a second hit. And then you wait, you get another input to do a third hit. And it does a limit level attack. It's the strength of a limit.
So yeah,
But
if
you need level 3.
If Cloud Bravers before that cross slash, you can sneak in just Bravery plus High Braver will get you through that phase. It depends on like how you want to like route it, but it ends up being more or less the same because you end up spending the time in different phases.
So we have Wings phase. Wings phase is going to be the I didn't say, but Whisper Bahamut is your first character, second character, and Kate. This is your second, third, and fourth character in the list. So it is Yuffie Red and Baratier. And just going to does it magnify? Was that magnified empower or just empower? Faith. I think it was just faith. Basically,
it's
you
just
use Fox
faith.
Flame. Yep, Fox Flame to burn down these parts. I don't know what the strat is for easy.
Fox Flame to build enough ATB. We wait for the fire change. Faith plus the magic we have on her plus the platinum earring should be enough to break the wings. Then we break the spear, and then from here we just want to get the stagger and just bully through the rest of the HP. But the fire in the hole helps make sure we hit enough damage.
Yes, so you can force get the ATB on Barrett if you time the focus shot and whatever after the transition between the two parts.
Yeah, just delay it slightly,
easy
and then that focus shot, bop, easy stagger.
So we're gonna be coming up on time soon for Tonberry. This fight's not even a minute on easy, I don't think. But it's gonna be a full heal, Cloud and Earth.
Counter, spam blade, pretty much.
Spam blade.
The only downside is normally we'd switch back to Crystal here because Ingenious honestly has abysmal magic stat, but it's just not worth the time.
It does have a magic plus 20 note on it, so it's not as bad. But yeah, you'd have to menu between battles. He will always open with his Telluric Fury, so you can counter a bunch of hits there. You can even get the extension Telluric off him if you want. And then from them, it's going to be a bit random, but he's bullying Aerith a bit.
Yeah. You have a bunch of keep, but unfortunately your ally doesn't in the whole animation.
Yep. After a bit of time, he's going to do a Whisper Cannon, which you need to use magic to get rid of. You can't use physical, and it will pressure him in unnatural pressure. Normally, you'd have to make him flinch. I think it's 4 or 5 times on this fight, 3 times on the first fight. And then he'd get pressured, and you can actually soft lock. It's a very real threat on normal. If you cause this pressure when you're trying to transition to the final phase here and pressure him, you'll soft lock. But anyways, time is coming up soon. He's going to do this final attack, and he's going to X slash and take him out. And go, Tonberry.
There we go. GG, BigSid.
All those lives cut short.
Yep.
Nice
GG on the fight. That was decent outside of him bullying Aerith a bit.
Drafe mentioning that it might have actually been a PB too.
PB?
From BigSid, I would not be surprised. Wolverine's confirming, yeah, there is a PB. I'm not surprised. BigSid is a menace.
Damn, he
really
had
good
to
at
do
this.
he even got a little unlucky on a couple parts too. You know,
Yeah, there was a couple of fights
a couple of retries.
Absolutely did not want him. That's the funny thing is when you get to a certain point, it feels like, oh, if I retry this, it's dead PB, but that's really not the case. A perfect run does not really exist for this quite yet, and realizing that some mistakes will happen or some bad RNG will happen, you can still PB as long as you're committed to playing through it rather than getting mad and playing worse and worse and worse, which is my biggest problem.
Yep. Team Mog here and Team Choco both in the temple here, so they're working through the end game here. Woady also just destroying these two enemies, not doing the skip. I guess it's not worth it and easy.
Yeah, I'd imagine if you optimize the fight, it's probably quicker to take it. I don't know if like the EXP offers any sort of benefit. I doubt it though.
Yeah. This turtle looks scary, but if you go along the right side, you'll never get the encounter. It's not a big deal. They don't need any healing at this point. There's an X-Pot there. There's like the Fuma Shuriken for Yuffie, which is great magic, but even at this point, just keeping with the physical... Oh, wait, they don't even use the crystal Shuriken, do they? They don't pick that up. They just keep the Twin Viper, right?
I know Woady uses the other shuriken she starts with because it has higher magic anyway.
No, he uses the I don't know what it's called off the top of my head.
Yeah, I forget too because I never use it. Like the crystal shuriken I usually grab because it's slightly higher magic and it has better physical in general. Because it like makes her Art of War is actually worth it. But
Savage Dagger, that's it.
Yeah, Savage Dagger, that's it.
Yeah, for normal we pick up the crystal one just to replace the Twin Viper because it becomes a bit stronger, but obviously you don't need that kind of level on. Easy. And even so, like, this Igneous Saber, even though it's, like, we use it for stuff on normal, like, obviously it's gonna kick ass on easy as well.
Yeah, you can get away with a lot of stuff in easy that you probably shouldn't be able to.
I'm holding myself from commentating the FF10 run. I know it well enough. Don't do
That's
it.
very tempting, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, we'll have a very slow period here in a minute where we can kind of talk about whatever we feel like while we're wandering through the forest. Pretty clean fight there from Woady. Luckily, the enemies here are pretty straightforward as long as they decide to behave. It's interesting to see the party comp too, because it may just be my routes a bit older, so I go with Cloud Yuffie Tifa here, just to have access to both Power Cleave and Spellblade instead of one or the other. Because if you go with a Yuffie Aerith team, you only have access to Spellblade. The thing is like, you want to change your parties like once and kind of stick with them, even though you have 3 sets. So it's very rare that you change your party comp too much, because you have to go into the shortcut menu to do it. And it's a little bit out of the way unless you're actively changing your shortcuts out for X, Y, or Z. Too bad.
Sorry,
so
I was
far.
reading.
Oh,
I was reading chat.
Unfortunate. What? Okay. Matrimony doing a little bit of character swapping here and accidentally canceling Spellblade, slowing things down a bit. I probably would have just let it ride to see if it landed or not at that distance. Got one last fight for both of them. One last fair fight, that is. Then there's the ghosts of discontent.
What's
Ideally-
Matrimony's party comp?
I think it's the same. Cloud.
Okay.
Or no, I saw Tifa. I think he's doing my route where it's Cloud Yuffie Tifa. I don't know if he's using Arrow Mags, though. I haven't really seen it from anybody today.
No, I see Aerith and Yuffie too close, so it must be the same. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, really the only big part here is you want to get the Fire to get him pressured and then stagger, either by spamming more Fire or throwing out a Blizzara, which is the route that I go with. I usually prefer Tifa here because I can just throw out some Omni Strikes, let Cloud's limit resolve, and then wander off to the other side of the room so that I'm closer to the exit.
Switching back over to Bear and Tifa, and about to do the hops here.
Of course, like I said before, we're avoiding these first few because they very easily can put you into the wall, or will always put you into the wall, which is
If you're not paying
counterintuitive.
attention, yes.
Yeah.
You could do the first 2, but the third one you have to wait, because for some reason, if you're trying to do it, you can't do the hops on the third one.
Yeah, there. Woady got.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Woady got pretty straightforward. I thought he got pushed into the wall there at that last one.
Matrimony's turtle. They're not lined up, sadly, but whatever.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that the Planet Protector runs around so fast. Sometimes you get it. Sometimes ends up on the other side of the room. That's unfortunate.
Enemy charge, no, buddy. You gotta counter that.
Yeah.
You gotta counter or use 50 cut to stop that charge. Otherwise, you're gonna get hit twice.
Yeah, matrimony is learning a lot of the lessons that I've had to learn up till now.
That's good. And Demon Wall for Woady.
Pretty
Again, it's a quick
straightforward.
fight. Push into phase 2, destroy the first one. It's not totally dead yet, and you just take care of the second one in the meantime. And when he gets it down, he's going to wipe out the first one.
The funny thing
Which you
is,
could just do with a boom.
if you actually use bullet powder in the right way, it hits both A and B. That's the funny part. It gets hit by the hockey stick.
That's a split for
Yep,
Woody.
yep. My mouse was not where I thought it was. Thanks, mouse. Got a little bit too into the fight. Now matrimony is headed into this fight. This is part of the reason why I was like saying mist potions were a good idea, because some of these fights you can get absolutely mauled before, and being able to throw out like a mist potion right before this last segment so that you can jump into the hall immediately rather than spending a bunch of time spamming potions is really nice. Ideally, you can just use Cure from Aerith, but it can take a long time to menu that versus like menu to potion, chuck it and go. Phase 2, got both of our buffs. Wall A should be clear now. Good. Rolled out of it, accidentally got a ranged attack, but waited so that he could get to the other side without going airborne. Good call. Throwing out
I think it's okay, regardless. You just got to realize and make sure that you do a neutral dodge afterwards. This combat is very reactionary. I never really talked about it, but like Remake always kind of felt like more towards the turn-based side, and that's the split for them. But Rebirth feels a lot more free-flow combat and reactionary, maybe because it's just faster combat overall.
I think both of them have like similar looking combat, but I think the design approaches between Remake and Rebirth were different. Is how it kind of feels to me. The intent that they wanted to, or logical conclusion they wanted for combat feels like it was intended to be different for Rebirth in certain ways. Because there's, like a lot of unblockables and things like that that really aren't present in Remake. They fixed some of the issues, like aerial combat being just complete garbage to like actual combat, but I think they just wanted the game to play out in a different way. Though I really have no way to verify that outside of maybe like dev interviews that may or may not exist. Because it definitely feels like an intentional
At this point in the
shift.
story, this is like the part where the tempo is shrinking, Cases stays behind, because, you know, it's the black materia, if I recall the original story, something like that.
Yeah.
And Cloud is chasing after Aerith to get it.
Yeah, the big difference here is like we're walking on the vines rather than being in the middle of the ruins of the ancient temple, which is an interesting like set piece to change it. Kind of makes more sense and gives a reason for her to be like, oh wait, I have no way to get out of this. I have to give it to him.
But I don't know. It raises questions like, what was everybody else doing during this time? What were they doing?
I think it was always like that with OG, where it's like, what? Where the hell was everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
This little cutscene with Aerith is kind of funny. After each segment, you can fast forward a bit, then it stops, and then you can fast forward again into the next cutscene skip. This is like one of the weirdest set of like quote unquote cutscenes throughout the course of the entire game. And then there's a lot of these like fade to whites where they actually go into a cutscene, so you can cutscene skip, and you're just like, game? Hello? Oh, we completely forgot about the Forest of the Ancients. This is such a weird encounter. You're supposed to chase down Aerith here, and there's just a couple of black whispers as opposed to the white whispers. What's the difference? Black ones are really easy to kill.
Yeah, I guess
That's
so.
pretty much it.
You're locked out of all your ATB abilities. You just have basic attacks. You can't even use Punisher. It's just like a weird dream thing. You don't have to actually kill the final one.
You can just skip it, yeah.
Yep. You just have to kill the first group and then the second group, and you're done. You're out of there. And they do a little tech there where normally when you're fleeing, you would spam Punisher and dodge, but instead you use attack and dodge, which because you don't have access to Punisher. It's like
There's
the same speed, but harder to do.
literally 2 places that you do it. One in chapter 1 because you're trying not to get the Punisher tutorial pop up, and then
Even though you get that later, anyways.
yeah.
For me, I get it on Zolom. You still get it. And then here, you don't have to bother actually going forward. You just need to do like one input, and then the cutscene.
Once the
will
prompt's
start.
up, it'll progress towards the cutscene to skip. There's a lot of places where it's like obtuse that like you're basically on a timer waiting for stuff. Got to be careful here with these save loads and make sure somebody actually starts talking, because if you save load too soon, you're not skipping anything. Nope. Okay. I thought Woady may have fired that one off too soon, but he actually didn't.
No, looks like it started.
Got to be careful with some of these too, because in hard mode they take a little bit longer to kill, so you want to make sure that your spin hits are hitting everything. Luckily in easy, it's only like one combo and a couple of pokes and you're good to go. Good. Matrimony knows about the evading too.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to make it through the forest here. It's one last, like, I love the final boss of this game. I adore it. I think it's really cathartic story-wise, and it's very challenging speedrun-wise. But this walk through the forest and the White Whisper fight are just abysmal. It's unfortunate.
It's okay. It's not as bad as the FF16 going back to the hideout 1,000 times to talk to mid. So I'm okay with
I've run 16 too, and I can hard agree on that one. I'm going to be here later tonight for 16, so unfortunately you all are not going to be rid of me.
Do you have help for that commentary? You want me to...
Yeah.
I might be here. I might join in.
We only had one commentator, so they asked me, and they're like, all right, can you drop Rebirth? I'm like, no, I actually know Rebirth. Can I drop Remake? Because I don't know that. And they're like, you know that's going to be like all day, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Let's see if they need help. I can help out.
I mean,
I know the run.
I wouldn't say no to you dropping by, because it's me and one other person for the whole run, and then we have somebody that is committed to early and then somebody that's committed to late. So it's kind of pretty fluid right now. You can also talk with one of the mods.
I'll think about it.
Find out, yeah. I mean, it's from like 9 till like 6 a.m. or some such nonsense, so you might not want to dip your toe into that, even though I know you have the stamina for it.
Why are these ones white?
I've heard tales of you like starting a run, quitting, going to bed, waking back up and doing the same thing, or starting runs, resetting for hours, going to work, coming back, and then resetting for more hours.
Don't remind me, that was FF10. I don't need to go back to that. Even though I do, because obviously the skip. But yeah, we'll see. We have Whispers. Again, this fight, the enemies will try to grab you. They'll try to keep using abilities on you. As long as you're like using anything with 40 keep, which would be 60 in this case, you'll be fine. So melee blade, you can have a fun time. Essentially, you want them to move into a group at the start. Sometimes you can hit 2 to 3 of them with a melee blade at once. That did not hit.
Oh, he slipped out the last minute.
And he's outside of the thing.
Range, yeah.
You should go for the other one, I think.
Woady, what are you doing?
It's okay.
So, like, you want to kill the center one because it holds still, theoretically. But if you kill the center one, you lose the free bravery buff out of it. So you're like in this weird position where it's like, I know this one's going to hold still, but also he's actively making me stronger.
Yeah, and then you get the point where if you do that, one of them will decide to use either the haste effect, which is great, or they'll do the de-brave effect and you get your magic boosted, but we want physical because we're using a physical weapon. And that's a physical comp there anyways. And we have Matrimony, we'll see how his goes. Oh, that's a good group.
Yeah, it's pretty much like in hard mode where
That's
you're
3.
Oh,
no, he's doing good.
No. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just attack.
You can overcharge,
Swing.
just fight. Yep.
He's overthinking it. Oh, he's overthinking it.
Fight. You do not have to stagger. You can just take the Fated Tempest if you want.
Oh, he's overthinking it. That's a shame. Yeah, if I've gotten to the point where, like, if I'm even thinking of using ATB, I'm just like, I'm going to triple slash, and, you know, I'm going to hit what I hit. And even that's a bad habit, honestly. There we go.
Okay.
It
That's
could have
fine,
gone
but,
better. It could have gone better, but it's
you
understandable.
You don't have to. I know we're trying to find. What's the best way to do this? He could have menu triple slash. Like you can use the menu. It's not a big deal. You don't have to use everything on shortcut. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
These things already have a huge resistance, so even though you get a reduction on triple slash, it's not a big deal because of this.
Yeah, guaranteed damage is better than nothing for sure. Like throwing out Braver can whiff.
In that case, it's a little too melee blade happy. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you shouldn't.
The problem is like spell or melee blade in general is busted, but it's not the answer every time, especially when enemies are very like fluid and move like that. Honestly, like Matrimony has just been grinding this this event, and is still relatively new, but cut the 6-hour mark, being a little bit critical. Honestly, it's impressive how fast Matrimony has improved and gotten to this point. Despite the fact I have like a year in on this game, he cut me pretty easily. It'll be interesting to see where his growth goes from here on out, honestly. Finally into Jenova, and both runners will be in Jenova here very shortly. Looks like Woody's going for a more standard route, firing off Red's limit here. Gets us through this first phase a little bit quicker. Obviously, we do lose out on having the limit on the Barrett Jenova phase. But if you use a Deep Protect or a Berserk, you can offset that. And it also sets up for Cloud to be able to do a little bit more damage in the final phase too, because it's the weakness carryover. Yeah, we just want to make sure we get our buffs here and keep them active before we go into the next phase.
He's
good enough. Good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that warp there is a bit random. Even if you throw out Braver at quote unquote the perfect time, sometimes Jenova will warp away, and depending
you can
on
also hit her too early, and then you'll have to hit her again to transition her. Yep.
Yeah, sometimes you get hit during the HP lock. Jenova's a little bit of a weird one.
Oh yeah, this is also another fight where we need counterfire for normal because Castigate.
That's
your animation.
Absolute massive amounts of damage. Worked out pretty good for Woady though. We didn't have to do a bunch of character swapping. In my experience, I have to juggle it a few times if my damage isn't right. Probably should switch those aerial bravers.
This is the fight on like normal where I do it the same way as I've always done it, where they added a tech to the game where after roll, once you're in the air, you can do focus strike in the air with that, even though you're quote unquote not in the air. And it was like a weird, and then you can go from focus strike into dive kick. So it was like a weird change that they added, and it's like the only place in the run that I use it, and I still do it because it's swag if I can, but that's it.
Yeah, there's some conditional spots where you can do things with Tifa you're not supposed to. The only one that bugs me is like dive kick. It almost never lets you dive kick in the air outside of like uppercut into.
You can only do it after uppercut or focus strike. That's it.
And its angle is garbage. Oh man, dive kick makes me feel some kind of way.
Or if you tell the AI to dive kick and she dive kicks in place and does not hit the enemy, yes.
Every other move, the AI like makes sure it can kiss the enemy, but with dive kick, no, we're just gonna do it right here. We're gonna do it live. Yeah, the fast forward right here on this cutscene alone saves like a minute. It's crazy. At least a minute.
It'd be nice if they added a 4x speed, just so I can see Crystal complain about it.
Forcing Crystal to do every single category again would be hilarious.
It would.
I was like casually figuring out that I wanted to do hard for Limit Break so that we had a run that was distinct from the GDQ run Woady performed. And it ended up bleeding into this weird thing where like Crystal ended up getting interested, and it led to Crystal doing like literally every category unintentionally. And I'm like, I'm happy that I have like a good runner to reference, because without Crystal's run, hard would have been extremely difficult to learn. same thing with like Strife's intervention and explaining mechanics to me made this game so much easier to learn. This has so much weird stuff, you'd be surprised. Well, you wouldn't. The audience might be.
No, but like I said earlier, that this run, everything between it has been a pretty big team effort between regardless of the categories, etc. You know, even just something as simple as movement, one person can't find all that. There's no way. It's too much.
Regardless of like the solo speedrun of itself, that's the one thing I love about this is the community interaction. It always gives me a chance to interact with some new people and learn things, make some slight optimizations.
Matrimony's getting trolled. Sometimes Sephiroth goes for Zac and not Cloud, and it's annoying.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Vincent too. Vincent does the same thing. That can troll you pretty hard in hard mode. Especially here in hard mode, you're like, buddy, snapping your fingers. Over here, me? Your mortal nemesis? No? Fine. Woody's got the limit going into this next phase too, but he does need to proc Berserk at the bare minimum, or else we're gonna have way too little damage. It's actually like super important that you go into this phase that Matrimony's heading into with Berserk and Faith, because this Blizzard will not do enough damage with Ingenious without both of those buffs active. One of the interesting things actually is, as long as the buff is still on the table when you start casting, you'll still get the bonus multiplicative or whatever from it. So even if you like charge a power cleave and your Berserk runs out, you still get the bonus damage from it.
Snapshots, that's the term.
Yeah, but it's something I didn't quite realize until I did a little bit of testing while running, and I'm like, oh, yep, that number stayed high.
That works for like Agas and all that stuff. That's actually pretty important, honestly.
It's so nice. It's one of those things that definitely like is actually in the player's favor, and in games sometimes where they really don't put things in the player's favor, that's super important with how short the buffs are, because like Berserk lasts 10 seconds from activation, and the Bravery and Faith from Sonic Boom is 30. If you cast Bravery and Faith, it lasts much longer, but the Sonic
you can actually 3 minutes. You can also equip the altruistic buff that comes on the Igneous Saber if you want. I didn't know this for a long time, but it does in fact work on self buffs. I just thought that, you know, the term altruistic means helping other people, right? And there's also the selfish buff, but it actually works on yourself, and so your Sonic Boom will be like 9 seconds faster, something like that. I forget, but it does work on your own characters.
Yeah, I know there's somebody I actually use the altruistic buff with. I was using it in one of the like solo VR fights with like Aerith, I think. It is so much nice to get that extra couple of seconds, especially with how long you can last.
Woady coming up to his next segment. I don't think we're going to have any issues against Bahamut here. He's staying at range, so that's good. It's only a little bit annoying. If he comes forward, you can perfect guard the attack pretty easily. The thruster spin, you'll get a lot of stagger gain out of that too. But I imagine there's never any issues here on easy.
Yeah. One of the cool things here too with Zac, if you go with a bravery route, you just do the quick charge here, and then you eat these projectiles with bravery, and then you can follow up with a quick charge. Woody not missing the quick charges, unfortunately. This is deceptively hard to hit the quick charges.
It could be annoying.
Yeah.
But after certain attacks, you can do the quick charge, or you can do a charge and hold it and then attack.
Yeah, so it's action, and then you should be able to do quick charge and then combo charge. Oh.
He missed the input for High Braver. Of course, this is a skill-based move, so you do have to time it correctly. There's like an audio cue, but you can look at the square and attack when you see it. But he got it this time.
Yeah, it's going to cause a stagger, unfortunately. This could spell trouble, because staggering... Well, the stagger here will eat out of the Barrett and Yuffie stagger.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this will be an issue. I think we used to stagger anyway.
I think it's
so
okay.
It should be fine.
I mean,
in hard mode, that would be catastrophic. I think in easy, it's
worst
fine.
case scenario, you can like spin with red or something. He gets a vengeance and spin with red, and it should be okay.
Worst case, you'll get like Fallen Angel here, and you can use
Heartless
some
Angel,
of the elixirs. Yeah, Heartless Angel.
If he
or
does
just
that,
use
he can do a backline command. Most people don't know this, but the battle has gone on for over a
I love
minute,
the
and so you can use
commands.
backline. It's a secret thing. I didn't know about it casually because I wasn't bad enough, I guess. But if
I didn't
you're in a
find it either,
detrimental
yeah.
state, if there's like everybody's low health, for example, or somebody's dead and 2 other people, whatever, you know, you're in a bad spot, and a minute has passed in battle, which can't be manipulated, you can press the attack menu and then press triangle, and you can use anybody's synergy ability except for Cloud and Aerith here because they're technically not in the party. So you could even, you know, you could use like Yuffie's attack with Tifa or whatever if you want.
Funny story. Yuffie's mystic attack with Aerith actually.
Divine Punishment. Wait, no,
Yeah.
not that.
No,
No,
that's with Tifa.
Yuffie's. What's Yuffie's?
I can't think of it. Like, we use it in Elena and Sung, but it actually fully refills her ATB. Why? I don't know, but it just does. I can't think of it off the top of my head either.
Okay.
It's just like
Yep.
one of
So
those.
Woody,
I'm gonna throw it out there.
He backed it
Woody's
up
pretty
nicely.
much-
Obviously,
Yeah.
he knows how to handle this situation.
Yeah, the focus shot does a lot of heavy lifting, honestly, as long as
Yep,
you
and you
build
just have to
ATB
cue
right.
it during the cutscene. It's really
Yeah.
easy. You can time it whenever.
Really, it's just not firing it off too soon because you're nervous. That's the big thing. There you go. Matrimony's got it too, so now we just gotta push out the damage. And Matrimony's got full ATB on both Yuffie and Red, so we should be super fine. Oh, we also got the limit too. So this is
Yeah.
free.
He wouldn't even need limit here, but yeah, they're good. Easy.
All right, Matrimony heading into the
And
final phase. Woady is on the final
Woody
phase.
is also on it. So Team Mog, get ready. Less than a minute left.
Yeah, so that early segment, once again, you can go into Punisher stance and then cancel your counter with guard and re-trigger counters over and over again. It really only applies to Sephiroth, but there are some bosses that 2 or 3 hit right off rip. Gonna do this to stop Whisper Cannon. Any other difficulty, you're gonna use counter fire, but here we can just tap it with the Spellblade and push through. Get out that Thundaga because we did buff up our Thunder Materia all the way, so we can min-max our ATB usage here and damage.
Yep. And he's going to always buff himself. He always does this when he comes out stagger. When you, then he'll try to stab Cloud, easily dodged, or kept through.
Yeah, luckily we can just Spellblade through pretty much anything that's a risky.
And Mog, go.
Matrimony getting into his Whisper Cannon phase. Got to make sure to take the stagger here. GG. Now we just got to fire off a couple of Spellblades, throw out that Thundaga. Want to make sure to hold on to the limit. That's about the only thing we're worried about right now. And make sure that we reapply Sonic Boom here for the... Ooh, Berserk may last? Yeah, we should... Just as long as he doesn't berserk or doesn't cross slash too soon, we'll be fine.
Okay. And Team Choco, go.
Yep. And that will do it for us. I'll be back for 16, so I'm not even going to bother saying nothing.
Yep. I'm not sick anymore. I had a cold at the beginning. No, I don't. Thanks, guys.
What a true speedrunner. Speed ran is cold.
Yep, I'm out. Thanks.
Later.